Preface of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Woodward. True to the Old Flag by G.A. Henty. Preface. My dear lads, you have probably been accustomed to regard the war between England and her colonies in America as one in which we were not only beaten, but to some extent humiliated. Owing to the war having been an unsuccessful one for our arms, British writers have avoided the subject, and it has been left for American historians to describe. These, writing for their own countrymen and drawing for their facts upon gazettes, letters, and other documents emanating from one side only, have naturally and no doubt insensibly given a very strong color to their own views of the events, and English writers have been too much inclined to accept their account implicitly. There is, however, another and very different side to the story, and this I have endeavored to show you. The whole of the facts and details connected with the war can be relied upon as accurate. They are drawn from the valuable account of the struggle written by Major Stedman, who served under Howe, Clinton, and Cornwallis, and from other authentic contemporary sources. You will see that although unsuccessful, and success was, under the circumstances, a sheer impossibility, the British troops fought with a bravery which was never exceeded, and that their victories in actual conflict vastly outnumbered their defeats. Indeed, it may be doubted whether in any war in which this country has been engaged have our soldiers exhibited the qualities of endurance and courage to a higher degree. Yours very sincerely, G.A. Henty. End of preface. Chapter 1 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Woodward. True to the Old Flag by G.A. Henty. Chapter 1. A Frontier Farm. Concord, March 1st, 1774. My dear cousin, I am leaving next week with my husband for England, where we intend to pass some time visiting his friends. John and I have determined to accept the invitation you gave us last summer for Harold to come and spend a few months with you. His father thinks that a great future will, ere many years, open in the West, and that it is therefore well the boy should learn something of frontier life. For myself, I would rather that he stayed quietly at home, for he is at present over-fond of adventure. But as my husband is meditating selling his estate here and moving west, it is perhaps better for him. Massachusetts is in a ferment, as indeed are all the eastern states, and the people talk openly of armed resistance against the government. My husband, being of English birth and having served in the King's army, cannot brook what he calls the rebellious talk which is common among his neighbors, and is already on bad terms with many around us. I myself am, as it were, a neutral. As an American woman, it seems to me that the colonists have been dealt with somewhat harshly by the English Parliament, and that the measures of the latter have been high-handed and arbitrary. Upon the other hand, I naturally incline toward my husband's views. He maintains that, as the King's army has driven out the French, and gives protection to the colony, it is only fair that the colonists should contribute to its expenses. The English ask for no contributions toward the expense of their own country, but demand that at least the expenses of the protection of the colony shall not be charged upon the heavily taxed people at home. As to the law that the colony shall trade only with the mother country, my husband says that this is the rule in the colonies of Spain, France, Portugal, and the Netherlands, and that the people here, who can obtain what land they choose and till it without rent, should not grumble at paying this small tax to the mother country. However it be, I fear that troubles will come, and this place being the head and focus of the party hostile to England, my husband, feeling himself out of accord with all his neighbors, saving a few loyal gentlemen like himself, is thinking much and seriously of selling our estate here, and of moving away into the new countries of the West, where we will be free from all the disputation and contentious talk which occupies men's time here. Indeed, cousin, times have sadly changed since you were staying here with us 5 years ago. Then our life was a peaceful and quiet one. Now there is nothing but wrangling and strife. The dissenting clergy are, as my husband says was the case in England before the great Civil War, the fomenters of this discontent. There are many busybodies who pass their time in stirring up the people by violent harangues and seditious writings. Therefore everyone takes one side or the other, and there is neither peace nor comfort in life. Accustomed as I have always been to living in ease and affluence, I dread somewhat the thought of a life on the Indian frontier. One has heard so many dreadful stories of Indian fights and massacres that I tremble a little at the prospect. But I do not mention this to John, for as other women are, like yourself, brave enough to support these dangers, I would not appear a coward in his eyes. You will see, cousin, that as this prospect is before us, it is well that Harold should learn the ways of a frontier life. Moreover, John does not like the thought of leaving him here while we are in England, for, as he says, the boy might learn to become a rebel in his absence. Therefore, my dear cousin, we have resolved to send him to you. An opportunity offers in the fact that a gentleman of our acquaintance is, with his family, going this week west, with the intention of settling there, and he will, he tells us, go first to Detroit, whence he will be able to send Harold forward to your farm. The boy himself is delighted at the thought, and promises to return an accomplished backwoodsman. John joins me in kind love to yourself and your husband, and believe me to remain your affectionate cousin, Mary Wilson. 4 months after the date of the above letter, a lad some 15 years old was walking with a man of middle age on the shores of Lake Huron. Behind them was a large clearing of about 100 acres in extent. A comfortable house with buildings for cattle stood at a distance of some 300 yards from the lake. Broad fields of yellow corn waved brightly in the sun, and from the edge of the clearing came the sound of a woodsman's axe, showing that the proprietor was still enlarging the limits of his farm. Surrounding the house, at a distance of 20 yards, was a strong stockade some 7 feet in height, formed of young trees, pointed at the upper end, squared and fixed firmly in the ground. The house itself, although far more spacious and comfortable than the majority of backwood farms, was built in the usual fashion of solid logs, and was evidently designed to resist attack. William Welch had settled 10 years before on this spot, which was then far removed from the nearest habitation. It would have been a very imprudent act under ordinary circumstances to have established himself in so lonely a position, so far removed from the possibility of assistance in case of attack. He settled there, however, just after Pontiac, who was at the head of an alliance of all the Indian tribes of those parts, had, after the long and desperate siege of Fort Pitt, made peace with us upon finding that his friends, the French, had given up all thought of further resistance to the English, and had entirely abandoned the country. Mr. Welch thought, therefore, that a permanent peace was likely to reign on the frontier, and that he might safely establish himself in the charming location he had pitched upon, far removed from the confines of civilization. The spot was a natural clearing of some 40 acres in extent, sloping down to the water's edge, and a more charming site could hardly have been chosen. Mr. Welch had brought with him 3 farm laborers from the east, and as time went on, he extended the clearing by cutting down the forest giants which bordered it. But in spite of the beauty of the position, the fertility of the soil, the abundance of his crops, and the advantages afforded by the lake, both from its plentiful supply of fish and as a highway by which he could convey his produce to market, he had more than once regretted his choice of location. It was true that there had been no Indian wars on a large scale, but the Indians had several times broken out in sudden incursions. 3 times he had been attacked, but fortunately only by small parties, which he had been enabled to beat off. Once, when a more serious danger threatened him, he had been obliged to embark, with his wife and child and his more valuable chattels, in the great scow in which he carried his produce to market, and had to take refuge in the settlements, to find on his return his buildings destroyed and his farm wasted. At that time he had serious thoughts of abandoning his location altogether, but the settlements were extending rapidly toward him, and with the prospect of having neighbors before long, and the natural reluctance to give up a place upon which he had expended so much toil, he decided to hold on, hoping that more quiet times would prevail until other settlers would take up land around him. The house had been rebuilt more strongly than before. He now employed 4 men, and had been unmolested since his return to his farm, 3 years before the date of this story. Already 2 or 3 locations had been taken up on the shores of the lake beyond him. A village had grown up 35 miles away, and several settlers had established themselves between that place and his home. "So are you going out fishing this morning, Harold?" Mr. Welch said. "I hope you will bring back a good supply, for the larder is low. I was looking at you yesterday, and I see that you are becoming a first-rate hand at the management of a canoe." "So I ought to be," the boy said, "considering that for nearly 3 months I have done nothing but shoot and fish." "You have a sharp eye, Harold, and will make a good backwoodsman one of these days. You can shoot nearly as well as I can now. It is lucky that I had a good stock of powder and lead on hand. Firing away by the hour together, as you do, consumes a large amount of ammunition. See, there is a canoe on the lake. It is coming this way, too. There is but one man in it. He is a white by his clothes." For a minute or two they stood watching the boat, and then, seeing that its course was directed toward the shore, they walked down to the edge of the lake to meet it. "Ah, Pearson, is that you?" Mr. Welch asked. "I thought I knew your long, sweeping stroke at a distance. You've been hunting, I see. That is a fine stag you have got there. What is the news?" "About as bad as can be, Master Welch," the hunter said. "The Iroquois have dug up the tomahawk again and are out on the warpath. They have massacred John Brent and his family. I heard a talk of it among some hunters I met 10 days since in the woods. They said that the Iroquois were restless and that their chief, War Eagle, one of the most troublesome varmints on the whole frontier, had been stirring 'em up to war. He told 'em, I heard, that the pale-faces were pushing further and further into the Injun woods, and that unless they drove 'em back, the redskin hunting grounds would be gone. I hoped that nothing would come of it, but I might have known better. When the redskins begin to stir, there's sure to be mischief before they're quiet again." The color had somewhat left Mr. Welch's cheeks as the hunter spoke. "This is bad news indeed, Pearson," he said gravely. "Are you sure about the attack on the Brents?" "Sartain sure," the hunter said. "I met their herder. He'd been down to Johnson's to fetch a barrel of pork. Just when he got back he heard the Injun yells and saw smoke rising in the clearing. So he dropped the barrel and made tracks. I met him at Johnson's, where he had just arrived. Johnson was packing up with all haste and was going to leave, and so I said I would take my canoe and come down the lake, giving you all warning on the way. I stopped at Burns's and Hooper's. Burns said he should clear out at once, but Hooper talked about seeing it through. He's got no wife to be scary about, and reckoned that with his 2 hands he could defend his log hut. I told him I reckoned he would get his har raised if the Injuns came that way, but of course that's his business. What do you advise, Pearson? I do not like abandoning this farm to the mercy of the redskins." "It would be a pity, Master Welch. That's as true as gospel. It's the likeliest clearing within 50 miles round, and you've fixed the place up as snug and comfortable as if it were a farm in the old provinces. And of course the question is what this War Eagle intends to do. His section of the tribe is pretty considerable strong, and although at present I ain't heard that any others have joined, these Injuns are like barrels of gunpowder. When the spark is once struck, there's no saying how far the explosion may spread. When one band of 'em sees as how another is taking scalps and getting plunder and honor, they all want to be at the same work. I reckon War Eagle has got some 200 braves who will follow him, but when the news spreads that he has begun his work, all the Iroquois, to say nothing of the Shawnees, Delawares, and other varmints, may dig up the hatchet. The question is what War Eagle's intentions are. He may make a clean sweep down, attacking all the outlying farms and waiting till he is joined by a lot more of the red reptiles before attacking the settlements. Then, on the other hand, he may think himself strong enough to strike a blow at Gloucester and some other border villages at once. In that case, he might leave the outlying farms alone, as the news of the burning of these would reach the settlements and put 'em on their guard, and he knows, of course, that if he succeeds there, he can eat you all up at his leisure. The attack upon Brent's place looks as if he meant to make a clean sweep down," Mr. Welch said. "Well," the hunter continued thoughtfully, "I don't know as I sees it in that light. Brent's place was a long way from any other. He might have wished to give his band a taste of blood, and so raise their spirits, and he might reasonably conclude that naught would be known about it for days, perhaps weeks to come. Then again, the attack might have been made by some straggling party without orders. It's a dubious question. You've got 4 hands here, I think, and yourself. I have seen your wife shoot pretty straight with a rifle, so she can count as one. And as this young'un here has a good eye, too, with his shooting iron, that makes 6 guns. Your place is a strong one, and you could beat off any straggling party. My idea is that War Eagle, who knows pretty well that the place would make a stout fight, won't waste his time by making a regular attack upon it. You might hold out for 24 hours. The clearing is open, and there ain't no shelter to be had. He would be sure to lose a sight of men, and this would be a bad beginning, and would discourage his warriors greatly. No, I reckon War Eagle will leave you alone for the present. Maybe he will send a scout to see whether you are prepared. It's as likely as not that one is spying at us somewhere among the trees now. I should lose no time in driving in the animals and getting well in shelter. When they see you are prepared, they will leave you alone, at least for the present. Afterward, there's no saying. That will depend on how they get on at the settlements. If they succeed there and get lots of booty and plenty of scalps, they may march back without touching you. They will be in a hurry to get to their villages and have their feasts and dancing. If they're beaten off at the settlements, I reckon they will pay you a visit for sure. They won't go back without scalps. They will be savage-like, and won't mind losing some men for the sake of having something to brag about when they get back. And now, Master Welch, I must be going on, for I want to take the news down to the settlements before War Eagle gets there, and he may be ahead of me now for aught I know. I don't give you no advice as to what you had best do. You can judge the circumstances as well as I can. When I have been to the settlements and put them on their guard, maybe I shall be coming back again, and in that case, you know Jack Pearson's rifle is at your disposal. You may as well tote this stag up to the house. You won't be doing much hunting just for the present, and the meat may come in handy." The stag was landed, and a minute later the canoe shot away from shore under the steady stroke of the hunter's powerful arms. Mr. Welch at once threw the stag over his shoulders, and, accompanied by Harold, strode away toward the house. On reaching it, he threw down the stag at the door, seized a rope which hung against the wall, and the sounds of a large bell, rung in quick, sharp strokes, summoned the hands from the fields. The sound of the woodman's axe ceased at once, and the shouts of the men as they drove the cattle toward the house rose on the still air. "What is the matter, William?" Mrs. Welch asked as she ran from the house. "I have bad news, my dear. The Indians are out again, and I fear we may have trouble before us. We must hope that they will not come in this direction, but must be prepared for the worst. Wait till I see all the hands and beasts in the stockade, and then we can talk the matter over quietly." In a few minutes the hands arrived, driving before them the horses and cattle. "What is it, boss?" they asked. "Was that the alarm bell, sure enough?" "The Indians are out again," Mr. Welch said, "and in force. They have massacred the Brents and are making toward the settlements. They may come this way or they may not. At any rate, we must be prepared for them. Get the beasts into the sheds, and then you all take scythes and set to work to cut down that patch of corn, which is high enough to give them shelter. There's nothing else which will cover them within 100 yards of the house. Of course, you will take your rifles with you and keep a sharp lookout, but they will have heard the bell if they are in the neighborhood, and will guess that we are on the alert, so they're not likely to attempt a surprise. Shut one of the gates and leave the other ajar, with the bar handy to put up in case you have to make a run for it. Harold will go up to the lookout while you are at work." Having seen that all was attended to, Mr. Welch went into the house, where his wife was going about her work as usual, pale but quiet and resolute. "Now, Jane," he said, "sit down, and I will tell you exactly how matters stand as far as Pearson, who brought the news, has told me. Then you shall decide as to the course we had better take." After he had told her all that Pearson had said, and the reasons for and against expecting an early attack, he went on. "Now, it remains for you, my dear, to decide whether we shall stay and defend the place till the last against any attack that may be made, or whether we shall at once embark in the scow and make our way down to the settlements." "What do you think, William?" his wife asked. "I scarcely know myself," he answered. "But if I had quite my own way, I should send you and Nellie down to the settlements in the scow and fight it out here with the hands." "You certainly will not have your own way in that," his wife said. "If you go, of course I go. If you stay, I stay. I would 1,000 times rather go through a siege here and risk the worst than go down to Gloucester and have the frightful anxiety of not knowing what was happening here. Besides, it is very possible, as you say, that the Indians may attack the settlement itself. Many of the people there have had no experience in Indian war, and the Redskins are likely to be far more successful in their surprise there than they would be here. If we go, we should have to leave our house, our barns, our stacks, and our animals to the mercy of the savages. Your capital is pretty nearly all embarked here now, and the loss of all this would be ruin to us. At any rate, William, I am ready to stay here and to risk what may come if you are. A life on the frontier is necessarily a life of danger, and if we are to abandon everything and to have to commence life afresh every time the Indians go on the warpath, we had better give it up at once and return to Massachusetts." "Very well, my dear," her husband said gravely. "You are a true frontiersman's wife. You have chosen as I should have done. It is a choice of evils, but God has blessed and protected us since we came out into the wilderness. We will trust and confide in Him now. At any rate," he went on more cheerfully, "there is no fear of the enemy starving us out. We got in our store of provisions only a fortnight since, and have enough of everything for a 3 months' siege. There is no fear of our well failing us, and as for ammunition, we have abundance. Seeing how Harold was using powder and ball, I had an extra supply when the stores came in the other day. There's plenty of corn in the barn for the animals for months, and I will have the corn which the men are cutting brought in as a supply of food for the cows. It will be useful for another purpose, too. We will keep a heap of it soaked with water, and we'll cover the shingles with it in case of attack. It will effectually quench their fire arrows." The day passed off without the slightest alarm, and by nightfall the patch of corn was cleared away, and an uninterrupted view of the ground for the distance of 100 yards from the house was afforded. When night fell, 2 out of the 4 dogs belonging to the farm were fastened out in the open, at a distance of from 70 to 80 yards of the house, the others being retained within the stockade. The garrison was divided into 3 watches, 2 men being on the alert at a time, relieving each other every 3 hours. Mr. Welch took Harold as his companion on the watch. The boy was greatly excited at the prospect of a struggle. He had often read of the desperate fights between the frontier settlers and the Indians, and had longed to take a share in the adventurous work. He could scarcely believe that the time had come, and that he was really a sharer in what might be a desperate struggle. The first watch was set at 9, and at 12 Mr. Welch and Harold came on duty. The men they relieved reported that all was silent in the woods, and that they had heard no suspicious cries of any kind. When the men had returned to their room, Mr. Welch told Harold that he should take a turn round the stockade and visit the dogs. Harold was to keep watch at the gate, to close it after he went out, to put up the bar, and to stand beside it, ready to open it instantly if called upon. Then the farmer stepped out into the darkness, and treading noiselessly, at once disappeared from Harold's sight. The latter closed the gate, replaced the heavy bar, and stood with one hand on this and the other holding his rifle, listening intently. Once he thought he heard a low growling from one of the dogs, but this presently ceased, and all was quiet again. The gate was a solid one, formed of strong timbers placed at a few inches apart and bolted to horizontal bars. Presently he felt the gate upon which his hand rested quiver, as if pressure was applied from without. His first impulse was to say, "Is that you?" But Mr. Welch had told him that he would give a low whistle as he approached the gate. He therefore stood quiet, with his whole attention absorbed in listening. Without making the least stir, he peered through the bars, and made out 2 dark figures behind them. After once or twice shaking the gate, one took his place against it, and the other sprang upon his shoulders. Harold looked up and saw a man's head appear against the sky. Dim as was the light, he could see that it was no European headgear, a long feather or 2 projecting from it. In an instant he levelled his rifle and fired. There was a heavy fall, and then all was silent. Harold again peered through the bars. The second figure had disappeared, and a black mass lay at the foot of the gate. In an instant the men came running from the house, rifles in hand. "What is it?" they exclaimed. "Where is Mr. Welch?" "He went out to scout round the house, leaving me at the gate," Harold said. "2 men, I think Indians, came up. One was getting over the gate when I shot him. I think he is lying outside. The other has disappeared." "We must get the master in," one of the men said. "He is probably keeping away, not knowing what has happened." "Mr. Welch," he shouted, "it is all safe here, so far as we know. We are all on the lookout to cover you as you come up." Immediately a whistle was heard close to the gate. This was cautiously opened a few inches and was closed and barred directly after Mr. Welch entered. Harold told him what had happened. "I thought it was something of the sort. I heard Wolf growl and felt sure that it was not at me. I threw myself down and crept up to him and found him shot through the heart with an Indian arrow. I was crawling back to the house when I heard Harold's shot. Then I waited to see if it was followed by the war whoop, which the redskins would have raised at once on finding that they were discovered, had they been about to attack in force. Seeing that all was quiet, I conjectured that it was probably an attempt on the part of a spy to discover if we were upon the alert. Then I heard your call and at once came on. I do not expect any attack tonight now, as these fellows must have been alone, but we will all keep watch till the morning. You have done very well, Harold, and have shown yourself a keen watchman. It is fortunate that you had the presence of mind neither to stir nor to call out when you first heard them, for had you done so, you would probably have got an arrow between your ribs, as poor Wolf has done." When it was daylight and the gate was opened, the body of an Indian was seen lying without. A small mark on his forehead showed where Harold's bullet had entered, death being instantaneous. His war paint and the embroidery of his leggings showed him at once to be an Iroquois. Beside him lay his bow, with an arrow which had evidently been fitted to the string for instant work. Harold shuddered when he saw it, and congratulated himself on having stood perfectly quiet. A grave was dug a short distance away, the Indian was buried, and the household proceeded about their work. The day, as was usual in households in America, was begun with prayer, and the supplications of Mr. Welch for the protection of God over the household were warm and earnest. The men proceeded to feed the animals. These were then turned out of the enclosure, one of the party being always on watch in the little tower which they had erected for that purpose, some 10 or 12 feet above the roof of the house. From this spot a view was obtainable right over the clearing to the forest which surrounded it on 3 sides. The other hands proceeded to cut down more of the corn so as to extend the level space around the house. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Woodward. True to the Old Flag by G.A. Henty. Chapter 2. An Indian Raid. That day and the next passed quietly. The first night the man who was on watch up to midnight remarked to Mr. Welch, when he relieved him, that it seemed to him that there were noises in the air.
"What sort of noises, Jackson? Calls of night birds or animals? If so, the Indians are probably around us." "No," the man said. "All is still round here, but I seem to feel the noise rather than hear it. I should say that it was firing very many miles off." "The night is perfectly still, and the sound of a gun would be heard a long way." "I cannot say that I have heard a gun. It is rather a tremble in the air than a sound." When the man they had relieved had gone down and all was still again, Mr. Welch and Harold stood listening intently. "Jackson was right," the farmer said. "There is something in the air. I can feel it rather than hear it. It is a sort of murmur, no louder than a whisper. Do you hear it, Harold?" "I seem to hear something," Harold said. "It might be the sound of the sea a very long way off, just as one can hear it many miles from the coast on a still night at home. What do you think it is?" "If it is not fancy," Mr. Welch replied, "and I do not think that we should all be deceived, it is an attack upon Gloucester." "But Gloucester is 35 miles away," Harold answered. "It is," Mr. Welch replied, "but on so still a night as this, sounds can be heard from an immense distance. If it is not this, I cannot say what it is." Upon the following night, just as Mr. Welch's watch was at an end, a low whistle was heard near the gate. "Who is there?" Mr. Welch at once challenged. "Jack Pearson, and the sooner you open the gate the better. There's no saying where these red devils may be lying round." Harold and the farmer instantly ran down and opened the gate. "I should advise you to stop down here," the hunter said as they replaced the bars. "If you did not hear me, you certainly would not hear the redskins, and they'd all be over the palisade before you had time to fire a shot. I'm glad to see you safe, for I was badly scared lest I should find nothing but a heap of ashes here." The next two men now turned out, and Mr. Welch led his visitor into the house and struck a light. "Halloo, Pearson, you must have been in a skirmish," he said, seeing that the hunter's head was bound up with a blood-stained bandage. "It was all that," Pearson said, "and worse. I went down to Gloucester and told them what I had heard, but the darned fools took it as quiet as if all King George's troops with fixed bayonets had been camped round 'em. The council got together and palavered for an hour, and concluded that there was no chance whatever of the Iroquois venturing to attack such a powerful place as Gloucester. I told them that the redskins would go over their stockade at a squirrel's jump, and that as War Eagle alone had at least 150 braves, while there warn't more than 50 able-bodied men in Gloucester and all the farms round it, things would go bad with 'em if they didn't mind. But bless you, they knew more than I did about it. Most of 'em had moved from the East and had never seen an Injun in his war paint. Gloucester had never been attacked since it was founded nigh 10 years ago, and they didn't see no reason why it should be attacked now. There was a few old frontiersmen like myself among 'em who did their best to stir 'em up, but it was no manner of good. When the council was over, we put our heads together and just went through the township a-talking to the women, and we hadn't much difficulty in getting up such a skear among 'em that before nightfall every one of 'em in the farms round made their husbands move into the stockade of the village. When the night passed off quietly, most of the men were just as savage with us as if it had been a false alarm altogether. I pointed out that it was not because War Eagle had left them alone that night that he was bound to do so the next night, or any night after. But in spite of the women, they would have started out to their farms the first thing in the morning, if a man hadn't come in with the news that the Carters' farm had been burned and the whole of the people killed and scalped. As Carter's farm lay only about 15 miles off, this gave 'em a scare, and they were as ready now to believe in the Injuns as I had tried to make 'em the night before. Then they asked us old hands to take the lead and promised to do what we told 'em. But when it came to it, their promises were not worth the breath they had spent upon 'em. There were 8 or 10 houses outside the stockade, and of course we wanted these pulled down, but they wouldn't hear of it. Howsomever, we got 'em to work to strengthen the stockades, to make loopholes in the houses near 'em, to put up barricades from house to house, and to prepare generally for a fight. We divided into 3 watches. Well, just as I expected, about 11 o'clock at night the Injuns attacked. Our watch might just as well have been asleep for any good they did, for it was not till the redskins had crept up to the stockade all round and opened fire between the timbers on 'em that they knew they were near. I'll do 'em justice to say that they fought stiff enough then, and for 4 hours they held the line of houses. Every redskin who climbed the stockade fell dead inside it. 4 fires had been lighted directly after they attacked to enable us to keep 'em from scaling the stockade, but they showed us to the enemy, of course. The redskins took possession of the houses which we had wanted to pull down, and precious hot they made it for us. Then they shot such showers of burning arrows into the village that half of the houses were soon alight. We tried to get our men to sally out and to hold the line of the stockade, when we might have beaten 'em off if all the village had been burned down. But it were no manner of good. Each man wanted to stick to his wife and family till the last. As the flames went up, every man who showed himself was shot down, and when at last more than half our number had gone under, the redskins brought up faggots, piled them against the stockade outside, and then the whole tribe came bounding over. Our rifles were emptied, for we couldn't get the men to hold their fire, but some of us chaps as knew what was coming gave the redskins a volley as they poured in. I don't know much has happened after that. Jack Robbins and Bill Shooter, who were old pals of mine, and me made up our minds what to do, and we made a rush for a small gate that there was in the stockade, just opposite where the Injuns came in. We got through safe enough, but they had left men all round. Jack Robbins, he was shot dead. Bill and I kept straight on. We had a grapple with some of the redskins. 2 or 3 of 'em went down, and Bill and I got through and had a race for it till we got fairly into the forest. Bill had a ball in the shoulder, and I had a clip across the head with a tomahawk. We had a council, and Bill went off to warn some of the other settlements, and I concluded to take to the water and paddle back to you, not knowing whether I should find that the redskins had been before me. I thought anyway that I might stop your going down to Gloucester, and that if there was a fight you would be none the worse for an extra rifle. Mr. Welch told the hunter of the visit of the 2 Indian spies 2 nights before. "Well," the hunter said, "I reckon for the present you are not likely to be disturbed. The Injuns have taken a pile of booty and something like 200 scalps, counting the women and children, and they moved off at daybreak this morning in the direction of Tottenham, which I reckon they'll attack tonight. Howsoever, Bill has gone up to warn 'em. and after the sack of Gloucester the people of Tottenham won't be caught napping, and there are 2 or 3 old frontiersmen who have settled down there, and War Eagle will get a hot reception. If he tries it. As far as his band is concerned, you're safe for some days. The only fear is that some others of the tribe, hurrying up at hearing of his success, may take this place as they go past. And now I guess I'll take a few hours' sleep. I haven't closed an eye for the last 2 nights. A week passed quietly. Pearson, after remaining 2 days, again went down the lake to gather news, and returned a day later with the intelligence that almost all the settlements had been deserted by their inhabitants. The Indians were out in great strength, and had attacked the settlers at many points along the frontier, committing frightful devastations. Still another week passed, and Mr. Welch began to hope that his little clearing had been overlooked and forgotten by the Indians. The hands now went about their work as usual, but always carried arms with them, while one was constantly stationed on the watchtower. Harold resumed his fishing, never, however, going out of sight of the house. Sometimes he took with him little Nellie Welch, it being considered that she was as safe in the canoe as she was in the house, especially as the boat was always in sight, and the way up from the landing to the house was under cover of the rifles of the defenders, so that even in case of an attack they would probably be able to make their way back. One afternoon they had been out together for 2 or 3 hours. Everything looked as quiet and peaceable as usual. The hens were in the fields near the house, a few of the cows grazing close to the gate. Harold had been successful in his fishing, and had obtained as many fish as he could carry. He stepped out from the canoe, helped Nellie to land, slung his rifle across his back, and picked up the fish, which were strung on a wire passed through their gills. He had made but a few steps when a yell arose, so loud and terrible that for a moment his heart seemed to stop beating. Then from the cornfields leaped up 100 dark figures. Then came the sharp crack of rifles, and 2 of the hands dashed down at full speed toward the house. One had fallen. The 4th man was in the watchtower. The surprise had been complete. The Indians had made their way like snakes through the long corn, whose waving had been unperceived by the sentinel, who was dozing at his post, half asleep in the heat of the sun. Harold saw in a moment that it was too late for him to regain the house. The redskins were already nearer to it than he was. "Now, Nellie, into the boat again, quick," he said. "We must keep out of the way till it's all over." Nellie was about 12 years old, and her life in the woods had given her a courage and quickness beyond her years. Without wasting a moment on cries or lamentations, she sprang back into the canoe. Harold took his place beside her, and the light craft darted rapidly out into the lake. Not until he was some 300 or 400 yards from the shore did Harold pause to look around. Then, when he felt he was out of gunshot distance, he ceased paddling. The fight was raging now round the house. From loopholes and turret the white puffs of smoke darted angrily out. The fire had not been ineffectual, for several dark forms could be seen lying around the stockade, and the bulk of the Indians, foiled in their attempt to carry the place at a rush, had taken shelter in the corn and kept up a scattering fire round the house, broken only on the side facing the lake, where there was no growing crop to afford them shelter. "They're all right now," Harold said cheerfully. "Do not be anxious, Nellie. They will beat them off. Pearson is a host in himself. I expect he must have been lying down when the attack was made. I know he was scouting round the house all night. If he had been on the watch, those fellows would never have succeeded in creeping up so close unobserved." "I wish we were inside," Nellie said, speaking for the first time. "If I were only with them, I should not mind." "I'm sure I wish we were," Harold agreed. "It is too hard being useless out here when such a splendid fight is going on. Oh, they have their eyes on us," he exclaimed as a puff of smoke burst out from some bushes near the shore, and a ball came skipping along on the surface of the water, sinking, however, before it reached them. "Those Indian muskets are no good," Harold said contemptuously, "and the trade powder the Indians get is very poor stuff, but I think that they are well within range of my rifle." The weapon which Harold carried was an English rifle of very perfect make and finish, which his father had given him on parting. "Now," he said, "you paddle the canoe a few strokes nearer the shore, Nellie. We shall still be beyond the range of that fellow. He will fire again, and I shall see exactly where he is lying." Nellie, who was efficient in the management of a canoe, took the paddle, and dipping it in the water, the boat moved slowly toward the shore. Harold sat with his rifle across his knees, looking intently over the bow of the boat toward the bush from which the shot had come. "That's near enough, Nellie," he said. The girl stopped paddling, and the hidden foe, seeing that they did not mean to come nearer the shore, again fired. Harold's rifle was in an instant against his shoulder. He sat immovable for a moment and then fired. Instantly a dark figure sprang from the bush, staggered a few steps up the slope, and then fell headlong. "That was a pretty good shot," Harold said. "Your father told me when I saw a stag's horns above a bush to fire about 2 feet behind them and 18 inches lower. I fired a foot below the flash, and I expect I hit him through the body. I had the sight at 300 yards and fired a little above it. Now, Nellie, paddle out again. See," he said, "there is a shawl waving from the top of the tower. Put your hat on the paddle and wave it." "What are you thinking of doing, Harold?" the girl asked presently. "That is just what I've been asking myself for the last 10 minutes," Harold replied. "It is quite clear that as long as the siege is kept up we cannot get back again, and there's no saying how long it may last. The first thing is, what chance is there of their pursuing us? Are there any other canoes on the lake within a short distance?" "They have one at Braithwaite's," the girl said, 4 miles off. "But look, there is Pearson's canoe lying by the shore." "So there is," Harold exclaimed. "I never thought of that. I expect the Indians have not noticed it. The bank is rather high where it is lying. They are sure to find it sooner or later. I think, Nellie, the best plan would be to paddle back again so as to be within the range of my rifle while still beyond the reach of theirs. I think I can keep them from using the boat until it's dark." "But after it is dark, Harold?" "Well, then we must paddle out into the lake so as to be well out of sight. When it gets quite dark we can paddle in again and sleep safely anywhere a mile or 2 from the house." An hour passed without change. Then Nellie said, "There is a movement in the bushes near the canoe." Presently an arm was extended and proceeded to haul the canoe toward the shore by its head rope. As it touched the bank, an Indian rose from the bushes and was about to step in, while a number of puffs of smoke burst out along the shore, and the bullets skipped over the water toward the canoe, one of them striking it with sufficient force to penetrate the thin bark a few inches above the water's edge. Harold had not moved, but as the savage stepped into the canoe he fired, and the Indian fell heavily into the water, upsetting the canoe as he did so. A yell of rage broke from his comrades. "I don't think they will try that game again as long as it is daylight," Harold said. "Paddle a little further out again, Nellie. If that bullet had hit you, it would have given you a nasty blow, though I don't think it would have penetrated. Still, we may as well avoid accidents." After another hour passed, the fire round the house ceased. "Do you think the Indians have gone away?" Nellie asked. "I'm afraid there is no chance of that," Harold said. "I expect they're going to wait till night and then try again. They're not fond of losing men, and Pearson and your father are not likely to miss anything that comes within their range as long as daylight lasts." "But after dark, Harold?" "Oh, they will try all sorts of tricks, but Pearson is up to them all. Don't you worry about them, dear." The hours passed slowly away until at last the sun sank and the darkness came on rapidly. So long as he could see the canoe, which just floated above the water's edge, Harold maintained his position. Then, taking one paddle, while Nellie handled the other, he sent the boat flying away from the shore out into the lake. For a quarter of an hour they paddled straight out. By this time the outline of the shore could be but dimly perceived. Harold doubted whether it would be possible to see the boat from shore, but in order to throw the Indians off the scent, should this be the case, he turned the boat's head to the south and paddled swiftly until it was perfectly dark. "I expect they saw us turn south," he said to Nellie. "The redskins have wonderful eyes, so if they pursue at all, they will do it in that direction. No human being, unless he borrowed the eyes of an owl, could see us now, so we will turn and paddle the other way." For 2 hours they rowed in this direction. "We can go into shore now," Harold said at last. "We must be 7 or 8 miles beyond the house." The distance to the shore was longer than they expected, for they had only the light of the stars to guide them, and neither had any experience in night traveling. They had made much further out into the lake than they had intended. At length the dark line of trees rose in front of them, and in a few minutes the canoe lay alongside the bank, and its late occupants were stretched on a soft layer of moss and fallen leaves. "What are we going to do tomorrow about eating?" Nellie asked. "There are 4 or 5 good-sized fish in the bottom of the canoe," Harold replied. "Fortunately we caught more than I could carry, and I intended to make a second trip from the house for these. I am afraid we shall not be able to cook them, for the Indians can see smoke any distance. If the worst comes to the worst, we must eat them raw. But we're sure to find some berries in the wood tomorrow. Now, dear, you had better go to sleep as fast as you can. But first, let us kneel down and pray God to protect us, and your father and mother." The boy and girl knelt in the darkness and said their simple prayers. Then they lay down, and Harold was pleased to hear in a few minutes the steady breathing which told him that his cousin was asleep. It was a long time before he followed her example. During the day he had kept up a brave front, and had endeavored to make the best of their position. But now that he was alone, he felt the full weight of the responsibility of guiding his companion through the extreme danger which threatened them both. He felt sure that the Indians would prolong the siege for some time, as they would be sure that no reinforcements could possibly arrive in aid of the garrison. Moreover, he by no means felt so sure as he had pretended to his companion of the power of the defenders of the house to maintain a successful resistance to so large a number of their savage foes. In the daylight, he felt certain they could beat them off, but darkness neutralizes the effect both of superior arms and better marksmanship. It was nearly midnight before he lay down with the determination to sleep, but scarcely had he done so when he was aroused by an outburst of distant firing. Although 6 or 7 miles from the scene of the encounter, the sound of each discharge came distinct to the ear along the smooth surface of the lake, and he could even hear, mingled with the musketry fire, the faint yells of the Indians. For hours, it seemed to him, as he sat listening to the distant contest, and then he unconsciously to himself dozed off to sleep, and awoke with a start to find Nellie sitting up beside him and the sun streaming down through the boughs. He started to his feet. "Bless me!" he exclaimed. "I did not know that I had been asleep. It seems but an instant ago that I was listening—" And here he checked himself. "That is, that I was wide awake, and here we are in broad daylight." Harold's first care was to examine the position of the canoe, and he found that fortunately it had touched the shore at a spot where the boughs of the trees overhead drooped into the water beyond it, so that it could not be seen by anyone passing along the lake. This was the more fortunate as he saw some 3 miles away a canoe with 3 figures on board. For a long distance on either side the boughs of the trees drooped into the water, with only an opening here and there, such as that through which the boat had passed the night before. "We must be moving, Nellie. Here are the marks where we scrambled up the bank last night. If the Indians take it into their heads to search the shore both ways, as likely enough they may do, they will be sure to see them. In the first place, let us gather a stock of berries, and then we will get into the boat again and paddle along under this arcade of boughs till we get to some place where we can land without leaving marks of our feet. If the Indians find the place where we landed here, they will suppose that we went off again before daylight." For some time they rambled in the woods, and succeeded in gathering a store of berries and wild fruit. Upon these Nellie made her breakfast, but Harold's appetite was sufficiently ravenous to enable him to fall to upon the fish, which he declared were not so bad after all. Then they took their places in the canoe again and paddled on for nearly a mile. "See, Harold!" Nellie exclaimed as she got a glimpse through the boughs into the lake. "There is another canoe. They must have got the Braithwaite boat. We passed their place coming here, you know. I wonder what has happened there." "What do you think is best to do, Nellie?" Harold asked. "Your opinion is just as good as mine about it. Shall we leave our canoe behind, land, and take to the woods? Or shall we stop quietly in the canoe and shelter here? Or shall we take to the lake and trust to our speed to get away? In which case, you know, if they should come up, I could pick them off with my gun before they got within reach." "I don't think that would do," the girl said, shaking her head. You shoot very well, but it is not an easy thing to hit a moving object if you are not accustomed to it, and they paddle so fast that if you miss them once, they would be close alongside. At any rate, we should be within reach of their guns before you could load again. They would be sure to catch us, for although we might paddle nearly as fast for a time, they would certainly tire us out. Then, as to waiting here in the canoe, if they came along on foot looking for us, we should be in their power. It is dreadful to think of taking to the woods with Indians all about, but I really think that would be our safest plan. I think so too, Nellie, if we can manage to do it without leaving a track. We must not go much further, for the trees are getting thinner ahead, and we should be seen by the canoes. 50 yards further, Harold stopped paddling. Here's just the place, Nellie. At this point, a little stream of 3 or 4 feet wide emerged into the lake. Harold directed the boat's head toward it. The water in the stream was but a few inches deep. Now, Nellie, he said, we must step out into the water and walk up it as far as we can go. It will puzzle even the sharpest redskin to find our track then. They stepped into the water, Harold taking the head rope of the canoe and towing the light boat, which when empty did not draw more than 2 inches of water behind him. He directed Nellie to be most careful as she walked, not to touch any of the bushes, which at times nearly met across the stream. A broken twig or withered leaf would be quite enough to tell the Indians that we came along this way, he said. Where the bushes are thick, you must manage to crawl under them. Never mind about getting wet. You will soon dry again. Slowly and cautiously they made their way up the stream for nearly a mile. It had for some distance been narrowing rapidly, being only fed by little rills from the surrounding swampland. Harold had so far looked in vain for some spot where they could land without leaving marks of their feet. Presently they came to a place where a great tree had fallen across the stream. "This will do, Nellie," Harold said. "Now, above all things, you must be careful not to break off any of the moss or bark. You had better take your shoes off. Then I will lift you onto the trunk, and you can walk along it without leaving a mark." It was hard work for Nellie to take off her drenched boots, but she managed at last. Harold lifted her onto the trunk and said, "Walk along as far as you can and get down as lightly as possible onto a firm piece of ground. It rises rapidly here, and I expect a dry soil it is where the upper end of the tree lies. How are you going to get out, Harold?" "I can swing myself up by that projecting root." Before proceeding to do so, Harold raised one end of the canoe and placed it on the trunk of the tree. Then, having previously taken off his shoes, he swung himself onto the trunk. Hauling up the light bark canoe and taking special pains that it did not grate upon the trunk, he placed it on his head and followed Nellie along the tree. He found, as he had expected, that the ground upon which the upper end lay was firm and dry. He stepped down with great care, and was pleased to see as he walked forward that no trace of a footmark was left. "Be careful, Nellie," he exclaimed when he joined her, "not to tread on a stick or disturb a fallen leaf with your foot, and above all to avoid breaking the smallest twig as you pass. Choose the most open ground, as that is the hardest." In about 100 yards they came upon a large clump of bushes. "Now, Nellie, raise those lower boughs as gently and as carefully as you can. I will push the canoe under. I don't think the sharpest Indian will be able to take up our track now." Very carefully the canoe was stowed away, and when the bows were allowed to fall in their natural position, it was completely hidden from sight to every passer-by. Harold took up the fish. Nellie had filled her apron with her berries, and carrying their shoes, for they agreed that it would be safer not to put them on, they started on their journey through the deep forest. End Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. The Redskin Attack. Mr. Welch was with the men 200 or 300 yards away from the house when the Indians suddenly sprang out and opened fire. One of the men fell beside him. The farmer stooped to lift him, but saw that he was shot through the head. Then he ran with full speed toward the house, shouting to the hands to make straight for the gate, disregarding the cattle. Several of these, however, alarmed at the sudden outburst of fire and the yells of the Indians, made of their own accord for the stables as their master rushed up at full speed. The Indians were but 50 or 60 yards behind when Mr. Welch reached his gate. They had all emptied their pieces, and after the first volley, no shots had been fired, save one by the watchman on the lookout. Then came the crack of Pearson's rifle, just as Mr. Welch shut the gate and laid the bar in its place. Several spare guns had been placed in the upper chambers, and 3 reports rang out together, for Mrs. Welch had run upstairs at the first alarm to take her part in the defense. In another minute the whole party, now 6 in all, were gathered in the upper room. "Where are Nellie and Harold?" Mr. Welch exclaimed. "I saw the canoe close to the shore just before the Indians opened fire," the watchman answered. "You must have been asleep," Pearson said savagely. "Where were your eyes to let them redskins crawl up through the corn without seeing 'em? With such a crowd of 'em, the corn must have been a-waving as if it was blowing a gale. You ought to have a bullet in your ugly cartridge instead of its being in your mate's out there." While this conversation was going on, no one had been idle. Each took up his station at a loophole, and several shots were fired whenever the movement of a blade of corn showed the lurking place of an Indian. The instant the gate had been closed, War Eagle had called his men back to shelter, for he saw that all chance of a surprise was now over, and it was contrary to all redskin strategy to remain for one moment unnecessarily exposed to the rifles of the whites. The farmer and his wife had rushed at once up into the lookout as the Indians drew off, and, to their joy, saw the canoe darting away from the shore. "They are safe for the present, thank God," Mr. Welch said. "It is providential indeed that they had not come a little farther from the shore when the redskins broke out. Nothing could have saved them had they fairly started for the house." "What will they do, William?" asked his wife anxiously. "I cannot tell you, my dear. I do not know what I should do myself under the circumstances. However, the boy has got a cool head on his shoulders, and you need not be anxious for the present. Now, let us join the others. Our first duty is to take our share in the defense of the house. The young ones are in the hands of God. We can do nothing for them." "Well?" Pearson asked, looking around from his loophole as the farmer and his wife descended into the room, which was a low garret extending over the whole of the house. "Did you see the canoe?" "Yes, it has got safely away," William Welch said, "but what the lad will do now is more than I can say." Pearson placed his rifle against the wall. "Now keep your eyes skinned," he said to the 3 farm hands. "One of you's done mischief enough this morning already, and you'll get your har raised as sure as you're born unless you look out sharp. Now," he went on, turning to the Welches, "let us go down and talk this matter over. The Injuns may keep on firing, but I don't think they'll show in the open again as long as it's light enough for us to draw bead on 'em. Yes," he went on, as he looked through a loophole in the lower story over the lake, "there they are, just out of range. What do you think they will do?" The hunter was silent for a minute. "It ain't an easy thing to say what they ought to do. much less what they will do. It ain't a good outlook anyway, and I don't know what I should do myself. The whole of the woods on this side of the lake are full of the darn red critters. There's 100 eyes on that canoe now, and go where they will, they'll be watched. But why should they not cross the lake and land on the other side? Mr. Welch said. If you and I were in that canoe, the hunter answered, that's about what we should do, but not to say that it's a long row for 'em. They two young'uns would never get across. The Injuns would have them before they had been gone an hour. There's my canoe lying under the bushes. She'd carry 4, and would go 3 feet to there, too. I had forgotten about that, William Welch said, and then added after a pause, the Indians may not find it. You needn't hope that, the hunter answered. They have found it long before this. I don't want to put you out of heart, but I tell ye, you'll see 'em on the water before many minutes have passed. Then they are lost, Mrs. Welch said, sinking down in her chair and bursting into tears. They are in God's hands, ma'am, the hunter said, and it's no use trying to deceive you. Would it be of any use, William Welch asked after a pause, for me to offer the redskins that my wife and I will go out and put ourselves in their hands if they will let the canoe go off without pursuit? Not it, the hunter replied decidedly. You would be throwing away your own lives without saving theirs, not to mention, although that doesn't matter a straw, the lives of the rest of us here. It will be as much as we can do when they attack us in earnest to hold this place with 6 guns, and with only 4 the chance would be worth nothing. But that's neither here nor there. You wouldn't save the young'uns if you gave yourselves up. You can't trust the word of an Injun on the warpath, and if they went so far as not to kill 'em, they would carry 'em off. And after all, I ain't sure as death ain't better for 'em than to be brought up as Injuns. There, he said, stopping suddenly as a report of a musket sounded at some little distance off. The Injuns are trying their range against 'em. Let's go up to the lookout. The little tower had a thick parapet of logs some 3 feet high, and crouching behind this they watched the canoe. He's coming nearer in shore, and the girl has got the paddle, Person muttered. What's he doing now? A puff of smoke was seen to rise near the border of the lake. Then came the sharp crack of Harold's rifle. They saw an Indian spring from the bushes and fall dead. Well done, young'un, Person exclaimed. I told yer he's got his head screwed on right way. He's keeping just out of range of their guns, and that piece of his can carry twice as far as theirs. I reckon he's thought of the canoe and means to keep 'em from using it. I begins to think, Mr. Welch, that there's a chance for 'em yet. Now let's talk a little to the red devils in the corn. For some little time Person and William Welch turned their attention to the Indians, while the mother sat with her eyes fixed upon the canoe. He's coming closer again, she exclaimed presently. He's watching the canoe, sure enough, Person said. Then came the volley along the bushes on the shore, and they saw an Indian rise to his feet. That's just where she lies, Person exclaimed. He's getting into it. There, well done, young'un. The sudden disappearance of the Indian and the vengeful yell of the hidden foe told of the failure of the attempt. I think they're safe now till nightfall. The Injuns won't care about putting themselves within range of that 'ere rifle again. Gradually the fire of the Indians ceased, and the defenders were able to leave the loopholes. 2 of the men went down and fastened up the cattle, which were still standing loose in the yard, inside the stockade. The other set to prepare a meal, for Mrs. Welch could not take her eyes off the canoe. The afternoon seemed of interminable length. Not a shot was fired. The men, after taking their dinner, were occupied in bringing some great tubs on the upper story and filling them to the brim with water from the well. This story projected 2 feet beyond the one below it, having been built in order that, in case of attack, the defenders might be able to fire down upon any foe who might cross the stockade and attack the house itself. The floorboards over the projecting portion were all removable. The men brought a quantity of the newly cut corn to the top of the house, first drenching it with water. The sun sank, and as dusk was coming on, the anxious watchers saw the canoe paddle out far into the lake. "An old frontiersman couldn't do better," Pearson explained. "He's kept them out of the canoes as long as daylight lasted. Now he is determined to paddle away, and is making down the lake," he went on presently. "It's a pity he turned so soon, as they can see the course he's taken." They watched until it was completely dark, but before the light quite faded, they saw another canoe put out from shore and start in the direction taken by the fugitives. "Will they catch them, do you think?" Mrs. Welch asked. "No, ma'am," Pearson said confidently. "The boy's got sense enough to have changed his course after it gets dark, though whether he'll make for shore or go out toward the other side is more than I can say. You see, they'll know that the Injuns are all along this side of the lake. But then, on the other hand, they'll be anxious about us, and'll want to keep close at hand. Besides, the lad knows nothing of the other side. There may be Injuns there, for aught he knows, and it's a skeery thing for a young'un to take to the forest, especially with a gal in his charge. There ain't no saying what he'll do. And now we've got to look after ourselves. Don't let us think about 'em at present. The best thing as we can do for them, as well as for ourselves, is to hold this here place. If they live, they'll come back to it sooner or later, and it'll be better for 'em to find it standing and you here to welcome 'em than to get back to a heap of ruins and some dead bodies." "When will the redskins attack, do you think?" the farmer asked. "We may expect them any time now," the hunter answered. "The Injuns' time of attack is generally just before dawn, but they know well enough they ain't likely to catch us asleep any time, and as they know exactly what they have got to do, they'll gain nothing by waiting. I wish we had a moon. If we had, we might keep 'em out of the stockade. But there, it's just as well it's dark after all, for if the moon was up, the young ones would have no chance of getting away." The garrison now all took their places at the loopholes, having first carried the wet fodder to the roof and spread it over the shingles. There was nothing to do now but wait. The night was so dark that they could not see the outline of the stockade. Presently a little spark shot through the air, followed by a score of others. Mr. Welch had taken his post on the tower, and he saw the arrows whizzing through the air, many of them falling on the roof. The dry grass, dipped in resin, which was tied around the arrowheads, was instantly extinguished as the arrows fell upon the wet corn, and a yell arose from the Indians. The farmer descended and told the others of the failure of the Indians' first attempt. "That 'ere dodge is a first-rate," Pearson said. "We're safe from fire, and that's the only thing we've got to be afeared on. You'll see 'em up here in a few minutes." Everything was perfectly quiet. Once or twice the watchers thought that they could hear faint sounds, but could not distinguish their direction. After half an hour's anxious waiting, a terrible yell was heard from below, and at the doors and windows of the lower rooms came the crashing blows of tomahawks. The boards had already been removed from the flooring above, and the defenders opened a steady fire into the dark mass that they could faintly make out clustered around the windows and doors. At Pearson's suggestions, the bullets had been removed from the guns, and heavy charges of buckshot had been substituted for them, and yells of pain and surprise arose as they fired. A few shots were fired from below, but a second discard from the spare guns completed the effect from the first volley. The dark mass broke up, and in a few seconds all was quiet as before. 2 hours passed, and then slight sounds were heard. "They've got the gate open, I expect," Pearson said. "Fire occasionally at that. If we don't hit 'em, the flashes may show us what they're doing." It was just as he had expected. The first discharge was followed by a cry, and by the momentary light they saw a number of dark figures pouring in through the gate. Seeing the concealment was no longer possible, the Indians opened a heavy fire around the house. Then came a crashing sound near the door. "Just as I thought," Pearson said. "They're going to try to burn us out." For some time the noise continued, as bundle after bundle of dried wood was thrown down by the door. The garrison were silent, for, as Pearson said, they could see nothing, and a stray bullet might enter at the loopholes if they placed themselves there, and the flashes of the guns would serve as marks for the Indians. Presently 2 or 3 faint lights were seen approaching. "Now," Person said, "pick 'em off as they come up. You and I'll take the first man, Welch. You fire just to the right of the light. I will fire to the left. He may be carrying the brand in either hand." They fired together, and the brand was seen to drop to the ground. The same thing happened as the other two sparks of light approached. Then it was again quiet. Now a score of little lights flashed through the air. "They're going to light the pile with their flaming arrows," Person said. "War Eagle is a good leader." 3 or 4 of the arrows fell on the pile of dry wood. A moment later the flames crept up, and the smoke of burning wood rolled up into the room above. A yell of triumph burst from the Indians, but this changed into one of wrath as those above emptied the contents of one of the great tubs of water onto the pile of wood below them. The flames were instantly extinguished. "What will they do next?" Mrs. Welch asked. "It's like enough," Pearson replied, "that they'll give the job up altogether. They've got plenty of plunder and scalps at the settlements, and their attacking us here in such force looks as if the whole of them were on their way back to their villages. If they could have took our scalps easy they would have done it, but War Eagle ain't likely to risk losing a lot of men when he ain't sartain of winning after all. He has done good work as it is, and has quite enough to boast about when he gets back. If he were to lose a heap of his braves here, it would spoil the success of his expedition. No, I think he will give it up now." "He will be all the more anxious to catch the children," Mrs. Welch said despondently. "It can't be denied, ma'am, as he will do his best that way," Person answered. "It all depends, though, on the boy. I wish I was with him in that canoe. Howsomever, I can't help thinking as he will circumvent 'em somehow." The night passed without any further attack. By turns half the garrison watched while the other lay down, but there was little sleep taken by any. With the first gleam of daylight, Mrs. Welch and her husband were on the lookout. "There's 2 canoes out on the lake," Person said. "They're paddling quietly. Which is which, I can't say." As the light became brighter, Person pronounced positively that there were 3 men in one canoe and 4 in the other. "I think they're all Injuns," he said. "They must have got another canoe somewhere along the lake." "Well, they've not caught the young'uns yet." "The boats are closing up to each other," Mrs. Welch said. "They're going to have a talk, I reckon. Yes, one of 'em is turning and going down the lake while the other's going up. I'd give a heap to know where the young'uns have got to." The day passed quietly. An occasional shot toward the house showed that the Indians remained in the vicinity, and indeed dark forms could be seen moving about in the distant parts of the clearing. "Will it be possible," the farmer asked Person, when night again fell, "to go out and see if we can discover any traces of them?" "Worse than no use," Person said positively. "We should just lose our hair without doing no good whatever. If the Injuns in these woods, and I reckon altogether there's a good many hundred of 'em, can't find 'em, you may swear that we can't. That's just what they're hoping, that we'll be fool enough to put ourselves outside the stockade. They'll lie close round all night, and a weasel wouldn't creep through 'em. If I thought it was just a shadow of a chance of finding them young'uns, I'd risk it, but there's no chance, not a bit of it." A vigilant watch was again kept all night, but all was still and quiet. The next morning the Indians were still around them. "Don't ye fret, man," Person said, as he saw how pale and wan Mrs. Welch looked in the morning light. "You may bet your last shilling that they've not caught 'em." "Why are you so sure?" Mrs. Welch said. "They may be dead by this time." "Not they, ma'am. I'm as certain as they're living and free as I am that I'm standing here. If they had caught 'em, they'd just have brought 'em here and would have fixed up 2 posts just out of rifle range, and would have tied them there and offered you the choice of giving up this place and your scalps, or of seeing them tortured and burned under your eyes. That's their way. No, they ain't caught 'em alive, nor they ain't caught 'em dead, neither, for if they had they'd have brought their scalps to have shown you. No, they've got away, though it beats me to say how. I've only got one fear, and that is that they might come back before the Injuns have gone. Now I tell you what we had better do. We better keep up a dropping fire all night and all day tomorrow, and so on until the redskins have gone. If the young'uns come back across the lake at night and all is quiet, they'll think the Injuns have taken themselves off. But if they hear firing still going on, they'll know well enough that they're still around the house." William Welch at once agreed to this plan, and every quarter of an hour or so, all through the night, a few shots were fired. The next morning no Indians could be seen, and there was a cessation of the dropping shots which had before been kept up at the house. "They may be in hiding," Person said in the afternoon, "trying to tempt us out. But I'm more inclined to think as how they've gone. I don't see a blade of that corn move. I've had my eyes fixed on it for the last 2 hours. It are possible, of course, that they're there, but I reckon not. I expect they've been waiting ever since they gave up the attack in hopes that the young'uns would come back. But now as they see that we're keeping up a fire to tell them that they're still around us, they've given it up and gone. When it gets dark tonight, I'll go out and scout round." At 10 o'clock at night, Person dropped lightly from the stockade on the side opposite to the gate, as he knew that if the Indians were there, this would be the point that they would be watching. Then, crawling upon his stomach, he made his way slowly down to the lake. Entering the water and stooping low, he waded along the edge of the bushes for a distance of a mile. Then he left the water and struck into the forest. Every few minutes he could hear the discharge of the rifles at the house, but as before, no answering shots were heard. Treading very cautiously, he made a wide detour and then came down again on the clearing at the farthest end from the lake, where the Indians had been last seen moving about. All was still. Keeping among the trees and moving with great caution, he made his way for a considerable distance along the edge of the clearing. Then he dropped on his hands and knees and entered the cornfield, and for 2 hours he crawled about, quartering the ground like a dog in search of game. Everywhere he found lines where the Indians had crawled along to the edge nearest to the house, but nowhere did he discover a sign of life. Then, still taking great care, he moved down toward the house and made a circuit of it a short distance outside the stockade. Then he rose to his feet. "You may stop your shooting," he shouted. "The pesky rascals are gone." Then he walked openly up to the gate. It was opened at once by William Welch. "Are you sure they have gone?" he asked. "Sure as gospel," he answered, "and they've been gone 24 hours at least." "How do you know that?" "Easy enough. I found several of their cooking places in the woods. The brands were out, and even under the ashes the ground was cold, so they must have been out for a long time. I could have walked straight on to the house then, but I thought it safer to make quite sure by searching everywhere, for they might have moved deeper into the forest and left a few men on guard here in case the young'uns should come back. But it ain't so. They've gone, and there ain't a living soul anywhere nigh the clearing. The young'uns can come back now if they will, safely enough." Before doing anything else, the farmer assembled the party together in the living room, and there solemnly offered up thanks to God for their deliverance from danger, and implored his protection for the absent ones. When this was over, he said to his wife, "Now, Jane, you had better go lie down and get a few hours of sleep. It's already 2 o'clock, and there is no chance whatever of their returning tonight. But I shall go down to the lake and wait till morning. Place candles in 2 of the upper windows. Should they be out on the lake, they will see them and know that the Indians have not taken the house." Morning came without any sign of the absent ones. At daybreak, Person went out to scout in the woods and returned late in the afternoon with the news that the Indians had all departed, and that, for a distance of 10 miles at least, the woods were entirely free. When it became dark, the farmer again went down to the lake and watched until 2, when Person took his place. Mr. Welch was turning to go back to the house when Person placed his hand on his shoulder. "Listen," he said, and for a minute the men stood immovable. "What was it?" "I thought I heard the stroke of a paddle," Person said. "It might have been the jump of a fish. There it is again." He lay down and put his ear close to the water. "There's a canoe in the lake to the northward. I can hear the strokes of the paddle plainly." Mr. Welch could hear nothing. Some minutes passed, and Person exclaimed, "There! I saw a break in the water over there. There it is," he said, straining his eyes in the darkness. "There's a canoe, sure enough, although they have ceased paddling. It's not a mile away." Then he rose to his feet and shouted, "Hello!" at the top of his voice. An answering shout faintly came back across the water. He again hailed loudly, and this time the answer came in a female voice. "It's them, sure enough. I can swear to Nellie's voice." William Welch uncovered his head and, putting his hand before his face, returned fervent thanks to God for the recovery of his child. Then he dashed off at full speed toward the house. Before he reached it, however, he met his wife running down to meet him, the shouts having informed her that something was seen. Hand in hand they ran down to the water's edge. The canoe was now swiftly approaching. The mother screamed, "Nellie, is that you?" "Mama, Mama," came back the girl's clear tones. With a low cry of gladness, Mrs. Welch fell senseless to the ground. The strain which she had for 4 days endured had been terrible, and even the assurances of persons had failed to awaken any strong feeling of hope in her heart. She had kept up bravely and had gone about her work in the house with a pale, set face, but the unexpected relief was too much for her. 2 minutes later the bow of the canoe grated on the shore, and Nellie leaped into her father's arms. "Where is Mamma?" she exclaimed. "She is here, my dear, but she has fainted. The joy of your return has been too much for her." Nellie knelt beside her mother and raised her head, and the farmer grasped Harold's hand. "My brave boy," he said, "I have to thank you for saving my child's life. God bless you." He dipped his hat in the lake and sprinkled water in his wife's face. She soon recovered, and a few minutes afterwards the happy party walked to the house, Mrs. Welch being assisted by her husband in person. The 2 young ones were soon seated at a table, ravenously devouring food, and when their hunger was satisfied they related the story of their adventures, the whole of the garrison being gathered round to listen. After relating what had taken place up to the time of their hiding the canoe, Harold went on. "We walked about a quarter of a mile until we came to a large clump of underwood. We crept in there, taking great pains not to break a twig or disturb a leaf. The ground was, fortunately, very dry, and I could see that our footprints had not left the smallest marks. There we have lain hid ever since. We had the fish and the berries, and fortunately the fruit was ripe and juicy and quenched our thirst well enough, and we could sometimes hear the firing by day and always at night. On the day we took refuge we heard the voices of the Indians down toward the lake quite plainly, but we have heard nothing of them since. Last night we heard the firing up to the middle of the night, and then it suddenly stopped. Today I crept out and went down to the lake to listen, but it seemed that everything was still. Nellie was in a terrible way and was afraid that the house had been taken by the Indians, but I told her that could not be, for that there would certainly have been a tremendous lot of firing at last, whereas it stopped after a few shots, just as it had been going on so long. Our provisions were all gone, and Nellie was getting very bad for want of water. I, of course, got a drink at the lake this morning. So we agreed that, if everything was still again tonight, we would go back to the place where we had hidden the canoe, launch it, and paddle here. Everything was quiet, so we came along as we had arranged. When I saw the lights in the windows, I made sure all was right. Still, it was a great relief when I heard the shout from the shore. I knew, of course, that it wasn't a redskin's shout. Besides, Indians would have kept quiet till we came alongside. Very hearty commendations were bestowed upon the boy for his courage and thoughtfulness. "You behaved like an old frontiersman," persons said. "I couldn't have done better myself. You only made one blunder from the time you set out from shore." "What was that?" Harold asked. "You were wrong to pick the berries. The redskins, of course, would find you where you had landed. They'd see the marks where you lay down, and would know that you had paddled away again. Had it not been for their seeing the tracks you made in picking the berries, they might have supposed that you had started before daybreak and gone out of sight across the lake. But them marks would have showed 'em that you did not take a canoe until long after the sun was up, and therefore you couldn't have made across the lake without their seeing you, but must either have landed or be in your canoe under the shelter of the trees somewhere along the shore. It's a marvel to me that they didn't find your traces, however careful you were to conceal them. But that's the only error you made, and I tell you, young'un, you have a right to be proud of having outwitted the whole tribe of redskins. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. The Fight at Lexington. Harold remained for 4 months longer with his cousin. The Indians had made several attacks upon settlements at other points of the frontier, but they had not repeated their incursion in the neighborhood of the lake. The farming operations had gone on regularly, but the men always worked with their rifles ready to their hand. Pearson had predicted the Indians were not likely to return to that neighborhood. Mr. Welch's farm was the only one along the lake that had escaped, and the loss the Indians had sustained in attacking it had been so heavy that they were not likely to make an expedition in that quarter, where the chances of booty were so small and the certainty of a desperate resistance so great. Other matters occurred which rendered the renewal of the attack improbable. The news was brought by a wandering hunter that a quarrel had arisen between the Shawnees and the Iroquois, and that the latter had recalled their braves from the frontier to defend their own villages in case of hostilities breaking out between them and the rival tribe. There was no occasion for Harold to wait for news from home, for his father had, before starting, definitely fixed a day for his return, and when that time approached, Harold started on his eastward journey in order to be at home at about the date of their arrival. Pearson took him in his canoe to the end of the lake and accompanied him to the settlement, whence he was able to obtain a conveyance to Detroit. Here he took a passage in a trading boat and made his way by water to Montreal, thence down through Lake Champlain and the Hudson River to New York, and thence to Boston. The journey had occupied him longer than he expected, and Mr. and Mrs. Wilson were already in their home at Concord when he arrived. The meeting was a joyful one. His parents had, upon their return home, found letters from Mr. Welch and his wife describing the events which had happened at the farm, and speaking in the highest terms of the courage and coolness in danger which Harold had displayed, and giving him full credit for the saving of their daughter's life. Upon the day after Harold's return, 2 gentlemen called upon Captain Wilson and asked him to sign the agreement which a number of colonists had entered into to resist the mother country to the last. This Captain Wilson positively refused to do. "I am an Englishman," he said, "and my sympathies are wholly with my country. I do not say that the whole of the demands of England are justifiable. I think the Parliament has been deceived as to the spirit existing here. But I consider that it has done nothing whatever to justify the attitude of the colonists. The soldiers of England have fought for you against French and Indians, and are still stationed here to protect you. The colonists pay nothing for their land. They pay nothing towards the expenses of the government of the mother country, and it appears to me to be perfectly just that people here, free as they are from all the burdens that bear so heavily on those at home, should at least bear the expense of the army stationed here. I grant that it would have been far better had the colonists taxed themselves to pay the extra amount instead of the mother country taxing them, but this they would not do. Some of the colonists paid their quota, others refused to do so, and this being the case, it appears to me that England is perfectly justified in laying on a tax. Nothing could have been fairer than the tax she proposed. The stamp tax would in no way have affected the poorer classes in the colonies. It would have been borne only by the rich and by those engaged in such business transactions as required stamped documents. I regard the present rebellion as the work of a clique of ambitious men who have stirred up the people by incendiary addresses and writings. There are, of course, among them a large number of men, among them, gentlemen, I place you, who conscientiously believe that they are justified in doing nothing whatever for the land which gave them or their ancestors birth, who would enjoy all the great natural wealth of this vast country without contributing toward the expense of the troops to whom it is due that they enjoy peace and tranquility. Such, gentlemen, are not my sentiments. You consider it a gross hardship that the colonists are compelled to trade only with the mother country. I grant that it would be more profitable and better for us had we an open trade with the whole world. But in this England only acts as do all the other countries toward their colonies. France, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands all monopolize the trade of their colonies. All, far more than does England, regard their colonies as sources of revenue. I repeat, I do not think that the course that England has pursued toward us has always been wise, but I am sure that nothing that she has done justifies the spirit of disaffection and rebellion which is ripe throughout these colonies. "The time will come, sir," one of the gentlemen said, "when you will have reason to regret the line which you have now taken." "No, sir," Captain Wilson said haughtily. "The time may come when the line that I have taken may cost me my fortune and even my life. But it will never cause me one moment's regret that I have chosen the part of a loyal English gentleman." When the deputation had departed, Harold, who had been a wondering listener to the conversation, asked his father to explain to him the exact position in which matters stood. It was indeed a serious one. The success of England in her struggle with France for the supremacy of North America had cost her a great deal of money. At home, the burdens of the people were extremely heavy. The expense of the army and navy was great, and the ministry, in striving to lighten the burdens of the people, turned their eyes to the colonies. They saw in America a population of over 2 million people, subjects of the king like themselves, living free from rent and taxes on their own land, and paying nothing whatever to the expenses of the country. They were, it is true, forced to trade with England, but this obligation was set wholly at naught. A gigantic system of smuggling was carried on. The custom-house officials had no force at their disposal which would have enabled them to check these operations, and the law enforcing trade with England was virtually a dead letter. Their first step was to strengthen the naval force on the American coast, and by additional vigilance to put some sort of check on the wholesale smuggling which prevailed. This step caused extreme discontent among the trading classes of America, and these set to work vigorously to stir up a strong feeling of disaffection against England. The revenue officers were prevented, sometimes by force, from carrying out their duty. After great consideration, the English government came to the conclusion that a revenue sufficient to pay a considerable proportion of the cost of the army in America might be raised by means of a stamp tax imposed on all legal documents, receipts, agreements, and licenses, a tax, in fact, resembling that on stamps now in use in England. The colonists were furious at the imposition of this tax. A Congress composed of deputies from each state met and was unanimously resolved that the stamp tax should not be paid. Meetings were everywhere held at which the strongest and most treasonable language was uttered, and such violent threats were used against the persons employed as stamp collectors that these, in fear of their lives, resigned their posts. The stamp tax remained uncollected, and was treated by the colonists as if it were not in existence. The whole of the states now began to prepare for war. The Congress made permanent, the militia drilled and prepared for fighting, and everywhere the position grew more and more strained. Massachusetts was the headquarters of the disaffection, where a total break with the mother country was openly spoken of. At times the more moderate spirits attempted to bring about a reconciliation between the two parties. Petitions were sent to the Houses of Parliament, and even at this time, had any spirit of wisdom prevailed, Petitions were sent to the Houses of Parliament, and even at this time, had any spirit of wisdom prevailed in England, the final consequences might have been prevented. Unfortunately, the majority in Parliament were unable to recognize that the colonists had any rights upon their side. Taxation was so heavy at home that men felt indignant that they should be called upon to pay for keeping up of the army in America, to which the untaxed colonists, with their free farms and houses, should contribute nothing. The plea of the colonists that they were taxed by a chamber in which they were unrepresented was answered by the statement that such was also the case in Manchester, Leeds, and many other large towns which were unrepresented in Parliament. In England, neither the spirit nor the strength of the colonists was understood. Men could not bring themselves to believe that these would fight rather than submit, still less that if they did fight it would be successfully. They ignored the fact that the population of the States was one-fourth as large as that of England, that by far the greater proportion of that population were men trained either in border warfare or in the chase, to use the use of rifle, that the enormous extent of country offered almost insuperable obstacles to the most able army composed of regular troops, and that the vast forests and thinly populated country were all in favor of a population fighting as guerrillas against trained troops. Had they perceived these things, the English people would have hesitated before embarking upon such a struggle, even if convinced, as assuredly the vast majority were convinced, of the fairness of their demands. It is true that even had England at this point abandoned altogether her determination to raise taxes in America, the result would probably have been the same. The spirit of disaffection in the colony had gone so far that a retreat would have been considered as a confession of weakness, and separation of the colonists from the mother country would have happened ere many years had elapsed. As it was, Parliament agreed to let the stamp tax drop, and in its place established some import duties on goods entering the American ports. The colonists, however, were determined that they would submit to no taxation whatever. The English government, in its desire for peace, abandoned all the duties with the exception of that on tea, but even this concession was not sufficient to satisfy the colonists. These entered into a bond to use no English goods. A riot took place in Boston, and the revenue officers were forced to withdraw from their posts. Troops were dispatched from England, and the House of Commons declared Massachusetts to be in the state of rebellion. It must not be supposed that the colonists were by any means unanimous in their resistance to England. There were throughout the country a large number of gentlemen, like Captain Wilson, wholly opposed to the general feeling. New York refused to send members to the Congress, and in many other provinces the adhesion given to the disaffected movement was but lukewarm. It was in New England provinces that the spirit of rebellion was the hottest. These states had been peopled for the most part by Puritans, men who had left England voluntarily, exiling themselves rather than submit to the laws and religion of the country, and among them, as among a portion of the Irish population of America at the present time, the feeling of hatred against the government of England was, in a way, hereditary. So far, but few acts of violence had taken place. Nothing could be more virulent than the language of the newspapers of both parties against their opponents. But beyond a few isolated tumults, the peace had not been broken. It was the lull before the storm. The great majority of the New England colonists were bent upon obtaining nothing short of absolute independence. The Loyalists and the English were as determined to put down any revolt. The Congress drilled, armed, and organized. The English brought over fresh troops and prepared for the struggle. It was December when Harold returned home to his parents, and for the next 3 months the lull before the storm continued. The disaffected of Massachusetts had collected a large quantity of military stores at Concord. These General Gage, who commanded the troops at Boston, determined to seize and destroy, seeing that they could be collected only for use against the government. And on the night of April 19th, the Grenadier and Light Infantry companies of the various regiments, 800 strong, under command of Lieutenant Colonel Smith of the 10th Regiment and Major Pitcairn of the Marines, embarked on boats and were conveyed up Charles River as far as a place called Fitt's Farm. There they landed at midnight, having a day's provision in their haversacks, and started on their march to Concord, 20 miles distant from Boston. The design had been discovered by some of the Revolutionary party in the town, and 2 of their number were dispatched on horseback to rouse the whole country on the way to Concord, where the news arrived at 2 o'clock in the morning. Captain Wilson and his household were startled from sleep by the sudden ringing of the alarm bells, and a negro servant, Pompey, who had been for many years in their service, was sent down into the town, which lay a quarter of a mile from the house, to find out what was the news. He returned in half an hour. "Me think all the people have gone mad, massa. They swarming out of their houses and filling the streets, all with the guns on their shoulders, all the while shouting and hallooing, 'Down with the English! Down with the redcoats! They shan't have our guns! They shan't take our cannon and the powder! There were old Massa Bill Emerson, the preacher, with his gun in his hand, shouting to the people to stand firm and to fight till the last. They all shout, "We will!" Desperate. Me fear great fight come on. What are you going to do, Father? Harold asked. Nothing, my boy. If, as it is only too likely, this is the beginning, I have determined to offer my services to the government. Great numbers of loyalists have sent in their names offering to serve if necessary, and from my knowledge of drill I shall, of course, be useful. Today I can take no active part in the fight, but I shall ride forward to meet the troops and warn the commanding officer that resistance will be attempted here. May I go with you, Father? Yes, if you like, my boy. Pompey, saddle 2 horses at once. You are not afraid of being left alone, Mary? He said, turning to his wife. There is no chance of any disturbance here. Our house lies beyond the town, and whatever takes place will be in Concord. When the troops have captured the guns and stores, they will return. Mrs. Wilson said she was not frightened and had no fear of being left alone. Mrs. Wilson said she was not frightened and had no fear whatever of being left alone. The horses were soon brought round, and Captain Wilson and his son mounted and rode off at full speed. They made a detour to avoid the town, and then, gaining the high road, went at full speed. The alarm had evidently been given all along the line. At every village the bells were ringing. The people were assembling in the streets, all carrying arms, while numbers were flocking in from the farmhouses around. Once or twice Captain Wilson was stopped and asked where he was going. I am going to tell the commander of the British force now marching hither that if he advances there will be bloodshed, that it will be the beginning of civil war. If he has orders to come at all hazards, my words will not stop him. If it is left to his discretion, possibly he may pause before he brings on so dire a calamity. It was just dawn when Captain Wilson and Harold rode into Lexington, where the militia, 130 strong, had assembled. Their guns were loaded, and they were ready to defend the place, which numbered about 700 inhabitants. Just as Captain Wilson rode in, a messenger ran up with the news that the head of the British column was close at hand. Some of the militia had dispersed to lie down until the English arrived. John Parker, who commanded them, ordered the drums to beat and the alarm guns to be fired, and his men drew up in 2 ranks across the road. "It is too late now, Harold," Captain Wilson said. "Let us get out of the line of fire." The British, hearing the drums and the alarm guns, loaded, and the advance company came on at the double. Major Pitcairn was at their head and shouted to the militia to lay down their arms. It is a matter of dispute, and will always remain one, as to who fired the first shot. The Americans assert that it was the English. The English say that as they advanced, several shots were fired at them from behind a stone wall and from some of the adjoining houses, which wounded 1 man and hit Major Pitcairn's horse in 2 places. The militia disregarded Major Pitcairn's orders to lay down their arms. The English fired. Several of the militia were killed, 9 wounded, and the rest dispersed. There was no further fighting, and the English marched on, unopposed, to Concord. As they approached the town, the militia retreated from it. The English took possession of a bridge behind the place and held this while the troops were engaged in destroying the ammunition and gun carriages. Most of the guns had been removed, and only 2 24-pounders were taken. In destroying the stores by fire, the courthouse took flames. At the sight of this fire, the militia and armed countrymen advanced down the hill toward the bridge. The English tried to pull up the planks, but the Americans ran forward rapidly. The English guard fired. The colonists returned fire. Some of the English were killed and wounded, and the party fell back into the town. Half an hour later, Colonel Smith, having performed the duty that he was sent to do, resumed the homeward march with the whole of his troops. Then the militiamen of the Concord, with those from many villages around, and every man in the district capable of bearing arms, fell upon the retiring English. The road led through several defiles, and every tree, every rock, every depression of ground was taken advantage of by the Americans. Scarcely a man was to be seen, but their deadly fire rained thick upon the tired troops. This they vainly attempted to return, but they could do nothing against an invisible foe, every man of whom possessed a skill with his rifle far beyond that of the British soldier. Very many fell, and the retreat was fast becoming a rout, when near Lexington the column met a strong reinforcement which had been sent out from Boston. This was commanded by Lord Percy, who formed his detachment into a square, in which Colonel Smith's party, now so utterly exhausted that they were obliged to lie down for some time, took refuge. When they were rested, the whole force moved again towards Boston, harassed the whole way by the Americans, who, from behind stone walls and other places of shelter, kept up an incessant fire upon both flanks, as well as in the front and rear, against which the troops could do nothing. At last a retreating column arrived safely in Boston, spent and worn out with fatigue. Their loss was 65 men killed, 136 wounded, 49 missing. Such was the beginning of the War of Independence. Many American writers have declared that previous to that battle there was no desire for independence on the part of the colonists, but this is emphatically contradicted by the language used at the meetings and in the newspapers which have come down to us. The leaders may not have wished to go so far, may not have intended to gain more than an entire immunity from taxation and an absolute power for the colonists to manage their own affairs. But experience has shown that when the spark of revolution is once lighted, when resistance to the law has once commenced, things are carried to a point far beyond that dreamed of by the first leaders. Those who commenced the French Revolution were moderate men who desired only that some slight check should be placed on the arbitrary power of the king, that the people should be relieved in some slight degree from the horrible tyranny of the nobles, from the misery and wretchedness in which they lived. These just demands increased step by step until they culminated in the Reign of Terror and the most horrible scenes of bloodshed and massacre of modern times. Men like Washington, Franklin, and Adams may have desired only that the colonists should be free from imperial taxation, but the popular voice went far beyond this. 3 years earlier, wise councils in the British Parliament might have averted a catastrophe and delayed for many years the separation of the colonies from their mother country. At the time the march began from Boston to Concord, the American colonists stood virtually in armed rebellion. The militia throughout New England were ready to fight. Arms, ammunition, and military stores were collected in Rhode Island and New Hampshire. The cannon and military stores belonging to the Crown had been carried off by the people, 40 cannon being seized in Rhode Island alone. Such being the case, it is nonsense to speak of the fray at Lexington as the cause of the Revolutionary War. It was but the spark in the powder. The magazine was ready and primed, the explosion was inevitable, and the fight at Lexington was the accidental incident which set fire to it. The efforts of American writers to conceal the real facts of the case, to minimize the rebellious language, the violent acts of the colonists, and to make England responsible for the war because a body of troops were sent to seize cannon and military stores intended to be used against them, are so absurd as well as so untrue that it is astonishing how wide a credence such statements have received. From an eminence at some distance from the line of retreat, Captain Wilson and his son watched sorrowfully the attack upon the British troops. When at last the combatants disappeared from sight through one of the defiles, Captain Wilson turned his horse's head homeward. "The die is cast," he said to his wife as she met him at the door. "The war has begun, and I fear it can have but one termination. The colonists can place forces in the field 20 times as numerous as any army that England can spare. They are inferior in drill and in discipline, but these things, which are of such vast consequences in a European battlefield, matter but little in such a country as this. Skill with the rifle and knowledge of forest warfare are far more important. In these points the colonists are superior to the English soldier as they are in point of numbers. Nevertheless, my dear, my duty is plain. I am an Englishman and have borne His Majesty's commission. I must fight for the king. Harold has spoken to me as we rode home together, and he wishes to fight by my side. I have pointed out to him that as he was born here, he can without dishonor remain neutral in the struggle. He, however, insists that as a royal subject of the king he is entitled to fight for him. He saw today many lads not older than himself in the rebel ranks, and he has pleaded strongly for permission to go with me. To this I have agreed. Which would you prefer, Mary, to stay quietly here, where I imagine you would not be molested on account of the part I take, or will you move into Boston and stop with your relations there until the struggle has ended one way or the other?" Mrs. Wilson had frequently talked over with her husband the course that he would take in the act of civil war actually breaking out. The news that he would at once offer his services to the British authorities did not come as a shock upon her. Even the question of Harold accompanying his father had been talked over, and although her heart bled at the thought of her husband and son both being engaged in such a struggle, she agreed to acquiescence in any decision that Harold might arrive at. He was now nearly 16, and in the colonies a lad of this age is, in point of independence and self-reliance, older than an English boy. Harold, too, had already shown that he possessed discretion and coolness as well as courage, and although now that the moment had come Mrs. Wilson wept passionately at the thought of their leaving her, she abstained from saying any word to dissuade them from the course that they had determined upon. When she recovered from her fit of crying, she said that she would accompany them at once to Boston, as in the first place their duties might for some time lie in that city, and that in any case she would obtain far more speedy news there of what was going on throughout the country than she would at Concord. She would, too, be living among her friends, and would meet with many of the same convictions and opinions as her husband's, whereas in Concord the whole population would be hostile. Captain Wilson said that there was no time to be lost, as the whole town was in a tumult. He therefore advised her to pack up such necessary articles as could be carried in the valises on the horse's back. Pompey and the other servants were to pack up the most valuable effects and forward them to a relation of Mrs. Wilson's, who lived about 3 miles from Boston. There they would be in safety and could be brought into town if necessary. Pompey and 2 other old servants were to remain in charge of the house and its contents. Jake, an active young Negro, some 23 or 24 years old, who was much attached to Harold, whose a personal attendant and companion he had always been, was to accompany them on horseback, as was Judy, Mrs. Wilson's Negro maid. As evening fell, the 5 horses were brought round, and the party started by a long and circuitous route, by which, after riding for nearly 40 miles, they reached Boston at 2 o'clock the next morning. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miss Jody 777. True to the Old Flag by G.A. Henty. Chapter 5. Bunker's Hill. The excitement caused by the news of the fight at Concord was intense, and as it spread through the colony, the men everywhere rushed to arms. The fray at Lexington was represented as a wanton outrage, and the fact wholly ignored that the colonists concerned in it were drawn up in arms to oppose the passage of the King's troops, who were marching on their legitimate duty of seizing arms and ammunition collected for the purpose of warring against the King. The colonial orators and newspaper writers affirmed then, as they have affirmed since, that up to the day of Lexington no one had a thought of firing a shot against the government. A more barefaced misstatement was never made. Men do not carry off cannon by scores and accumulate everywhere great stores of warlike ammunition without a thought of fighting. The colonists commenced the war by assembling in arms to oppose the progress of British troops obeying the orders of the government. It matters not a whit on which side the first shot was fired. American troops have, many times since that event, fired upon rioters in the streets under circumstances no stronger than those which brought on the fight at Lexington. From all parts of New England the militia volunteers poured in, and in 3 days after the fight 20,000 armed men were encamped between the rivers Mystic and Roxburgh, thus besieging Boston. They at once set to work throwing up formidable earthworks, the English troops remaining within their entrenchments across the neck of land joining Boston with the mainland. The streets of Boston were crowded with an excited populace when Captain Wilson and his party rode into it at 2 in the morning. No one thought of going to bed, and all were excited to the last degree at the news of the battle. All sorts of reports prevailed. On the colonial side it was affirmed that the British in their retreat had shot down women and children, while the soldiers affirmed that the colonists had scalped many of their number who fell in the fight. The latter statement was officially made by Lord Percy in his report of the engagement. Captain Wilson rode directly to the house of his wife's friends. They were still up, and were delighted to see Mary Wilson, for such exaggerated reports had been received of the fight that they were alarmed for her safety. They belonged to the moderate party, who saw that there were faults on both sides, and regretted bitterly both the obstinacy of the English Parliament in attempting to coerce the colonists, and the determination of the latter to oppose, by force of arms, the legitimate rights of the mother country. Until the morning, the events of the preceding day were talked over. A few hours' repose was then taken, after which Captain Wilson went to the headquarters of General Gage and offered his services. Although Boston was the headquarters of the disaffected party, no less than 200 men came forward as volunteers in the King's service, and Captain Wilson was at once appointed to the command of a company of 50 men. Before leaving the army, he had taken part in several expeditions against the Indians, and his knowledge of forest warfare rendered him a valuable acquisition. Boston was but poorly provisioned, and, as upon the day when the news of Lexington reached New York, 2 vessels laden with flour for the use of the troops at Boston were seized by the colonists, and many other supplies cut off. The danger of the place being starved out was considerable. General Gage, therefore, offered no opposition to the exit from the city of those who wished to avoid the horror of a siege, and a considerable portion of the population made their way to the rebel line. Every day brought news of fresh risings throughout the country. The governors of the various provinces were powerless. Small garrisons of English troops were disarmed and made prisoners, and the fortress of Ticonderoga, held only by 50 men, was captured by the Americans without resistance. In 1 month after the first shot was fired, the whole of the American colonies were in rebellion. The news was received in England with astonishment and sorrow. Great concessions had been made by Parliament, but the news reached America too late to avoid hostilities. Public opinion was divided. Many were in favor of granting at once all that the colonists demanded, and many officers of rank and position resigned their commissions rather than fight against the Americans. The division, indeed, was almost as general and complete as it had been in the time of our own Civil War. In London, the feeling in favor of the colonists was strong, but in the country generally the determination to repress the rising was in the ascendant. The colonists had, with great shrewdness, dispatched a fast-sailing ship to Europe upon the day following the Battle of Lexington, giving their account of the affair and representing it as a massacre of defenseless colonists by British troops. And the story thus told excited a sympathy which would not, perhaps, have been extended to them had the real facts of the case been known. Representatives from all the colonies met at Philadelphia to organize and resist it. But as yet, although many of the bolder spirits spoke of altogether throwing off allegiance to England, no resolution was proposed to that effect. For the first 6 weeks after his arrival at Boston, Captain Wilson was engaged in drilling his company. Harold was, of course, attached to it, and entered with ardor upon his duties. Captain Wilson did not attempt to form his men into a band of regular soldiers. Accuracy of movement and regularity of drill would be of little avail in the warfare in which they were likely to be engaged. Accuracy in shooting, quickness in taking cover, and steadiness in carrying out any general orders were the principal objects to be attained. Most of the men had already taken part in frontier warfare. The majority of them were gentlemen, Englishmen who, like their captain, had come out from home and purchased small estates in the country. The discipline, therefore, was not strict, and off-duty all were on terms of equality. Toward the end of May and the beginning of June, considerable enforcements arrived from England, and, as a step precautionary to offensive measures, General Gage, on June the 12th, issued a proclamation offering, in His Majesty's name, a free pardon to all who should forthwith lay down their arms, John Hancock and General Adams only excepted, and threatening with punishment all who should delay to avail themselves of the offer. This proclamation had no effect whatever. Near the peninsula of Boston on the north, and separated from it by the Charles River, which is navigable and about the breadth of the Thames at London Bridge, is another neck of land called the Peninsula of Charlestown. On the north bank, opposite Boston, lies the town of Charlestown, behind which, in the center of the peninsula, rises an eminence called Bunker's Hill. Bunker's Hill is sufficiently high to overlook part of Boston and near enough to be within cannon shot. This hill was unoccupied by either party, and about this time the Americans, hearing that General Gage had come to a determination to fortify it, resolved to defeat his resolution by being the first to occupy it. About 9 in the evening of June 16th, a detachment from the colonial army, 1,000 strong, under the command of Colonel Prescott, moved along the Charlestown road and took up a position on a shoulder of Bunker's Hill, which was known as Breed's Hill, just above the town of Charlestown. They reached this position at midnight. Each man carried a pick and shovel, and all night they worked vigorously in entrenching the position. Not a word was spoken, and the watch on board the man-of-war in the harbors were ignorant of what was going on so near at hand. At daybreak the alarm was given, and the Lively opened a cannonade upon the redoubt. A battery of guns was placed on Copp's Hill behind Boston, a distant 1,200 yards from the works, and this also opened fire. The Americans continued their work, throwing up fresh entrenchments, and singularly only one man was killed by the fire from the ships and redoubt. A breastwork was carried down the hill to the flat ground, which, intersected by fences, stretched away to the Mystic. By 9 o'clock they had completed their entrenchment. Prescott set off for reinforcements, but there was little harmony among the colonial troops. Disputes between the contingents of the various provinces were common. There was no head of sufficient authority to enforce his orders upon the whole, and a long delay took place before the reinforcements were sent forward. In the meantime the English had been preparing to attack the position. The 5th, 38th, 43rd, and 52nd regiments, with 10 companies of the grenadiers and 10 of the light infantry, with a proportion of field artillery, embarked in boats, and crossing the harbor, landed on the outward side of the peninsula near the Mystic, with a view of outflanking the American position and surrounding them. The force was under the command of Major General Howe, under whom was Brigadier General Piggott. Upon seeing the strength of the American position, General Howe halted and sent back for further reinforcements. The Americans improved the time thus given them by forming a breastwork in front of an old ditch. Here there was a post and rail fence. They ran up another by the side of this and filled the space between the two with the new mown hay, which, cut only the day before, lay thickly over the meadows. 2 battalions were sent across to reinforce Howe, while large reinforcements with 6 guns arrived to the assistance of Prescott. The English had now a force consisting, according to different authorities, of between 2,000 and 2,500 men. The colonial force is also variously estimated, and had the advantage both in position and in the protection of their entrenchments, while the British had to march across open ground. As individual shots, the colonists were immensely superior, but the British had the advantages given by drill and discipline. The English lines advanced in good order, steadily and slowly, the artillery covering them by their fire. Presently the troops opened fire, but the distance was too great, and they did but little execution. Encumbered with their knapsacks, they ascended the steep hill toward the redoubt with difficulty, covered as it was by grass reaching to the knees. The colonists did not fire a shot until the English line had reached a point about 150 yards from the entrenchment. Then Prescott gave the order, and from the redoubt and the long line of entrenchments flanking it flashed a line of fire. Each man had taken a steady aim, with his rifle resting on the earthwork before him, and so deadly was the fire that nearly the whole front line of the British fell. For 10 minutes the rest stood with dogged courage, firing at the hidden foe. But these sheltered while they loaded, and only exposing themselves momentarily while they raised their heads above the parapets to fire, did such deadly execution that the remnant of the British fell back to the foot of the hill. While this force, which was under the command of General Piggott, had been engaged, another division under Howe himself moved against a rail fence. The combat was a repetition of that which had taken place on the hill. Here the Americans reserved their fire until the enemy were close. Then, with their muskets resting on the rails, they poured in deadly fire, and after in vain trying to stand their ground, the troops fell back to the shore. Captain Wilson was standing with Harold on Copp's Hill watching the engagement. "What beautiful order they go in," Harold said, looking admiringly at the long lines of red-coated soldiers. "It is very pretty," Captain Wilson said sadly, "and may do in regular warfare. But I tell you, Harold, that sort of thing won't do here." There is scarce a man carrying a gun behind those entrenchments who cannot with certainty hit a bullseye at 150 yards. It is simply murder taking the men up in regular order against such a foe sheltered by earthworks. At this moment the long line of fire darted out from the American entrenchments. "Look there," Captain Wilson cried in a pained voice. "The front line is nearly swept away. Do you see them lying almost in an unbroken line on the hillside? I tell you, Harold, it is hopeless to look for success if we fight in this way. The bravest men in the world could not stand such a fire as that." "What will be done now?" Harold asked, as the men stood huddled upon the shore. "They will try again," Captain Wilson said. "Look at the officers running about among them and getting them into order." In a quarter of an hour the British again advanced both toward the redoubt and the grass fence. As before, the Americans withheld their fire, and this time until the troops were far closer than before, and the result was even more disastrous. Some of the grenadier and light infantry companies who led lost 3/4, others 9/10 of the men. Again the British troops recoiled from that terrible fire. General Howe and his officers exerted themselves to the utmost to restore order when the troops again reached the shore, and the men gallantly replied to their exhortations. Almost impossible as the task appeared, they prepared to undertake it for the third time. This time a small force only was directed to move against the grass fence, while the main body, under Howe, were to attack the redoubt on the hill. Knapsacks were taken off and thrown down, and each man nerved himself to conquer or die. The ships in the harbor prepared the way by opening a heavy cannonade. General Clinton, who was watching the battle from Copp's Hill, ran down to the shore, rowed across the harbor, and put himself at the head of 2 battalions. Then, with loud cheers, the troops again sprang up the ascent. The American ammunition was running short, many of the men not having more than 3 or 4 rounds left, and this time they held their fire until the British troops were within 20 yards. These had not fired a shot, the order being that there was to be no pause, but that the redoubt was to be carried with the bayonet. For a moment they wavered when the deadly volley was poured upon them. Then with a cheer they rushed at the entrenchments. All those who first mounted were shot down by the defenders, but the troops were not to be denied, and pouring over the earthworks leaped down upon the enemy. For a few minutes there was a hand-to-hand fight, the Americans using the butt ends of their muskets, the English their bayonets. The soldiers were exhausted with the climb up the hill and their exertions under a blazing sun, and the great majority of the defenders of the redoubt were, therefore, enabled to retreat unharmed, as, fresh and active, they were able to outrun their tired opponents, and as the balls served out to the English field pieces were too large, the artillery were unable to come into the action. The colonists at the rail fence maintained their position against the small force sent against them till the main body at the redoubt had made their escape. The British were unable to continue the pursuit beyond the isthmus. In the whole history of the British Army there is no record of a more gallant feat than the capture of Bunker's Hill, and few troops in the world would, after 2 bloody repulses, have moved up the third time to assail such a position, defended by men so trained to the use of the rifle. 154 men, or nearly half their number, were killed and wounded, among whom were 83 officers. In few battles ever fought was the proportion of casualty to the number engaged so great. The Americans fought bravely, but the extraordinary praise bestowed upon them for their valor appears misplaced. Their position was one of great strength, and the absence of drill was of no consequence whatever in such an engagement. They were perfectly sheltered from the enemy's fire while engaged in calmly shooting him down, and their loss up to the moment when the British rushed among them was altogether insignificant. Their casualties took place after the position was stormed and on their retreat along the peninsula, and amounted in all to 145 killed and captured, and 304 wounded. It may be said that both sides fought well, but from the circumstances under which they fought, the highest credit is due to the victor. The battle, however, though won by the English, was a moral triumph for the Americans, and the British Parliament should at once have given up the contest. It was from the first absolutely certain that the Americans, with their immense superiority in numbers, could, if they were only willing to fight, hold their vast country against the British troops, fighting with a base thousands of miles away. The Battle of Bunker's Hill showed that they were so willing. that they could fight sternly and bravely, and this point once established, it was little short of madness for the English government to continue the contest. They had not even the excuse of desiring to wipe out the dishonor of defeat. Their soldiers had won a brilliant victory and had fought with a determination and valor never exceeded, and England could have afforded to say, "We will fight no more. If you, the inhabitants of a vast continent, are determined to go alone, are ready to give your lives rather than remain in connection with us, go and prosper. We acknowledge we cannot subdue a nation in arms." From the height of Copp's Hill it could be seen that the British had suffered terribly. Captain Wilson was full of enthusiasm when he saw the success of the last gallant charge of the English soldiers, but he said to Harold, "It is a disastrous victory. A few such battles as these and the English army in America would cease to exist." But although they were aware that the losses were heavy, they were not prepared for the truth. The long grass had hidden from view many of those who fell, and when it was known that nearly half of those engaged were killed or wounded, the feeling among the English was akin to consternation. The generalship of the British was wholly unworthy of the valor of the troops. There would have been no difficulty in placing some of the vessels of light draught so far up the Mystic as to outflank the entrenchments held by the colonists. Indeed, the British troops might have landed farther up the Mystic, in which case the Americans must have retreated instantly to avoid capture. Lastly, the troops, although fighting within a mile of their quarters, were encumbered with 3 days' provisions and their knapsacks, consisting, with their muskets and ammunition, a load of 125 pounds. This was, indeed, heavily handicapping men who had, under a blazing sun, to climb a steep hill with grass reaching to their knees and intersected by walls and fences. American writers describe the defenders of the position as inferior in numbers to the assailant, but it is due to the English to say that their estimate of the number of the defenders of the entrenchments differs very widely from this. General Gage estimated them as being fully 3 times as numerous as the British troops. It is probable that the truth lies between the two accounts. Captain Wilson returned with Harold, greatly dispirited, to his house. "The lookout is dreadfully bad," he said to his wife, after describing the events of the day. "So far as I can see, there are but 2 alternatives, either peace or a long and destructive war with failure at its end. It is even more hopeless trying to conquer a vast country like this, defended by irregulars, than if we had a trained and disciplined army to deal with. In that case, 2 or 3 signal victories might bring the war to a conclusion. But fighting with irregulars, a victory means nothing beyond so many of the enemy killed. There are scarcely any cannon to take, no stores or magazines to capture. When the enemy is beaten, he disperses, moves off, and in a couple of days gathers again in a fresh position. The work has no end. There are no fortresses to take, no strategical positions to occupy, no great roads to cut. The enemy can march anywhere, attack and disperse as he chooses, scatter and reform when you have passed by. It is like fighting the wind." "Well, John, since it seems so hopeless, can you not give it up? Is it too late?" "Altogether too late, Mary, and if I were free tomorrow I would volunteer my services again next day. It is not any less my duty to fight in my country's cause because I believe the cause to be a losing one. You must see that yourself, dear. If England had been sure to win without my aid, I might have stood aloof. It is because everyone's help is needed that such services as I can render are due to her. A country would be in a bad way whose sons were only ready to fight when their success was a certainty." The Congress determined now to detach Canada from the English side and prepare a force for the invasion of that colony where the British had but few regular troops. Captain Wilson was one morning summoned to headquarters. On his return he called together 4 or 5 of the men best acquainted with the country. These had been in their early days hunters or border scouts and knew every foot of the forest and lakes. "I have just seen the general," Captain Wilson said. "A royalist brought in news last night that the rebels were raising a force intended to act against Montreal. They reckon upon being joined by a considerable portion of the Canadians, among whom there is, unfortunately, a good deal of discontent. We have but 2 regiments in the whole colony. One of these is at Quebec. The rebels, therefore, will get the advantage of surprise and may raise the colony before we are in a condition to resist. General Howe asked me to take my company through the woods straight to Montreal. We should be landed a few miles up the coast at night. I suppose some of you know the country well enough to be able to guide us?" Several of the men expressed their ability to act as guides. "I fought the Injuns through them woods over and over again," said one of them, a sinewy, weather-beaten man of some 60 years old, who was known as Peter Lambton. He had for many years been a scout attached to the army and was one of the most experienced hunters in the frontier. He was a tall, angular man, except that he stooped slightly, the result of a habit of walking with the head bent forward in the attitude of listening. The years which had passed over him had had no effect upon his figure. He walked with a long, noiseless tread like that of an Indian, and was one of the men attached to his country in whom, wisely, Captain Wilson had made no attempt to instill the very rudiments of drill. It was, the captain thought, well that the younger men should have such a knowledge of drill as would enable them to perform simple maneuvers, but the old hunters would fight in their own way, a way infinitely better adapted for forest warfare than any that he could teach them. Peter and some of his companions were in receipt of small pensions which had been bestowed upon them for their services with the troops. Men of his kind were not likely to take any lively interest in the squabbles as to questions of taxation, but when they found that it was coming to fighting, they again offered their services to the government as a matter of course. Some were attached to the regular troops as scouts, while others were divided among the newly raised companies of loyalists. Peter Lambton had for the last 4 years been settled at Concord. During the war with the French he had served as a scout with the regiment to which Captain Wilson belonged, and had saved that officer's life when, with a portion of his company, he was surrounded and cut off by hostile Indians. A strong feeling of friendship had sprung up between them, and when, 4 years before, there had been a lull in the English fighting on the frontier, Peter had retired on his pension and the savings which he had made during his many years' work as a hunter, and had located himself in a cottage on Captain Wilson's estate. It was the many tales told him by the hunter of his experiences in Indian warfare that had fired Harold with a desire for the life of a frontier hunter, and had given him such a knowledge of forest life as had enabled him to throw off the Indians from his trail. On Harold's return the old hunter had listened with extreme interest to the story of his adventures, and had taken great pride in the manner in which he had utilized his teachings. Peter made his appearance in the city 3 days after the arrival of Captain Wilson there. "I look upon this here affair as a favorable occurrence for Harold," he said to Captain Wilson. "The boy has lots of spirit, but if it had not been for this he might have grown up a regular town greenhorn, fit for nothing but to walk about in a long coat and to talk pleasant with women. But this'll jest be the making of him. With your permission, Cap, I'll take him under my charge and teach him to use eyes in his ears, and I reckon he'll turn out as good an Injun fighter as you'll see on the frontier." "But it is not Indians that we are going to fight, Peter," Captain Wilson said. "I heartily wish it was." "It'll be the same thing," Peter said. "Not here, in course. There'll be battles between the regulars and the colonists, regular battles like that at Quebec, where both parties was fool enough to march about in the open and get shot down by hundreds. I don't call that fighting. That's just killing, and there ain't no more sense in it than in 2 herd of buffalo charging each other on the prairie. But there'll be plenty of real fighting, expeditions in the woods and Injun skirmishes, for you'll be sure that the Injuns'll join in, some on one side and some on the other. It ain't in their nature to sit still in their village while powder's being burned. A few months of this work will make a man of him, and he might have a worse teacher than Peter Lambton. You just hand him over to my care, Cap, and I'll teach him all I know of the ways of the woods, and I tell you there ain't no better kind of edication for a young fellow. He larns to use the senses God has given him, to keep his head when another man would lose his presence of mind, to have the eye of a hawk and the ear of a hound, to get so that he scarcely knows what it is to be tired or hungry, to be able to live while other men would starve, to read the signs of the woods like a printed book, and to be in every way a man and not a tailor's figure." "There is a great deal in what you say, old friend," Captain Wilson answered, "and such a training cannot but do a man good. I wish with all my heart that it had been entirely with red faces that the fighting was to be done. However, that cannot be helped, and as he is to fight he could not be in better hands than yours. So long as we remain here, I shall teach him what drill I can with the rest of the company. But when we leave this town and the work really begins, I shall put him in your charge to learn the duties. The young Negro Jake had also enlisted, for throughout the war the Negroes fought on both sides according to the politics of their masters. There were only 2 other Negroes in the company, and Captain Wilson had some hesitation in enlisting them, but they made good soldiers. In the case of Jake, Captain Wilson knew that he was influenced in his wish to join solely by his affection for Harold, and the lad's father felt that in the moment of danger the Negro would be ready to lay down his life for him. There was great satisfaction in the band when they received news that they were at last about to take the field. The long inaction had been most wearisome to them, and they knew that any fighting that would take place round Boston would be done by the regular forces. Food, too, was very scarce in town, and they were heartily weary of the regular drill and discipline. They were, then, in high spirits as they embarked on board the Thetis, sloop of war, and sailed from Boston harbor. It was a pitiful parting between Mrs. Wilson and her husband and son. It had been arranged that she would sail for England in a ship that was leaving the following week, and should there stay with her husband's family, from whom she had had a warm invitation to make their home her own until the war was over. The Thetis ran out to sea. As soon as night fell, her bow was turned to land again, and about midnight the anchor was let fall near the shore some 20 miles north of Boston. The landing was quickly effected, and with 3 days' provisions in their knapsacks, the little party started on their march. One of the scouts who had come from that neighborhood led them by paths which avoided all villages and farms. At daybreak they bivouacked in a wood, and at nightfall resumed the march. By the next morning they had left the settlements behind and entered a belt of swamp and forest extending west to the St. Lawrence. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True to the Old Flag by G. A. Henty. Chapter 6. Scouting. A party of 6 men were seated around a fire in the forest which covered the slopes of the northern shore of Lake Champlain. The spot had been chosen because a great tree had fallen, bringing down several others in its course, and opening a vista through which a view could be obtained of the surface of the lake. The party consisted of Peter Lambton, Harold, Jake, Ephraim Potter, another old frontiersman, and 2 Indians. The company under Captain Wilson had made its way safely to the St. Lawrence after undergoing considerable hardships in the forest. They had been obliged to depend entirely on what game they could shoot, and such fish as they could catch in the rivers whose course they followed. They had, however, reached Montreal without loss, and there they found that General Carleton had in all about 500 regulars and about 200 volunteers who had recently been engaged. It was clear that if the people of Canada were as hostile to the connection with England as were those of the other colonies, the little force at the disposal of the English general could do nothing to defend the colony against the strong force which the Americans were collecting for its invasion. Fortunately, this was not the case. Although the Canadians were of French descent and the province had been wrested by arms from France, they for the most part preferred being under English rule to joining the insurgent colonies. They had been in no way oppressed by England, their property had been respected, and above all things no attempt had ever been made to interfere with their religion. In the New England provinces, the hard Puritan spirit of the early fathers had never ceased to prevail. Those who had fled from England to obtain freedom of worship had been intolerant persecutors of all religion different from their own. The consequence was that the priests of Canada were wholly opposed to any idea of union with the insurgent colonists. Their influence over the people was great, and although these still objected to the English rule and would have readily taken up arms against it under other circumstances, they had too little sympathy with the New Englanders to join in their movement, which, if successful, would have placed Canada under the rule of the United States instead of that of England. The upper classes of Canadians were almost to a man loyal to the English connection. They had been well treated and enjoyed a greater state of independence than had been the case under French rule. Moreover, they were for the most part descended from old French families, and their sympathies were entirely opposed to popular insurrection. Thus, when Captain Wilson and his party reached Montreal, they found that, in spite of the paucity of English troops under the command of General Carleton, the position was not so bad as had been feared by General Gage. It was possible, and indeed probable, that Upper Canada might fall into the hands of the Americans, and that even Quebec itself might be captured. But unless the people joined the Americans, the success of the latter would be but temporary. With the spring, the navigation of the river would be open, and reinforcements would arrive from England. The invaders would then be at a disadvantage. Separated from home by a wide tract of forest-covered country, they would have the greatest difficulty in transporting artillery, ammunition, and stores, and, fighting as an army in invasion, they would be placed in a very different position to that occupied by the colonists fighting on their own ground. It was probable that for a time the tide of invasion would succeed. The Indians of the Five Nations, as those dwelling near the British frontier at this point were called, had volunteered their services to the general to cross the frontier to recapture Ticonderoga and Crown Point, which had been seized by the Americans, and to carry the war into the colonies. But General Carleton, an exceedingly humane and kind-hearted man, shrank from the horrors that such warfare would entail upon the colonists. He accepted the services of the Indians as far as the absolute defense of Canada from invasion, but refused to allow them to cross the frontier. On the arrival of Captain Wilson with his little force, he was ordered to march at once to the fort of St. John's, which was held by a party of regular troops. On arriving at that place, the 2 scouts had been sent down toward Lake Champlain to watch the proceedings of the enemy. Harold had obtained leave from his father to accompany the scouts, and Jake had been permitted to form one of the party. Peter Lambton had grumbled a little at this last addition to the number. He knew Jake's affection for his young master, and the great strength of the negro would have rendered him useful in a hand-to-hand fight, but he was altogether unaccustomed to forest work, and his habit of bursting into fits of laughter on the smallest provocation, as is the manner of his race, enraged the scout to the last degree. Indeed, he had not left the fort above an hour when he turned savagely on the negro. "Look ye here," he said, "if that's the way ye're a-going on, the sooner ye turns your face and tramps back to the fort the better. When you were at Concord it done no harm to make as much noise as a jackass braying whenever you opened that mouth of yours, but it won't do in the forests. It would cost us our har and your wool if yer were to make that noise with the enemy anywhere within 15 miles of yer. I ain't a-going, if I knows it, to risk my sculp on such a venture as this. Still less I ain't a-going to see this young chap's life thrown away. His father has put him in my charge, and I ain't a-going to see him sacrificed in no such way. So ye've got to make up your mind. You've got to keep that mouth of yours shut tight, or ye've got to tramp back to the fort." Jake gave many promises of silence, and although at first he often raised his voice to a point far exceeding that considered by the hunters safe in the woods, he was each time checked by such a savage growl on the part of Peter, or by a punch in the ribs from Harold, that he quickly fell into the ways of the others and never spoke above a loud whisper. At a short distance from the fort they were joined by the 2 Indians, who were also out on a scouting expedition on their own account. They had previously been well known both to Peter and Ephraim. They were warriors of the Seneca tribe, one of the Five Nations. They had now been for 2 days on the north shore of Lake Champlain. They were sitting round a fire eating a portion of a deer which had been shot by Harold that morning. So far they had seen nothing of the enemy. They knew that 3,000 men, under Schuyler and Montgomery, had marched to the other end of the lake. The colonists had been sending proclamations across the frontier to the inhabitants, saying that they were coming as friends to free them from the yoke of England, and calling upon them to arise and strike for freedom. They were also in negotiation with some of the chiefs of the 5 nations and with other Indian tribes to induce them to join with them. "I propose," Peter said when the meal was finished and he had lighted his pipe, "to go down the lake and see what they're doing. Deertail here tells me that he knows where there's a canoe. He, Harold, and me will go and reconnoiter a bit. The other 3 had best wait here till we comes back with news. In course, chief," he continued to the other Indian, after explaining to him in his own language what he intended to do, "you'll be guided by circumstances. You can see a long way down the lake, and if anything should lead you to think that we're in trouble, you can take such steps as may seem best to you. It's mighty little, I should think, of the crowd of colonists, but if, as you say, a number of the warriors of the 5 nations, indignant at the rejection of their offers by the English general, have gone down and joined the colonists, it'll be a different affair altogether." The Elk, as the second Seneca chief was called, nodded his assent. In a few words Peter told Harold what had been arranged. Jake looked downcast when he heard that he was not to accompany his master, but as he saw the latter had, since leaving the fort, obeyed without questioning every suggestion of the scout, he offered no remonstrance. A quarter of an hour later Peter rose, Deertail followed his example, and Harold at once took up his rifle and fell in their steps. There was but little talk in the woods, and the matter having been settled, it did not enter the mind either of Peter or of the Indian to say a word of adieu to their comrades. Harold imitated their example, but gave a nod and a smile to Jake as he started. Half an hour's tramp took them to the shore of the lake. Here they halted for a minute while the Indian closely examined the locality. With the wonderful power of making their way straight through the forest to the required spot, which seems to be almost an instinct among Indians, Deertail had struck the lake within 200 yards of the point which he aimed at. He led the way along the shore till he came to a spot where a great maple had fallen into the lake. Here he turned into the forest again, and in 50 yards came to a clump of bushes. These he pushed aside and pointed to a canoe which was lying hidden among them. Peter joined him, the 2 lifted the boat out, placed it on their shoulders, and carried it to the lake. There were 3 paddles in it. Peter motioned Harold to take his place in the stern and steer, while he and the Indian knelt forward and put their paddles in the water. "Keep her along on the right shore of the lake about 50 yards from the trees. There's no fear of anyone lurking about near this end." The canoe was light and well made, and darted quickly over the water under the strokes of the 2 paddlers. It was late in the afternoon when they started, and before they had gone many miles darkness had fallen. The canoe was run in close to shore, where she lay in the shadow of the trees until morning. Just as the sun rose, the redskin and Peter simultaneously dipped their paddles in the water and sent the canoe under the arches of the trees. They had at the same instant caught sight of 4 canoes making their way along the lake. "Them's Injuns," Peter whispered. "They're scouting to see if the lake's free. If the general could have got a couple of gunboats up the Sorrel, the enemy could never have crossed the lake, and it would have given them a month's work to take their guns round it. It's lucky we were well under the trees, or we should have been seen. What had we best do, Deertail?" For 2 or 3 minutes the scouts conversed together in the Indian tongue. "The Seneca agrees with me," Peter said. "It's like enough there are Injuns scouting along both shores. We must lay up here till nightfall. If we're seen, they'd signal by smoke, and we should have them canoes back again in no time. By their coming, I expect the expedition is starting, but it won't do to go back without being sure of it." The canoe was paddled to a spot where the bushes grew thickly by the bank. It was pushed among these, and the 3, after eating some cooked deer's flesh which they had brought with them, prepared to pass the day. "The Seneca and I'll keep watch by turns," the scout said. "We'll wake you if we want ye." Harold was by this time sufficiently accustomed to the ways of the woods to obey orders at once, without offering to take his turn at watching, as his inclination led him to do, and he was soon sound asleep. It was late in the afternoon when he was awoke by the scout touching him. "There are some critters coming along the bank," he said in a whisper. "They ain't likely to see us, but it's best to be ready." Harold sat up in the canoe, rifle in hand, and, listening intently, heard a slight sound such as would be produced by the snapping of a twig. Presently he heard upon the other side of the bushes, a few yards distant, a few low words in the Indian tongue. He looked at his companions. They were sitting immovable, each with his rifle directed toward the sound, and Harold thought it would fare badly with any of the passers if they happened to take a fancy to peer through the bushes. The Indians had, however, no reason for supposing that there were any enemies upon the lake, and they consequently passed on without examining more closely the thicket by the shore. Not until it was perfectly dark did Peter give the sign for the continuance of the journey. This time, instead of skirting the lake, the canoe was steered out toward its center. For some time they paddled, and then several lights were seen from ahead. "I thought so," the scout said. "They've crossed to the Isle La Motte, and they're making as many fires as if they war having a sort of picnic at home. We must wait till they burns out, for we daren't go near the place with the water lit up for 200 or 300 yards round. It won't be long, for I reckon it must be past 11 o'clock now." The fires were soon seen to burn down. The paddles were dipped in the water, and the canoe approached the island. "I'd give something," Peter said, "to know whether there's any redskins there. Ef there are, our chance of landing without being seen ain't worth talking of. Ef there ain't, we might land a hull fleet. At any rate, we must risk it. Now, Harold, the chief and me'll land and find out how many men there are here, and, ef we can, how long they're likely to stop. You keep the canoe about 10 yards from shore, in the shadow of the trees, and be ready to move close the instant you hear my call. I'll just give a croak of a frog. The instant we get in, you paddle off without a word. Ef ye hears any shouts, and judges as how we've been seen, ye must just act upon the best of your judgment." The boat glided noiselessly up to the shore. All was still there, the encampment being at the other side of the island. The two scouts, red and white, stepped noiselessly on to the land. Harold backed the canoe a few paces with a quick stroke upon the paddle, and seeing close to him a spot where a long branch of a tree dipped into the water, he guided the canoe among the foliage, and there sat without movement, listening almost breathlessly. Ere many minutes had elapsed, he heard footsteps coming along the shore. They stopped when near him. 3 or 4 minutes passed without the slightest sound, and then a voice said, in tones which the speaker had evidently tried to lower, but which were distinctly audible in the canoe, "I tell yer, redskin, it seems to me as how you've brought us here on a fool's errand. I don't see no signs of a canoe, and it ain't likely that the British would be along the lake here, seeing as how there's a score of canoes with your people in them scouting ahead." "I heard canoe," another voice said, "first at other end of the island, and then coming along here." "And if yer did," the first speaker said, "likely enough it was one of the canoes of your people." "No," the Indian answered. "If canoe come back with news, would have come straight to fires." "Well, it ain't here, anyway," the first speaker said, "and I don't believe yer ever heard a canoe at all. It's enough to make a man swear to be called up just as we were making ourselves comfortable for the night on account of an Injun's fancies. I wonder at the general's listening to them. However, we've got our orders to go round the island and see if there's any canoe on either shore, so we'd better be moving, else we shall not get to sleep before morning." Harold held his breath as the group passed opposite to him. Fortunately, the trunk of the tree grew from the very edge of the water, and there were several bushes growing round it, so that at this point the men had to make a slight detour inland. Harold felt thankful indeed that he had taken the precaution of laying his canoe among the thick foliage, for although the night was dark, it would have been instantly seen had it been lying on the surface of the lake. Even as it was, a close inspection might have detected it, but the eyes of the party were fixed on the shore, as it was there, if at all, that they expected to find an empty canoe lying. Harold was uneasy at the discovery that there were still some redskins on the island. It was possible, of course, that the one he had heard might be alone as a scout, but it was more likely that others of the tribe were also there. After landing, Peter and the Seneca made their way across the island to the side facing the American shore. Creeping cautiously along, they found a large number of flat-bottomed boats, in which the Americans had crossed from the mainland, and which were, Peter thought, capable of carrying 2,000 men. They now made their way toward the spot where the forces were encamped. The fires had burned low, but around a few of them men were still sitting and talking. Motioning to the Seneca to remain quiet, Peter sauntered cautiously out onto the clearing where the camp was formed. He had little fear of detection, for he wore no uniform, and his hunter's dress afforded no index to the party to which he was attached. A great portion of the Americans were still in their ordinary attire, it having been impossible to furnish uniforms for so great a number of men as had been suddenly called to arms throughout the colonies. From the arbors of boughs which had been erected in all directions, he judged that the force had been already some days upon the island. But large numbers of men were sleeping in the open air, and picking his way cautiously among them, he threw himself down at a short distance from one of the fires by which 3 or 4 men were sitting. For some time they talked of camp matters, the shortness of food, and the want of provisions. "It is bad here," one said presently. "It will be worse when we move forward. Schuyler will be here tomorrow with the rest of the army, and we are to move down to Isle aux Noix, at the end of the lake, and I suppose we shall land at once and march against St. John's. There are only a couple of hundred Britishers there, and we shall make short work of them." "The sooner the better, I say," another speaker remarked. "I am ready enough to fight, but I hate all this waiting about. I want to get back to my farm again." "You are in a hurry, you are," the other said. "You don't suppose we are going to take Canada in a week's time, do you? Even if the Canadians join us, and by what I hear that ain't so sartin after all, we shall have to march down to Quebec, and that's no child's play. I know the country there. It is now September 4. Another month and the winter will be upon us, and a Canadian winter is no joke, I can tell you." "The more reason for not wasting any more time," the other one grumbled. "If Montgomery had his way we should go at them quickly enough. But Schuyler is always delaying. He has kept us waiting now since the 17th of last month. We might have been halfway to Quebec by this time." "Yes," the other said, "if the Britishers had run away as we came. But we have got St. John's and Fort Chamblay to deal with, and they may hold out some time. However, the sooner we begin the job the sooner it will be over, and I am heartily glad that we move tomorrow." Peter had now obtained the information he required, and rising to his feet again, with a grumbling remark as to the hardness of the ground, he sauntered away toward the spot where he had left the Indian. Just as he did so, a tall figure came out from an arbor close by. A fire was burning just in front, and Peter saw that he was a tall and handsome man of about 40 years of age. He guessed at once that he was in the presence of the colonial leader. "You are, like myself," the newcomer said, "unable to sleep, I suppose?" "Yes, General," Peter answered. "I found I could not get off, and so I thought I'd stretch my legs in the wood a bit. They're lying so tarnal thick down there by the fires one can't move without treading on 'em." "Which regiment do you belong to?" "The Connecticut," Peter replied, for he knew by report that a regiment from this province formed part of the expedition. "As good men as any I have," the general said cordially. Their only fault is that they are in too great a hurry to attack the enemy." "I agree with the rest, General," Peter said. "It's dull work wasting our time here when we're wanted at home. I enlisted for 6 months, and the sooner the time's up the better, say I." "You have heard nothing moving?" the General asked. "One of the Chippewas told me that he heard a canoe out in the lake. Ah, here he is." At that moment 5 or 6 men, headed by an Indian, issued from the wood close by. It was too late for Peter to try to withdraw, but he stepped aside a pace or two as the party approached. "Well, have you found anything?" the General asked. "No find," the Chippewa said shortly. "I don't believe as there ever was a canoe there," the man who followed him said. "It was just a fancy of the Injuns." "No fancy," the Indian asserted angrily. "Canoe there. No find." "It might have been one of our own canoes," Montgomery said in a conciliatory tone. "The Indians are seldom mistaken. Still, if no one has landed, it matters not either way." "Only as we have had a tramp for nothing," the colonist said. "However, there's time for a sleep yet. Hullo!" he exclaimed as his eye fell upon Peter Lambton. "What, Peter? Why, how did you get here? Why, I thought as how... General!" he exclaimed, sharply turning to Montgomery. "This man lives close to me at Concord. He's a royalist, he is, and went into Boston and joined the corps they got up there." "Seize him!" Montgomery shouted, but it was too late. As the man had turned to speak to the General, Peter darted into the wood. The Chippewa, without waiting to hear the statement of the colonist, at once divined the state of things, and uttering his war whoop, dashed after the fugitive. 2 or 3 of the colonists instantly followed, and a moment later 3 or 4 Indians who had been lying on the ground leaped up and darted like phantoms into the wood. The General no sooner grasped the facts than he shouted an order for pursuit, and a number of the men most accustomed to frontier work at once followed the party of pursuers. Others would have done the same, but Montgomery shouted that no more should go, as they would only be in the others' way, and there could not be more than 2 or 3 spies on the island. After the Chippewas' first war cry, there was silence for the space of a minute in the forest. Then came a wild scream mingled with another Indian yell. A moment later the leading pursuers came upon the body of the Chippewa. His skull had been cleft with a tomahawk, and the scalp was gone. As they were clustered round the body, 2 or 3 of the Indians ran up. They raised the Indian wail as they saw their comrade, and with the rest took up the pursuit. Peter and the Seneca were now far among the trees, and as their pursuers had nothing to guide them, they reached the spot where they had left the canoe unmolested. On the signal being given, Harold instantly paddled to the shore. Not a word was spoken until the canoe was well out in the lake. Occasional shots were heard on shore as the pursuers fired at objects which they thought were men. Presently a loud Indian cry rose from the shore. "They see us," Peter said. "We're out of shot and can take it easy." The redskin said a few words. "You're right, chief. The chief says," he explained to Harold, "that as there are redskins on the island, they have probably some canoes. The moon's jest getting up beyond that hill, and it'll be light enough to see us half across the lake. It would not matter if the water was free, but what with Injuns prowling along the shores and out in the lake, we shall have to use our wits to save our har. Look!" he exclaimed 2 or 3 minutes later, as 2 columns of bright flame at a short distance from them shot up at the end of the island. "They're Injun signals. As far as they can be seen Injuns will know that there are enemies on the lake. Now paddle your hardest, Harold, and do you, chief, keep your eyes and your ears open for sights and sounds." Under the steady strokes of the 3 paddles the bark canoe sped rapidly over the water. When the moon was fairly above the edge of the hill they halted for a moment and looked back. The 2 columns of fire still blazed brightly on the island, which was now 3 miles astern, and 2 dark spots could be seen on the water about halfway between them and it. "You can paddle, my lads," Peter Lambton said to the distant foes. but you'll never catch us. I wouldn't heed you if it weren't for the other varmint ahead." He stood up in the canoe and looked anxiously over the lake. "It's all clear as far as I can see at present," he said. "Can't we land, Peter, and make our way back on foot?" "Bless you," Peter said, "there ain't a native along the shore there but has got his eye on this canoe. We might as well take her straight back to the island as try to land. Better, for we should get a few hours before they tried and shot us there, while the Injuns would not give us a minute. No, we must just keep to the water. And now paddle on again, but take it quietly. It's no odds to let them varmints behind gain on us a little. You needn't think about them. When the danger comes we shall want every ounce of our strength." For half an hour they paddled steadily on. The pursuing canoes were now less than a mile behind them. "I'd give a good deal," muttered the scout, "for a few black clouds over the moon. We'd make for shore then and risk it. It will be getting daylight before long. Ah!" he exclaimed, pausing suddenly as the chief stopped rowing, "a canoe on each side is rowing out to cut us off." Harold was now paddling forward, while the scout had the place at the stern. The former was surprised to feel the canoe shooting off from its former course at right angles toward the shore. Then, curving still more round, they began to paddle back along the lake. The canoes which had been pursuing them were nearly abreast of each other. They had embarked from opposite sides of the island, but they had been gradually drawing together, although still some distance apart, when Peter turned his canoe. Seeing his maneuver, both turned to head him off, but by so doing they occupied an entirely different position in relation to each other, one canoe being nearly half a mile nearer to them than the other. "Take it easy," Peter said. "These varmints will cut us off and we've got to fight, but we can cripple the one nearest to us before the other comes up." The boats were now darting over the water in a line which promised to bring the leading canoe almost in collision with that of Peter. When within 200 yards of each other, Peter ceased rowing. "Now," he said, "Harold, see if you can pick one of them fellows off. It's no easy matter traveling at the pace they are. You fire first." Harold took a steady aim and fired. A yell of derision told that he had missed. The Indian stopped paddling. There was a flash and a ball struck the canoe. At the same moment Peter fired. "There's one down!" he exclaimed. The Seneca fired, but without result, and the 3 unwounded Indians in the canoe, for it had contained 4 men, replied with a volley. Harold felt a burning sensation as if a hot iron passed across his arm. "Hit, boy?" Peter asked anxiously as he gave a short exclamation. "Nothing to speak of," Harold replied. "The varmints are lying by, waiting for the other canoe. Paddle straight at 'em." The Indians at once turned the boat and paddled to meet their companions, who were now fast approaching. "Now," Peter exclaimed, "we've got 'em in a line. A steady aim this time." The 3 rifles spoke out. One of the Indians fell into the boat and the paddle of another was struck from his grasp. "Now," the shout scouted, "paddle away. We've got 'em all fairly behind us." Day broke just as they were again abreast of the island. One canoe was following closely, 2 others were a mile and a half behind, while the one with which they had been engaged had made for the shore. "What do you mean to do?" Harold asked Peter. "I mean to run as close as I can round the end of the island and then make for the place where they must have embarked on the mainland. They may have seen the signal fires there, but will not know what has been going on. So now row your best. We must leave the others as far behind as possible." For the first time since they started, the 3 paddlers exerted themselves to the utmost. They had little fear that there were any more canoes on the island, for, had there been, they would have joined in the chase. It was only necessary to keep so far from the end of the island as would take them out of reach of the fire. Several shots were discharged as they passed, but these fell short as the canoe shot along at its highest rate of speed, every stroke taking it further from the nearest pursuer. At the end of an hour's paddling this canoe was a mile and a half behind. Its rowers had apparently somewhat abated their speed in order to allow the other two boats to draw up to them, for the result of the encounter between their comrades and the fugitives had not been of a nature to encourage them to undertake a single-handed contest with them. End of chapter 6. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 7 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True to the Old Flag by G. A. Henty. Chapter 7. In the Forest. "See, Peter," Harold exclaimed, "there is a whole fleet of boats ahead." "I sees 'em," Peter said, "and have seed 'em for the last quarter of an hour. It's Schuyler with the rest of what they calls their army. Steer a little out of the course. We must pass close by 'em. They won't suspect nothing wrong, and will suppose we are merely carrying a message." In half an hour they were abreast of the flotilla, consisting of flatboats laden with troops. With them were 2 or 3 Indian canoes. Peter steered so as to pass at a distance of 150 yards. They rowed less strongly now, but still vigorously. There was a shout from the boat. "All well on the island?" "All well," Peter shouted back, waving his hand, and without further word the canoe passed on. "There, do you hear that?" Peter exclaimed. "They're firing shots from the canoes to call their attention. The chances are they won't hear them, for the rattle of their oars and the talking and the row they're making are enough to drown the sound of a cannon. Now put it on again as hard as you can. Another hour will take us to the landing place." They could see, when the flotilla came up to the pursuing boats, that the canoes which accompanied it turned their heads and joined in the pursuit, but they were now near 3 miles ahead, and there was no chance whatever of their being overtaken. They slackened their speed slightly as they approached the land, and rowed up to the landing place without any signs of extraordinary haste. A few men were loitering about. "What's the news from the island?" one asked as they landed. "All well there," Peter said. "Did you see anything of Schuyler?" "Yes, we met him about halfway across." "What have you come for?" "General Montgomery says that no spare flints have been sent over for the firelocks." "I'll swear that some went," one of the men exclaimed, "for I packed a sack of them myself in one of the boats." "I suppose they have been mislaid," Peter said. "Perhaps one of the stores have got heaped over them. If you are quite sartain, we have had our journey for nothing." "As sartain as life," the man replied. "I'll swear to the sack full of flints, and tarnation heavy they was, too." "Well, then, I need not trouble about it further," Peter said. "We'll take a rest and paddle back in an hour or two. Was there any marks on the sack, so as I may tell the General how to look for it?" "Marks?" the man repeated. "Why, it had flints written on it in big black letters 6 inches long. It must turn up, anyhow. They'll find it when they come to shift the stores." Then, accompanied by his 2 companions, Peter strolled quietly through the little village. Stopping at a small store, he purchased some flour and tea. Then he followed the road inland, and was soon out of sight of the village. He stopped for a moment and then shook his head. "It's no use trying to hide our trail here," he said. "The road's an inch thick in dust, and do what we will they'll be able to see where we turn off. It's our legs as we have got to trust to for a bit. We've got a good half-hour's start of the canoes. They were along 3 miles behind when we struck the shore." Leaving the road, he led the way with a long, swinging stride across the cultivated land. 20 minutes' walk took them into the forest, which extended from the shore of the lake many miles inland. "Take off your boots, Harold," he said as he entered the wood. "Them heels will leave marks that a redskin could pick up at a run. Now tread, as near as you can, in the exact spot where the Seneca has trodden before you. He'll follow in my track, and you may be sure that I'll choose the hardest bits of ground I can come across. There, the varmints are on shore." As he spoke, an angry yell rose from the distant village. At a long, steady pace, which taxed to the utmost Harold's powers as a walker, they kept their way through the woods, not pursuing a straight course, but turning, winding, and zigzagging every few minutes. Harold could not but feel impatient at what seemed to him such a loss of time, especially when a yell from the edge of the wood told that the Indians had traced them thus far; showed, too, that they were far nearer than before. But, as Peter afterward explained to him, all this turning and winding made it necessary for the Indians to follow every step, as they would an animal, to guess the direction they had taken. The weather had been dry and the ground was hard; therefore the most experienced trapper would be obliged to proceed very slowly on the trail, and would frequently be for a time at fault; whereas, had they continued in a straight line, the Indians could have followed at a run, contenting themselves with seeing the trail here and there. They came across 2 or 3 little streams running down toward the lake. These they followed, in some cases up, in others down, for a considerable distance, leaving the bed where the bushes grew thick and hid the marks of their feet as they stepped out from the water. Harold would gladly have gone at a run, but Peter never quickened his pace. He knew that the Indians could not pick up the trail at a rate faster than that at which they were going, and that great delay would be caused at each of the little streams, as it would be uncertain whether they had passed up or down. As the time passed the Indian yells, which had when they first entered the wood sounded so alarmingly near, died away, and a perfect stillness reigned in the forest. It was late in the afternoon before Peter halted. "We can rest now," he said. "It'll be hours before the critters can be here. Now let us have some tea." He began to look for some dried sticks. Harold offered to assist. "You sit down," the scout said. "A nice sort of fire we should get with sticks of your picking up. Why, we should have a smoke that would bring all the Injuns in the woods onto us. No, the sticks as the Seneca and me'll pick up won't give as much smoke as you can put in a teacup. But I wouldn't risk even that if we was nigh the lake, for it might be seen by any redskins out in a canoe. But we are miles back from the lake, and there ain't no other open space where they could get a view over the tree tops." Harold watched the Indian and the scout collecting dry leaves and sticks, and took particular notice, for future use, of the kinds which they selected. A light was struck with a flint and steel, and soon a bright blaze sprang up, without, so far as Harold could see, the slightest smoke being given off. Then the hunter produced some food from his wallet, and a tin pot. He had at the last spring they passed filled a skin which hung on his shoulder with water, and this was soon boiling over the fire. A handful of tea was thrown in and the pot removed. Some flour mixed with water was placed on a small iron plate, which was put on the red-hot ashes. A few cakes were baked, and with these, the cold venison, and the tea, an ample meal was made. After nearly an hour's halt they again proceeded on their way. A consultation had taken place between Peter and the Seneca as to the best course to be pursued. They could, without much difficulty or risk, have continued the way through the woods beyond the lake, but it was important that they should reach the other side by the evening of the following day, to give warning of the intended attack by the Americans. There were, they knew, other redskins in the woods besides those on their trail, and the nearer they approached the shore, the greater the danger. They had determined that they should at all hazards endeavor to obtain another canoe and cross the lake. Until nightfall they continued their course, and then, knowing that their trail could no longer be followed, they made down to the lake. They were many miles distant from it, and Harold was completely worn out when at last he saw a gleam of water through the trees. He was not yet to rest. Entering the lake, they began wading through it at a few feet from the edge. After an hour's walking thus, they entered the bushes, which thickly covered the shore, and made their way through these until they came to a spot sufficiently open for them to lie down. And Harold, wrapping himself in the blanket which he carried over his shoulder, was sound asleep in less than a minute. When he woke the sun was shining brightly. "Get up, youngster, we're in luck," the scout said. "Here's a canoe with two of the varmints making toward the shore. By the way they're going they'll land not far off." The scout led the way, crawling on his hands and knees, to the water's edge, to where the Seneca was sitting watching the canoe through a cover of green leaves. The course that the boat was taking would lead it to a point some 300 yards from where they were sitting. "We shall have no difficulty in managing them," Harold said, and grasped his rifle eagerly. "Not too fast," Peter said. "The chances are that the varmints have friends on shore. Like enough they have been out fishing." The shore formed a slight sweep at this point, and the bushes in which they were hidden occupied the point of one extremity. In the center of the little bay there was a spot clear from bushes. To this the canoe was directed. As it approached the shore, two other Indians appeared at the water's edge. One of them asked a question, and in reply a paddler held up a large bunch of fish. "Just as I thought. Like enough there are a dozen of them there," said Peter. On reaching the shore the men sprang out, taking their fish with them. The canoe was fastened by its lead rope to the bushes, and the Indians moved a short distance inland. "There is their smoke," Peter said, indicating a point some 30 feet from the lake, but so slight was it that, even when it was pointed out to him, Harold could hardly make out the light mist rising from among the bushes. Presently he looked around for the Seneca, but the Indian had disappeared. "He's gone scouting," Peter said in answer to Harold's question. "If there are only 4 of them it would be an easy job, but I expect there's more of the red varmints there." In 10 minutes the Seneca returned as noiselessly as he had gone. He opened his hand and all the fingers twice. The third time he showed only 3 fingers. "13," Peter said. "Too many of them even for a sudden onslaught." The Indian said a few words to Peter, the latter nodded, and Deer Tail again quietly stole away. "He's going to steal the boat," Peter said. "It's a risky job, for where it lies it can be seen by 'em as they sit. Now, you and me must be ready with our shooting irons to cover him, if need be. If he's found out before he gets the boat, he'll take to the woods and lead them away from us. But if he's fairly in the boat, then we must do our best for him. Ef the wust comes to the wust, I reckon we can hold these bushes agin 'em for some time, but in the end I don't disguise from ye, youngster, they'll beat us." Harold now sat intently watching the canoe. It seemed an age to him before he saw a hand emerge from the bushes and take hold of the head rope. The motion given to the canoe was so slight as to be almost imperceptible. It seemed as if it was only drifting gently before the slight breeze which was creeping over the surface of the lake. Half its length had disappeared from the open space when an Indian appeared by the edge of the water. He looked at the canoe, looked over the lake, and withdrew again. The hand had disappeared in the bushes on his approach. The movement of the canoe, slight as it was, had caught his eye, but, satisfied that it was caused only by the wind, he had returned to his fire again. The hand appeared again through the bushes, and the canoe was drawn along until hidden from the sight of those sitting by the fire. Again the watchful Indian appeared, but the boat was lying quietly by the bushes at full length of its head rope. He stooped down to see that this was securely fastened, and again retired. Harold held his breath, expecting that every moment the presence of the Seneca would be discovered. Scarcely had the Indian disappeared than the Seneca crawled out from the bushes. With a sweep of his knife he cut the rope of the canoe and noiselessly entered it, and as he did so gave a shove with his foot, which sent it dancing along the shore toward the spot where Harold and his companion were hidden. Then he seized the paddle, and in half a dozen strokes brought it within reach of them. Harold and Peter stepped into it. As they did so there was a sudden shout. The Indian had again strolled down to look at the canoe, whose movements, slight as they had been, had appeared suspicious to him. He now, to his astonishment, saw it at the point with 2 white men and an Indian on board. He had left his gun behind him, and, uttering his war cry, bounded back for it. "Round the p'int, quick!" Peter exclaimed. "They'll riddle us in the open." 2 strokes took the canoe round the projecting point of bushes, and she then darted along the shore, driven by the greatest efforts of which the 3 paddlers were capable. Had the shore been open, the Indians would have gained upon them, but they were unable to force their way through the thick bushes at anything like the rate at which the canoe was flying over the water. The first start was upward of 100 yards, and this was increased by 50 before the Indians, arriving at the point, opened fire. The distance was beyond anything like an accurate range with Indian guns. Several bullets struck the water round the canoe. "Now steer out," Peter said as the firing suddenly ceased. "They're making a detour among the bushes, and'll come down ahead of us if we keep near the shore." 2 or 3 more shots were fired, but without effect, and the canoe soon left the shore far behind. "Now," Peter said, "I think we're safe. It's not likely they've another canoe anywhere near on this side, as most of 'em would have gone with the expedition. Ef the firing has been heard, it will not attract much attention, being on this side, and I see nothing in the way of a boat out in the lake. Still, these redskins' eyes can see most any distance. Now, chief," he went on to the Indian in his native language, "the young'un and I'll lie down at the bottom of the boat. Do you paddle quietly and easily, as ef you were fishing. The canoe with a single Indian in it will excite no suspicion, and even ef you see other canoes, you had better keep on in that way, unless you see that any of 'em are intending to overhaul you." The chief nodded assent. Peter and Harold stretched themselves at full length in the canoe, and the Indian paddled quietly and steadily on. For an hour not a word was spoken in the canoe. Harold several times dozed off to sleep. At last the Seneca spoke. "Many boats out on water. American army." Harold was about to raise his head to look out when Peter exclaimed, "Lie close, Harold. If a head were shown now it would be wuss than if we had sat up all the time. We know there are Injun canoes with the flats, and they may be watching us now. We may be a long way off, but there's no saying how far a redskin's eyes can carry. Can you see where they are going to, chief?" he asked the Seneca. "Are they heading for Isle aux Noix, as we heard 'em say they were going to do?" The Seneca nodded. "Going to island." "Then," Peter said, "the sooner we're across the lake the better." The Seneca again spoke, and after a consultation with Peter laid in his paddle. "What is he doing now?" Harold asked. "Our course lies pretty near the same way as theirs," Peter said. "The island is but a short distance from the shore, near the mouth of the Sorrel, so where we're going would take us right across their line. We fooled them yesterday, but are not likely to do it again today. So the chief has stopped paddling, and makes as if he were fishing. I doubt whether it will succeed, for he would hardly be fishing so far out. But we'll soon see. It's better so than to turn and paddle in any other direction, as that would be sure to excite their suspicions." The fleet of boats had already passed the spot where the canoe would have crossed had she been going directly across the lake when she was first seen, and was therefore now ahead of it. The great flotilla kept on, as if the canoe with its single occupant in its rear had not excited suspicion. The Seneca, however, knew that sharp eyes must be upon him. The manner in which the canoe had baffled pursuit the day before must have inflicted a severe blow upon the pride of the Indians, and although, having driven them off the lake, they could have no reason for suspecting that their foes could have obtained a fresh canoe, the Seneca knew that their vigilance would not sleep for a moment. Therefore, although bending over the side of the canoe as if watching his lines, his eyes were never off the boats. "There are canoes making for the shore both ways," he said at last. "It is time that my white brother should take the paddle." Peter and Harold at once sat up in the boat and looked round the lake, which at this point was about 10 miles wide. The canoe was 4 miles from the eastern side, the flotilla was a mile further up the lake, and the same distance nearer to the western shore. 4 or 5 canoes were detaching themselves from the flotilla, apparently rowing direct for the shore. It would have been easy for the canoe to have regained the eastern side long before she could have been cut off, but here they might find the Chippewas. The Indians whose boat they had taken would assuredly follow along the shores of the lake in hopes that something might occur to drive them back. Besides, had they landed there, they would be unable to carry in time the news of the approaching attack upon St. John's. For the same reason, it was important to land up the lake near the Canadian end. Peter rapidly took in the situation. He saw that it was possible, and only just possible, to reach the shore at a point opposite to that at which they now were before the hostile forces could cut them off from it. If they headed them there, they would be obliged to run down to the other end of the lake before effecting a landing, while he could not calculate on being able to beat all the canoes, most of which carried 4 paddlers, who would strain every nerve to retrieve their failure of the previous day. Not a word was spoken as the boat darted through the water. Harold, unaccustomed to judge distances, could form no idea whether the distant canoes would or would not intercept them. At present both seemed to him to be running toward the shore on nearly parallel courses, and the shorter distance that the Indians would have to row seemed to place them far ahead. The courses, however, were not parallel, as the Indians were gradually turning their canoes to intercept the course of that which they were pursuing. As the minutes went by and the boats converged more and more toward the same point, Harold saw how close the race would be. After 20 minutes' hard paddling, the boats were within a quarter of a mile of each other, and the courses which they were respectively taking seemed likely to bring them together at about a quarter of a mile from the shore. There were 3 Indian canoes, and these kept well together. So close did the race appear that Harold expected every moment to see Peter sweep the head of the canoe round and make a stern chase of it by running down the lake. This Peter had no intention of doing. The canoes, he saw, traveled as fast as his own, and could each spare a man to fire occasionally, while he and his companions would be obliged to continue paddling. Better accustomed to judge distances than Harold, he was sure, at the speed at which they were going, he would be able to pass somewhat ahead of his foes. "Row all you know, Harold," he said. "Now, chief, send her along." Harold had been rowing to the utmost of his strength, but he felt by the way the canoe quivered at every stroke that his companions were only now putting out their extreme strength. The boat seemed to fly through the water, and he began to think for the first time that the canoe would pass ahead of their pursuers. The latter were clearly also conscious of the fact, for they now turned their boats' heads more toward the shore, so that the spot where the lines would meet would be close to the shore itself. The canoes were now within 200 yards of each other. The Indians were nearer to the shore, but the oblique line that they were following would give them about an equal distance to row to the point for which both were making. Harold could not see that there was the slightest difference in the rate at which they were traveling. It seemed to him that the 4 canoes would all arrive precisely at the same moment at the land, which was now some 500 or 600 yards distant. Another 2 minutes' paddling, and when the canoes were but 70 or 80 yards apart, Peter, with a sweep of his paddle, turned the boat's head nearly half round and made obliquely for the shore, so throwing his pursuers almost astern of them. The shore was but 300 yards distant, they were but 50 ahead of their pursuers. The latter gave a loud yell at seeing the change in the position in the chase. They had, of course, foreseen the possibility of such a movement, but had been powerless to prevent it. But they were prepared, for on the instant one man in each canoe dropped his paddle, and, standing up, fired. It is a difficult thing to take aim when standing in a canoe dancing under the vigorous strokes of 3 paddlers. It was the more difficult since the canoes were at the moment sweeping round to follow the movement of the chase. The 3 balls whistled closely round the canoe, but no one was hit. The loss of 3 paddlers for even so short a time checked the pace of the canoes. The Indians saw that they could not hope to overtake their foes, whose canoe was now but a few lengths from shore. They dropped their paddles, and each man seized his rifle. Another moment, and the 9 pieces would have poured their fire into the canoe about 50 yards ahead of them, when from the bushes on the shore 3 puffs of smoke shot out, and 3 of the Indians fell, one of them upsetting his boat in his fall. A yell of surprise and dismay broke from them, the guns were thrown down, the paddles grasped again, and the heads of the canoes turned from the shore. The Indians in the overturned boat did not wait to right it, but scrambled into the other canoes, and both were soon paddling at the top of their speed from the shore, not without further damage, for the guns in the bushes again spoke out, and Peter and the Seneca added their fire the instant they leaped from the boat to shore, and another of the Indians was seen to fall. Harold was too breathless when he reached the bank to be able to fire. He raised his gun, but his hands trembled with the exertion that he had undergone, and the beating of his heart and his short, panting breath rendered it impossible for him to take a steady aim. A minute later, Jake burst his way through the bushes. "Ah, Massa Harold!" he exclaimed. "Bress de Lord dat we was here! What a fright you have given me, to be sure! We have been watching you for a long time. Ephraim and de redskin, dey say dey saw little spot far out on lake, behind all dose boats. Den dey say other boats set off in chase. For a long time Jake see nothing about dat, but at last he see dem. Den we hurry along de shore, so as to get near de place to where de boats row. Ebery moment we tink dat dey catch you up. Ephraim say no, bery close thing, but he tink you come along first, but dat we must shoot when dey come close. We stand watch for some time, den Ephraim say dat you no able to get to dat point. You hab to turn along de shore, so we change our place and run along, and sure nuff de boat's head turns, and you come along in front of us. Den we all shoot, and the redskins dey tumble over." "Well, Jake, it is fortunate indeed that you were on the spot, for they could scarcely have missed all of us. Besides, even if we had got to shore safely, they would have followed us, and the odds against us would have been heavy." "Dat ar war a close shave, Peter," Ephraim said. "An all-fired close shave, I call it." "It war, Ephraim, and no mistake." "Why didn't yer head down along the lake?" "Because I got news that the colonists air going to attack St. John's tomorrow, and I want to get to the fort in time to put 'em on their guard. Besides, both sides of the lake are sure to be full of hostile Injuns. Those canoes paddled as fast as we did, and in the long run might have worn us out." "Did you have a fight on the lake 2 nights ago? Me and the redskin thought we heard firing." "We had a skirmish with 'em," Peter said. "A pretty sharp shave it were, too, but we managed to slip away from them. Altogether, we've had some mighty close work, I can tell yer, and I thought more than once as we were going to be wiped out." While they were speaking the men had already started at a steady pace through the woods, away from the lake, having first drawn up the canoe and carefully concealed it. It was late at night when they reached Fort St. John. A message was at once dispatched to a party of the Senecas who were at their village, about 16 miles away. They arrived in the morning, and, together with a portion of the garrison, moved out and took their place in the wooded and marshy ground between the fort and the river. Scouts were sent along the Sorrel, and these returned about 1 o'clock, saying that a large number of boats were coming down the lake from Isle aux Noix. It had been determined to allow the colonists to land without resistance, as the commander of the fort felt no doubt of his ability, with the assistance of his Indian allies, to repulse their attack. Some 1,200 men were landed, and these at once began to advance toward the fort, led by their two generals, Schuyler and Montgomery. Scarcely had they entered the swamp, when from every bush a fire was opened upon them. The invaders were staggered, but pushed forward, in a weak and undecided way, as far as a creek which intercepted their path. In vain General Montgomery endeavored to encourage them to advance. They wavered, and soon began to fall back, and in an hour from the time of their landing they were again gathered on the bank of the river. Here they threw up a breastwork, and as his numbers were greatly inferior, the British officer in command thought it unadvisable to attack them. After nightfall the colonists took to their boats and returned to Isle aux Noix, their loss in this their first attempt at the invasion of Canada being 9 men. A day or two later the Indians again attempted to induce General Carleton to permit them to cross the frontier and carry the war into the American settlements, and upon the general's renewed refusal, they left the camp in anger, and remained from that time altogether aloof from the contest. St. John's was now left with only its own small garrison. Captain Wilson was ordered to fall back with his company to Montreal, it being considered that the garrison of St. John's was sufficient to defend that place for a considerable time. As soon as the Indians had marched away, having sent word to the colonists that they should take no further part in the fight, Montgomery, who was now in command, Schuyler having fallen sick, landed the whole of the force and invested the fort. An American officer, Ethan Allen, had been sent with a party to try to raise the colonists in rebellion in the neighborhood of Chambly. He had with him 30 Americans and was joined by 80 Canadians. Dazzled by the success which had attended the surprise of Ticonderoga, he thought to repeat the stroke by the conquest of Montreal. He crossed the river in the night about 3 miles below the city. Peter and some other scouts, who had been watching his movements, crossed higher up and brought the news, and 36 men of the 26th Regiment, Captain Wilson's company, and 200 or 300 loyal Canadians, the whole under the command of Major Campbell, attacked Ethan Allen. He was speedily routed, and, with 38 of his men, taken prisoner. The siege of St. John's made but little progress. The place was well provisioned, and the Americans encamped in the low, swampy ground around it suffered much from ill health. The men were mutinous and insolent, the officers incapable and disobedient. So far the invasion of Canada, of which such great things had been hoped by the Americans, seemed likely to turn out a complete failure. End of chapter 7. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 8 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True to the Old Flag by G. A. Henty. Chapter 8. Quebec. General Carleton, seeing that Montgomery's whole force was retained idle before St. John's, began to hope that the winter would come to his assistance before the invaders had made any serious progress. Unfortunately, he had not reckoned on the utter incapacity of the officer in command of Fort Chambly. Major Stopford of the 7th Regiment had 160 men and a few artillerymen, and the fort was strong and well provided with provisions. American spies had found the inhabitants around the place favorable to the Americans. Major Brown was sent down by Montgomery with a small detachment, and, being joined by the inhabitants, sat down before the fort. They had only 2 6-pounders, and could have effected nothing had the fort been commanded by a man of bravery and resources. Such was not the character of its commander, who, after a siege of only a day and a half, surrendered the place with all its stores, which were of inestimable value to the invaders, who were upon the edge of giving up the siege of the fort, their ammunition being entirely exhausted. But the 6 tons of gunpowder, the 17 cannon, mortars, and muskets which fell into their hands enabled them to carry on the siege of St. John's with renewed vigor. There was no excuse whatever for the conduct of Major Stopford in allowing these stores to fall into the hands of the Americans, as, even had he not possessed the courage to defend the fort, he might, before surrendering, have thrown the whole of the ammunition into the river, upon which there was a safe sally port, where he could have carried on the operation entirely unmolested by the enemy. The colors of the 7th Regiment were captured and sent to Congress as the first trophy of the war. The siege of St. John's was now pushed on by Montgomery with vigor. Colonel Maclean, with 800 Indians and Canadians, attempted to relieve it, crossing the St. Lawrence in small boats. On nearing the other bank, they were received by so heavy a fire by the Americans posted there that they were obliged to retire without effecting a landing. Provisions and ammunition were now running short in St. John's, there was no hope whatever of relief from the outside, and the officer commanding was therefore obliged to surrender on November 14, after a gallant defense. As there were only some 50 or 60 regulars in Montreal, General Carleton was unable to defend that town, and upon the news of the fall of St. John's, he at once retired to Quebec, and Montreal was occupied by the Americans. In the meantime, another expedition had been dispatched by the Americans under Arnold. This officer, with 1,500 men, had started for Quebec from a point 130 miles north of Boston. Suffering enormous fatigue and hardship, the force made its way up the river, past rapids, cataracts, and through swamps they dragged and carried their boats and stores. They followed the bed of the river up to its source, and then, crossing the watershed, descended the Chaudière and Duloup rivers onto the St. Lawrence, within a few miles of Quebec. This was a wonderful march, one scarcely equaled in the annals of military history. Crossing the St. Lawrence in canoes, Arnold encamped with his little force upon the Heights of Abraham. Such a daring attempt could not have been undertaken had not the Americans been aware of the extreme weakness of the garrison at Quebec, which consisted of only 50 men of the 7th Regiment, 240 of the Canadian militia, a battalion of seamen from the ships of war, under the command of Captain Hamilton of the Lizard, 250 strong, and the Colonial Volunteers under Colonel Maclean. The fortifications were in ruinous condition. It was fortunate that Colonel Maclean, who had come from the Sorrel upon the surrender of St. John's, by forced marches, arrived on the very day on which Arnold appeared before the city. Directly he arrived, Arnold attacked the city at the gate of St. Louis, but was sharply repulsed. He then desisted from active operations and awaited the arrival of Montgomery, who was marching down from Montreal. The flotilla in which Carleton was descending the river was attacked by the Americans, who came down the Sorrel, and was captured, with all the troops and military stores which it was bringing down. General Carleton himself escaped in a small boat under cover of night, and reached Quebec. Captain Wilson's company had been attached to the command of Colonel Maclean, and with it arrived in Quebec in safety. Upon the arrival of Montgomery with his army, the city was summoned to surrender. A strong party in the town were favorable to the invaders, but General Carleton treated the summons with contempt, and turned all the inhabitants who refused to join in the defense of the city outside the town. The winter had now set in earnest, and the difficulties of the besiegers were great. Arnold's force had been much weakened by the hardships that they had undergone, Montgomery's by desertions. The batteries which they erected were overpowered by the fire of the defenders, and the siege made no progress whatever. The men became more and more disaffected and mutinous. Many of them had nearly served the time for which they had enlisted, and Montgomery feared that they would leave him when their engagement came to an end. He in vain tempted the besieged city to make a sally. Carleton was so certain that success would come by waiting that he refused to allow himself to hazard it by a sortie. The weather was fighting for him, and the besiegers had before them only the alternatives of taking the place by storm or abandoning the siege altogether. They resolved upon a storm. It was to take place at daybreak on December 31. Montgomery determined to make 4 attacks, 2 false and 2 real ones. Colonel James Livingstone, with 200 Canadians, was to appear before St. John's Gate, and a party under Colonel Brown were to feign a movement against the upper town, and from high ground there were to send up rockets as the signal for the real attacks to commence, that led by Montgomery from the south, and that under Arnold from the northwest, both against the lower town. The false attacks were made too soon, the rockets being fired half an hour before the main columns reached their place of attack. The British were not deceived, but, judging these attacks to be feints, left but a small party to oppose them, and marched the bulk of their forces down toward the lower town. Their assistance, however, came too late, for, before they arrived, the fate of the attack was already decided. The Americans advanced under circumstances of great difficulty. A furious wind with cutting hail blew in their faces. The ground was slippery and covered with snow. Half an hour before the English supports arrived on the spot, Montgomery, with his leading company, reached the first barricade, which was undefended. Passing through this, they pressed on toward the next. The road leading to it was only wide enough for 5 or 6 persons abreast. On one side was the river, on the other a steep cliff. In front was a log hut with loopholes for musketry, and a battery of 2 3-pounders. It was held by a party of 30 Canadians and 8 militiamen under John Coffin, with 9 sailors under Bairnsfeather, the captain of the transport, to work the guns. Montgomery, with 60 men, pushed on at a run to carry the battery, but, when within 50 yards, Bairnsfeather discharged his pieces, which were loaded with grape shot, with deadly aim. Montgomery, his aide-de-camp McPherson, Lieutenant Cheeseman, and 10 others fell dead at the first discharge, and with them the soul of the expedition fled. The remaining officers endeavored to get the men to advance, but none would do so, and they fell back without losing another man. So completely cowed were they that they would not even carry off the bodies of their general and his companions. These were brought into Quebec next day and buried with the honors of war by the garrison. The force under Arnold was far stronger than that under Montgomery. The Canadian Guard appointed to defend the first barrier fled at the approach, but the small body of sailors fought bravely and were all killed or wounded. Arnold was shot through the leg and disabled. Morgan, who commanded the advanced companies, led his men on and carried the second barrier after an obstinate resistance. They were attacking the third when Maclean with his men from the upper town arrived. The British then took the offensive and drove the enemy back, and a party, going round, fell upon their rear. 50 were killed in Arnold's column, 400 taken prisoners, and the rest retreated in extreme disorder. Thus ended the assault upon Quebec, an assault which was all but hopeless from the first, but in which the Americans showed but little valor and determination. In fact, throughout the war, it may be said that the Americans, when fighting on the defensive behind trees and entrenchments, fought stubbornly, but that they were feeble in attack and wholly incapable of standing against British troops in the open. It would now have been easy for Carleton to have sallied out and taken the offensive, but he preferred holding Quebec quietly. He might have easily driven the Americans from their position before the walls, but with the handful of troops under his orders, he could have done nothing toward carrying on a serious campaign in the open. Until spring came and the rivers were opened, no reinforcements could reach him from England, while the Americans could send any number of troops into Canada. Carleton, therefore, preferred to wait quietly within the walls of Quebec, allowing the winter, hardships, and disunion to work their natural effects upon the invaders. Arnold sent to Washington to demand 10,000 more troops, with siege artillery. Several regiments were sent forward, but artillery could not be spared. 8 regiments entered Canada, but they found that, instead of meeting, as they had expected, an enthusiastic reception from the inhabitants, The population was now hostile to them. The exactions of the invading army had been great, and the feeling in favor of the English was now all but universal. On May 5 two frigates and a sloop of war made their way up the river to Quebec. The Americans endeavored to embark their sickened artillery above the town. Reinforced by the marines, the garrison sallied out and attacked the enemy, who fled with precipitation, leaving their provisions, cannon, 500 muskets, and 200 sick behind them. The British pursued them until they reached the mouth of the Sorrel. The arrival of the fleet from England brought news of what had taken place since Captain Wilson's company had marched from Boston a short time after the battle of Bunker's Hill. Immediately after the battle, the colonists had sent two deputies, Penn and Lee, with a petition to Parliament for the restoration of peace. This petition was supported by a strong body in Parliament. The majority, however, argued that, from the conduct of the Americans, it was clear that they aimed at unconditional, unqualified, and total independence. In all their proceedings they had behaved as if entirely separated from Great Britain. Their professions and petition breathed peace and moderation. Their actions and preparations denoted war and defiance. Every attempt that could be made to soften their hostility had been in vain. Their obstinacy was inflexible, and the more England had given in to their wishes, the more insolent and overbearing had their demands become. The stamp tax had been repealed, but their ill will had grown rather than abated. The taxations on imports had been entirely taken off, save on one small item. But rather than pay this, they had accumulated arms and ammunition, seized cannon belonging to the king, and everywhere prepared for armed resistance. Only two alternatives remained for the British nation to adopt: either to coerce the colonists to submission, or to grant them their entire independence. These arguments were well founded. The concessions which had been made had but encouraged the colonists to demand more. No good whatever would have come from entering into negotiation. There remained but the two alternatives. It would have been far better had Parliament, instead of deciding on coercion, withdrawn altogether from the colonies, for although hitherto the Americans had shown no great fighting qualities, it was clear that so small an army as England could spare could not permanently keep down so vast a country if the people were determined upon independence. They might win every battle, might overpower every considerable force gathered against them, but they could only enforce the king's authority over a mere fractional portion of so great an area. England, however, was unaccustomed to defeat. Her spirit in those days was proud and high, and by a large majority Parliament voted for a continuance of the war. The next step taken was one unworthy of the country. It tended still further to embitter the war, and it added to the strength of the party in favor of the colonists at home. Attempts were made by the government to obtain the services of large numbers of foreign troops. Negotiations were entered into with Russia, Holland, Hesse, and other countries. Most of these proved ineffectual, but a considerable number of troops was obtained from Hesse. The news of these proceedings excited the Americans to renewed efforts. The force under Washington was strengthened, and he took possession of Dorchester Heights, commanding the town of Boston. A heavy cannonade was opened on the city. The British guns answered it, but the American position gave them an immense advantage. General Howe, who was in command, at first thought of attempting to storm the heights, but the tremendous loss sustained at the battle of Bunker's Hill deterred him from the undertaking. His supineness during the past 4 months had virtually lost the American colonies to England. He had under his command 8,000 troops, who could have routed, with ease, the undisciplined levies of Washington. Instead of leading his men out against the enemy, he had suffered them to be cooped up for months in the city, and had failed to take possession of the various heights commanding the town. Had he done this, Boston might have resisted a force many times as strong as that which advanced against it, and there was now nothing left for the English but to storm the heights with enormous loss, or to evacuate the city. The first was the alternative which had been chosen when the Americans seized Bunker's Hill. The second was that which was now adopted. Having adopted this resolution, Howe carried it out in a manner which would in itself be sufficient to condemn him as a military leader. Nothing was done to destroy the vast stores of arms and ammunition, and 250 pieces of cannon were left for the colonists to use against England. No steps were taken to warn ships arriving from England of the surrender of the town. The consequence was that, in addition to the vast amount of stores captured in the town, numbers of the British store ships fell into the hands of the Americans, among them a vessel which, in addition to carbines, bayonets, gun carriages, and other stores, had on board more than 70 tons of powder, while Washington's whole stock was all but exhausted. But worse even than this hurried and unnecessary abandonment of vast munitions of war was the desertion of the Loyalist population. Boston was full of Loyalists, among whom were many of the wealthier and better born persons in the colony, who, from the commencement of the troubles, had left their homes, their fortunes, and their families to rally around the standard of their sovereign. The very least that Howe could have done for these loyal men would have been to have entered into some terms of capitulation with Washington, whereby they might have been permitted to depart to their homes and to the enjoyment of their property. Nothing of the sort was attempted, and the only choice offered to a Loyalist was to remain in the town, exposed to certain insult and ill treatment, perhaps to death, at the hands of the rebels, or to leave in the transports for England or Halifax, and to be landed here penniless and starving. Howe's conduct in this was on a piece with his behavior throughout the campaign. But he was little, if at all, inferior to the other generals, who vied with each other in incapacity and folly. Never in the whole history of England were her troops led by men so inefficient, so sluggish, and so incapable as those who commanded her armies in the American Revolutionary War. The first ships from England which arrived at Quebec were followed, a few days later, by the Niger and Triton, convoy transports with troops. The British now took the offensive in earnest. From the west Captain Forster marched from Detroit, with 40 men of the 8th Regiment, 100 Canadians, and some Indians, against a pass called the Cedars, situated 15 leagues above Montreal. This was held by 400 men with 2 cannon. As soon as the British force opened fire, the Americans surrendered. The following day Forster's force, advancing, came upon 140 men under Major Sherburne, who were marching to reinforce the garrison at the Cedars. They were forced to retreat, and 100 of them taken prisoners. Arnold, with 700 men, advanced against the British force. The British officer, fearing that in case of an attack the Indians with him might massacre the prisoners, released the whole of them, 474 in number, under the promise that an equal number of British prisoners would be returned. This engagement was shamefully broken by the Americans, who raised a number of frivolous excuses, among others that prisoners taken by the British were ill-treated, an accusation which excited the indignation of the prisoners themselves, some of whom wrote to members of Congress, stating that nothing could be kinder or more courteous than the treatment which they received. While Forster was advancing toward Montreal from the west, Carleton was moving up against the Americans at Sorel from Quebec. At the death of Montgomery, Wooster had taken the command of the main American force. He had been succeeded by Thompson, but the latter dying of smallpox, Sullivan took his place. The new commander determined to take the offensive against the English, and dispatched a force of about 2,000 men to attack General Fraser, who then held a post at a place called 3 Rivers. A Canadian peasant brought news to General Fraser of the approach of the Americans, and as he had received reinforcements from below, he determined to anticipate their attack. His movements were completely successful. Some of the Americans fought well, but the rest dispersed with but little resistance. 200 were killed and 150 taken prisoners. The rest succeeded in returning to Sorel. The main body of the British army now came up the river in their ships, and, as they approached Sorel, Sullivan broke up his camp and retreated. At the same time Arnold, who commanded at Montreal, evacuated the town and joined Sullivan's army at St. John's. Had the English pushed forward with any energy, the whole of the American army of invasion would have fallen into their hands. They were completely broken in spirits, suffering terribly from sickness, and were wholly incapable of making any defense. Burgoyne, who commanded the advance of the British army, moved forward very slowly, and the Americans were enabled to take to their boats and cross, first to Isle aux Noix and then to Crown Point. An American historian, who saw them after they landed, says, "At the sight of so much privation and distress, I wept until I had no more power to weep. I did not look into a tent or hut in which I did not find either a dead or dying man. Of about 5,000 men, full half were invalids. In little more than 2 months they had lost by desertion and death more than 5,000 men." Captain Wilson and his company were not present with the advance of the British troops. General Howe, after evacuating Boston, had sailed with his army to Halifax, there to wait until a large body of reinforcements should be sent in the spring from England. General Carleton had, in his dispatches, mentioned favorably the services which the little company of loyalists from Boston had performed, and Lord Howe wrote requesting that the company should be sent down by ship to Halifax, as he was about to sail from New York to undertake operations on a large scale, and should be glad to have with him a body of men accustomed to scouting and acquainted with the country. Accordingly, the company was embarked in a transport, and reached Halifax early in June. On the 11th they sailed with the army, and arrived at Sandy Hook on the 29th. On July 3 the army landed on Staten Island, opposite Long Island, and soon afterward Lord Howe, brother of General Howe, arrived with the main army from England, raising the total force to nearly 30,000 men. It consisted of 2 battalions of light infantry, 2 of grenadiers, the 4th, 5th, 10th, 17th, and 22nd, 23rd, 27th, 35th, 38th, 40th, 42nd, 43rd, 44th, 45th, 49th, 52nd, 55th, 63rd, and 64th regiments of foot, part of the 46th and 71st regiments, and the 17th regiment of light dragoons. There were, besides, 2 battalions of volunteers from New York, each 1,000 strong. Had this force arrived, as it should have done, 3 months earlier, it might have achieved great things, but the delay had enabled the Americans to make extensive preparations to meet the coming storm. Lord Howe brought with him a communication from Parliament, giving him and his brother full power to treat with the Americans on any terms which they might think fit. Upon his arrival, Lord Howe addressed a letter to Dr. Franklin, informing him of the nature of his communication, expressing hopes that he would find in America the same disposition for peace that he brought with him, and requesting his aid to accomplish the desired end. Dr. Franklin, in answer, informed Lord Howe that, "prior to the consideration of any proposition for friendship or peace, it would be required that Great Britain should acknowledge the independence of America, should defray the expense of the war, and indemnify the colonists for all damages committed." After such a reply as this, Lord Howe had no alternative but to commence hostilities, which he did by landing the army in Gravesend Bay, Long Island. The enemy offered no opposition to the landing, but retreated at once, setting fire to all the houses and granaries, and taking up a position in the wooded heights which commanded the line by which the English must advance. The American main force, 15,000 strong, was posted on a peninsula between Mill Creek and Wallabout Bay, and had constructed a strong line of entrenchments across the end of the peninsula. The entrenchments were strengthened by abattis and flanked by strong redoubts. 5,000 remained to guard this post, and 10,000, under General Puttenham, advanced to hold the line of wooded hills which run across the island. In the center of the plain, at the foot of these hills, stood the village of Flatbush. The Hessian division of the British army, under General de Heister, advanced against this, while General Clinton, with the right wing of the English army, moved forward to attack the enemy's left. This force marched at 9 o'clock at night on August 26. General Sir William Howe himself accompanied it. The line of hills trended away greatly to the left, and the enemy had neglected to secure the passes over the hills on this flank. Consequently, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the British passed the range of hills without resistance, and occupied Bedford in its rear. Had Sir William Howe now pushed on vigorously, the whole of Puttenham's force would have been captured. In the meantime, the Hessians from Flatbush attacked the center of the Americans, and after a warm engagement, routed them and drove them into the woods with a loss of 3 pieces of cannon. On the British left General Grant also advanced, and at midnight carried a strong pass on the enemy's left. Retiring, they held a still stronger position further back and offered a fierce resistance until the fires at Bedford showed that the English had obtained a position almost in their rear, when they retreated precipitately. Sketch of the British position on Long Island. The victory was a complete one, but it had none of the consequences which would have attended it had the English pushed forward with energy after turning the American left. 6 pieces of cannon were captured, and 2,000 men killed or taken prisoners. The English lost 70 killed and 230 wounded. So impetuously did the English attack that even Sir William Howe admitted that they could have carried the entrenchments. He alleges he did not permit them to do so because he intended to take the position by regular approaches, and wished therefore to avoid the loss of life which an immediate assault would have occasioned. On the 27th and 28th regular approaches were commenced, but on the 29th, under cover of a fog, the Americans embarked in boats and succeeded in carrying the whole of their force, without the loss of a man, across to the mainland. The escape of this body of men was disgraceful in the extreme to the English commanders. They had a great fleet at their disposal, and had they placed a couple of frigates in the East River, between Long Island and New York, the escape would have been impossible, and General Washington and his army of 15,000 men must have been taken prisoners. Whether this misfortune would have proved conclusive of the war, it is now too late to speculate, but so splendid an opportunity was never before let slip by an English general, and the negligence was the more inexcusable inasmuch as the fleet of boats could be seen lying alongside of the American position. Their purpose must have been known, and they could at any moment have been destroyed by the guns of a ship of war taking up its position outside them. Lord Howe dispatched the American General Sullivan, who had been taken prisoner on Long Island, to Congress, repeating his desire to treat. A committee of 3 members accordingly waited on Lord Howe, who informed them that it was the most ardent wish of the King and the government of Great Britain to put an end to the dissatisfaction between the mother country and the colonists. To accomplish this desire, every act of Parliament which was considered obnoxious to the colonists should undergo a revisal, and every just cause of complaint should be removed, if the colonists would declare their willingness to submit to the authority of the British government. The committee replied that it was not America which had separated herself from Great Britain, but Great Britain had separated herself from America. The latter had never declared herself independent until the former had made war upon her, and even if Congress were willing to place America in her former situation, it could not do so, as the Declaration of Independence had been made in consequence of the congregated voice of the whole people, by whom alone it could be abolished. The country was determined not to return under the domination of England. The negotiations were therefore broken off. Lord Howe published a declaration to the people of America, giving the answer of the committee to his offer of reconciliation. He acquainted them with the fact that the parent country was willing to receive into its bosom and protection all who might be willing to return to their former obedience. In taking this step, Lord Howe was convinced that a majority of the inhabitants of America were still willing to enter into an accommodation of the differences between the two powers, and the conviction was not ill-founded. The declaration, however, produced but little effect, for the dominant section, that resolved to break off all connection with England, had acquired the sole management of affairs, and no offers which could possibly have been made would have been accepted by them. Convinced that all further negotiations would be ineffectual, Lord Howe prepared to carry his army across from Long Island to New York, where the American army had taken up their post after the retreat from Long Island. The armies were separated by the East River, with a breadth of about 1,300 yards. A cannonade was kept up for several days. On September 13, some ships of war were brought up to cover the passage. Washington, seeing the preparations, began to evacuate the city and to abandon the strong entrenchments which he had thrown up. At 11 o'clock on the morning of the 15th, the men of war opened a heavy fire, and Clinton's division, consisting of 4,000 men in 84 boats, sailed up the river, landed on Manhattan Island at a place called Kip's Bay, and occupied the heights of Inclenberg, the enemy abandoning their entrenchments at their approach. General Washington rode toward Kip's Bay to take command of the troops stationed there, but found the men who had been posted at the lines running away, and the brigades which should have supported them flying in every direction, heedless of the exertions of their generals. Putnam's division of 4,000 men was still in the lower city, and would be cut off unless the British advance should be checked. Washington therefore made the greatest efforts to rally the fugitives and to get them to make a stand to check the advancing army, but in vain, for as soon as even small bodies of redcoats were seen advancing, they broke and fled in panic. Howe, as usual, delayed giving orders for an advance, and thus permitted the whole of Putnam's brigade, who were cut off and must have been taken prisoners, to escape unharmed. And thus, with comparatively little loss, the Americans drew off, leaving behind them only a few heavy cannon and some bayonets and stores. So rapid had been their flight at the approach of the English that only 15 were killed, 2 men falling on the English side. End of chapter 8. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 9 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True to the Old Flag by G.A. Henty. Chapter 9. The Surprise of Trenton. The Americans, finding that they were not pursued, rallied from their panic and took up a position at Harlem and Kingsbridge. So great was the disorganization among them, that had the British advanced at once, they would have taken the place with scarcely any loss, strong as it was by nature and by the entrenchments which Washington had prepared. Great numbers deserted, disputes broke out between the troops of the various states, insubordination prevailed, and the whole army was utterly disheartened by the easy victories which the British had obtained over them. Washington reported the cowardice of his troops to Congress, who passed a law inflicting the punishment of death for cowardice. Before leaving New York, the Americans had made preparations for burning the whole town, but the speediness of their retreat prevented the preparations being carried into effect. Fire was set to it in several places, and a third of the town was destroyed. The position taken up by the enemy was so strong that it was determined to operate in the rear. Some redoubts were thrown up to cover New York during the absence of the main part of the British force. A portion of the British army was landed at a point threatening the retreat of the Americans, and a series of skirmishes of no great importance took place. The enemy fell back from their most advanced works, but no general move was undertaken, although, as the numbers on both sides were about even, and the superior fighting powers of the English had been amply demonstrated, there could have been no doubt as to the result of a general battle. Lord Howe, however, wasted the time in a series of petty movements, which, although generally successful, had no influence upon the result and served only to enable the Americans to recover from the utter depression which had fallen upon them after the evacuation of Long Island and the loss of New York. Gradually, the Americans fell back across a country so swampy and difficult that it was now no longer possible to bring on a general action. Their retreat had the effect of isolating the important positions of Kingsbridge and Fort Washington. The latter post was of the utmost importance, inasmuch as it secured the American intercourse with the Jersey shore. The fortifications were very strong, and stood upon rising and open ground. It was garrisoned by 3,000 of the best American troops under the command of Colonel Magaw. Washington was gradually withdrawing his army, and had already given orders that Fort Washington should be evacuated. But General Lee, who was second in command, so strongly urged that it should be retained that, greatly against his own judgment, he was obliged to consent to its being defended, especially as Colonel Magaw insisted that the fort could stand a siege. On the night of November 14 the British passed some troops across the creek, and Lord Howe summoned the place to surrender on pain of the garrison being put to the sword. Magaw had upon the previous day received large numbers of reinforcements, and replied that he should defend the fort. Soon after daybreak on the 16th the artillery opened on both sides. 5,000 Hessians, under the command of General Knyphausen, moved up the hill, penetrated some of the advanced works of the enemy, and took post within 100 yards of the fort. The 2nd Division, consisting of the Guards and Light Infantry, with 2 battalions of Hessians and the 33rd Regiment, landed at Island Creek, and after some stiff fighting forced the enemy from the rocks and trees up the steep and rugged mountain. The 3rd and 4th Divisions fought their way up through similar defenses. So steep was the hill that the assailants could only climb it by grasping the trees and bushes, and so obstinate was the defense that the troops were sometimes mixed up together. The bravery and superior numbers of the British troops bore down all resistance, and the whole of the 4 divisions reached their places round the fort. They then summoned it to surrender, and its commander, after half an hour's consideration, seeing the impossibility of resisting the assault which was threatened, opened the gates. Upon the English side about 800 men were killed and wounded, of whom the majority were Hessians. These troops fought with extreme bravery. The American loss, owing to their superior position, was about 150 killed and wounded, but the prisoners taken amounted to over 3,000. On the 18th Lord Howe landed a strong body on the Jersey shore under Lord Cornwallis, who marched to Fort Lee and surprised it. A deserter had informed the enemy of his approach, and the garrison had fled in disorder, leaving their tents, provisions, and military stores behind them. Lord Cornwallis, pushing forward with great energy, drove the Americans out of New Jersey. Another expedition occupied Rhode Island. Cold weather now set in, and the English went into winter quarters. Their success had been complete, without a single check, and had they been led vigorously, the army of Washington might on 2 occasions have been wholly destroyed. In such a case the moderate portion of the population of the colonists would have obtained a hearing, and a peace honorable to both parties might have been arrived at. The advantage gained by the gallantry of the British troops was, however, entirely neutralized by the lethargy and inactivity of their general, and the colonists had time given them to recover from the alarm which the defeat of their troops had given them, to put another army in the field, and to prepare on a great scale for the coming campaign. The conduct of General Howe in allowing Washington's army to retire almost unmolested was to the officers who served under him unaccountable. His arrangements for the winter were even more singularly defective. Instead of concentrating his troops, he scattered them over a wide extent of country at a distance too great to support each other, and thus left it open to the enemy to crush them in detail. General Howe now issued a proclamation offering a free pardon to all who surrendered, and great numbers of colonists came in and made their submission. Even in Philadelphia the longing for peace was so strong that General Washington was obliged to send a force there to prevent the town from declaring for England. During the operations which had taken place since the landing of the British troop on Long Island, Captain Wilson's company had taken but little part in the operations. All had been straightforward work, and conducted on the principles of European warfare. The services of the volunteers as scouts had not, therefore, been called into requisition. The success which at first attended the expedition had encouraged Captain Wilson to hope, for the first time since the outbreak of the Revolution, that the English might obtain such decisive successes that the colonists would be willing to accept some propositions of peace, such as those indicated by Lord Howe, a repeal of all obnoxious laws, freedom from any taxation except that imposed by themselves, and a recognition of the British authority. When he saw that Lord Howe, instead of actively utilizing the splendid force at his disposal, frittered it away in minor movements and allowed Washington to withdraw with his beaten army unmolested, his hopes again faded, and he felt that the colonists would in the long run succeed in gaining all that they contended for. When the army went into winter quarters, the company was ordered to take post on the Delaware. There were 4 frontier posts, at Trenton, Bordentown, Whitehorse, and Burlington. Trenton, opposite to which lay Washington with the main body of his army, was held by only 1,200 Hessians, and Bordentown, which was also on the Delaware, was, like Trenton, garrisoned by these troops. No worse choice could have been made. The Hessians were brave soldiers, but their ignorance of the language and of the country made them particularly unsuitable troops for outpost work, as they were unable to obtain any information. As foreigners, too, they were greatly disliked by the country people. Nothing was done to strengthen these frontier posts, which were left wholly without redoubts or entrenchments into which the garrison could withdraw in case of attack. Captain Wilson's little company were to act as scouts along the line of frontier. Their headquarters were fixed at Bordentown, where Captain Wilson obtained a large house for their use. Most of the men were at home at work of this kind, and Peter Lambton, Ephraim, and the other frontiersmen were dispatched from time to time in different directions to ascertain the movements and intentions of the enemy. Harold asked his father to allow him, as before, to accompany Peter. The inactivity of a life at a quiet little station was wearisome, and with Peter he was sure of plenty of work, with a chance of adventure. The life of exercise and activity which he had led for more than a year had strengthened his muscles and widened his frame, and he was now able to keep up with Peter, however long and tiresome the day's work might be. Jake, too, was of the party. He had developed into an active soldier, and although he was but of little use for scouting purposes, even Peter did not object to his accompanying him, for the negro's unfailing good temper and willingness to make himself useful had made him a favorite with the scout. The weather was now setting in exceedingly cold. The 3 men had more than once crossed the Delaware in a canoe and scouted in the very heart of the enemy's country. They were now sitting by the bank, watching some drifting ice upon the river. "There won't be many more passages of the river by water," Peter remarked. "Another 10 days and it'll be frozen across." "Then we can cross on foot, Peter." "Yes, we can do that," the scout said. "And so can the enemy. Ef their general has got any enterprise with him, and ef he can get them chaps as he calls soldiers to fight, he'll be crossing over one of these nights and capturing the hull of them Hessians at Trenton. What General Howe means by leaving 'em there is more nor I can think. He might as well have sent so many babies. The critters can fight, and fight well, too, and they're good soldiers. But what's the good of 'em in a frontier post? They know nothing of the country, they can't speak to the people, nor ask no questions, nor find out nothing about what's doing the other side of the river. They air no more than mere machines. What was wanted was 2 or 3 battalions of light troops, who would make friends with the country people, and larn all that's doing opposite. If the Americans are sharp, they'll give us lots of trouble this winter, and you'll find there won't be much sitting quiet for us at Bordentown. Fortunately, Bordentown and Trenton ain't far apart, and one garrison ought to be able to arrive to the assistance of the other before it's overpowered. We shall see. Now, I propose that we cross again tonight, and try and find out what the enemy's doing. Then we can come back and manage for you to eat your Christmas dinner with your father, as you seem to have bent your mind upon that, though why it matters about dinner one day more than another is more nor I can see. That night the 3 scouts crossed the river in the canoe. Avoiding all houses, they kept many miles straight on beyond the river, and lay down for a few hours before morning dawned. Then they turned their faces the other way, and walked up to the first farmhouse they saw. "Can we have a drink of milk?" the hunter asked. "You can," the farmer replied, "and some breakfast if you like to pay for it. At first I was glad to give the best I had to those who came along, but there have been such numbers going one way and the other, either marching to join the army or running away to return to their homes, that I should be ruined if I gave to all comers." "We're ready to pay," Peter said, drawing some money from his pocket. "Then come in and sit down." In a few minutes an excellent breakfast was put before them. "You are on your way to join the army, of course?" the farmer asked. "Just that," Peter replied. "We think it's about our time to do a little shooting, though I don't suppose there'll be much done till the spring." "I don't know," the farmer said. "I should not be surprised if the general wakes up them Germans when the Delaware gets frozen. I heard some talk about it from some men who came past yesterday. Their time was expired, they said, and they were going home. I hear, too, that they are gathering a force down near Mount Holly, and I reckon that they are going to attack Bordentown." "Is that so?" Peter asked. "In that case we might as well tramp in that direction. It don't matter a corn shuck to us where we fight, so as it's soon. We've come to help lick those British, and we means to do it." "Ah," the farmer said, "I have heard that sentiment a good many times, but I have not seen much come of it yet. So far, it seems to me as the licking has been all the other way." "That's so," Peter agreed. "But everyone knows that the Americans are just the bravest people on the face of the habitable arth. I reckon their dander's not fairly up yet, but when they begin in arnest you'll see what they'll do." The farmer gave a grunt which might mean anything. He had no strong sympathies either way, and the conduct of the numerous deserters and disbanded men who had passed through his neighborhood had been far from impressing him favorably. "I don't pretend to be strong either for the Congress or the king. I don't want to be taxed, but I don't see why the colonists should not pay something toward the expenses of the government. And now that Parliament seems willing to give all we ask for, I don't see what we want to go on fighting for." "Well," Peter exclaimed in a tone of disgust, "you're one of the half-hearted ones." "I am like a great majority of the people of this country. We are of English stock, and we don't want to break with the old country. But the affairs have got into the hands of the preachers and the newspaper men and the chaps that want to push themselves forward and make their pile out of the war. As I read it, it's just the Civil War in England over again. We were all united at the first against what we considered as tyranny on the part of the Parliament, and now we have gone setting up demands which no one dreamed of at first, and which most of us object to now, only we have no longer the control of our own affairs." "The great heart of this country beats for freedom," Peter Lambton said. "Pooh," said the farmer contemptuously. "The great heart of the country wants to work its farms and do its business quietly. The English general has made fair offers, which might well be accepted, and as for freedom, there was no tyranny greater than that of the New England states. As long as they managed their own affairs there was neither freedom of speech nor religion. No, sir, what they call freedom was simply the freedom to make everyone else do and think like the majority." "Well, we won't argue it out," Peter said, "for I'm not good at argument, and I came here to fight and not to talk. Besides, I want to get to Mount Holly in time to join in this battle, so I guess we'll be moving." Paying for the breakfast, they started at once in the direction of Mount Holly, which lay some 25 miles away. As they approached the place early in the afternoon, they overtook several men going in the same direction. They entered into conversation with them, but could only learn that some 450 of the militia from Philadelphia and the counties of Gloucester and Salem had arrived on the spot. The men whom they had overtaken were armed countrymen who were going to take a share in the fight on their own account. Entering the place with the others, Peter found that the information given him was correct. "We'd better be out of this at once," he said to Harold, "and make for Bordentown." "You don't think that there is much importance in the movement," Harold said as they tramped along. "There ain't no importance whatever," Peter said, "and that's what I want to tell 'em. They're never thinking of attacking the 2,000 Hessians at Bordentown with that ragged lot." "But what can they have assembled them for within 12 miles of the place?" Harold asked. "It seems to me," the hunter replied, "that it's just a trick to draw the Germans out from Bordentown and so away from Trenton. At any rate, it's well that the true account of the force here should be known. These things gets magnified, and they may think that there's a hull army here." It was getting dusk when they entered Bordentown, and Harold was glad when he saw the little town, for since sunset on the evening before they had tramped nearly 60 miles. The place seemed singularly quiet. They asked the first person they met what had become of the troops, and they were told that Colonel Dunlop, who commanded, had marched an hour before with his whole force of 2,000 men toward Mount Holly, leaving only 80 men in garrison at Bordentown. "We are too late," Harold said. "They have gone by the road, and we kept straight through the woods, and so missed them." "Well, I hope no harm'll come of it. I suppose they mean to attack at daylight, and in course that rabble will run without fighting. I hope when the colonel sees as how there's no enemy there worth speaking of, he'll march straight back again." Unfortunately, this was not the case. The militia, according to their orders, at once dispersed when their outposts told them of the approach of the British, but the German officer, instead of returning instantly, remained for 2 days near Mount Holly, and so gave time to Washington to carry out his plans. Captain Wilson's company had gone out with the force, and Peter and his companions had the house to themselves that night. Harold slept late, being thoroughly fatigued by his long march the day before, carrying his rifle, blanket, and provisions. Peter woke him at last. "Now, young'un, you've had a good sleep. It's 11 o'clock. I'm off to Trenton to see what's doing there. Will you go with me, or will you stop here on the chance of eating your dinner with your father?" "Oh, it's Christmas Day," Harold said, stretching. "Well, what do you think, Peter? Are they likely to come back or not?" "They ought to be back, there's no doubt about that, but whether they will or not is a different affair altogether. I've never seed them hurry themselves yet, not since the war began. Things would have gone a good deal better if they had. But time never seems of no consequence to them. They marched 12 miles last night, and I reckon it's likely they'll halt today and won't be back till tomorrow. I feel uneasy in my mind about the whole affair, for I can't see a single reason for the enemy sending that weak force to Mount Holly, unless it was to draw away the troops from here, and the only motive there could be for that would be because they intend to attack Trenton." "Very well, Peter, I will go with you." Accompanied by Jake, they set out at once for Trenton. On arriving there they found no particular signs of vigilance. Since the Hessians had reached Trenton, their discipline had much relaxed. A broad river separated them from the enemy, who were known to be extremely discontented and disorganized. They had received instruction on no account to cross the river to attack the colonials, and the natural consequence of this forced inactivity had manifested itself. Discipline was lax, and but a slight watch was kept on the movements of the enemy across the stream. Ignorant of the language of the people, they were incapable of distinguishing between those who were friendly and those who were hostile to the crown, and they behaved as if in a conquered country, taking such necessaries as they required without payment, and even sending parties to a considerable distance on plundering expeditions. Peter, on his arrival, proceeded to the headquarters of Colonel Rail, who was in command, an officer of great bravery and energy. One of his officers was able to speak English, and to him Peter reported the departure of the force from Bordentown, of which Colonel Rail was already aware, and the weakness of the American force at Mount Holly. He stated, also, his own belief that it was merely a feint to draw off Colonel Dunlop, and that preparatory to an attack on Trenton. The officer treated the information lightly, and pointing to the mass of ice floating down the river, asked whether it would be possible for boats to cross. "When the river freezes," he said, "there may be some chance of attack. Till then we are absolutely safe." Peter, shaking his head, rejoined his companions, and told them of the manner in which his advice had been received. "But it would be difficult to cross the river," Harold said. "Look at the masses of ice on the water." "It would be difficult," the hunter admitted, "but not by no manner of means impossible. Determined men could do it. Well, I've done my duty and can do no more. If the night passes off quietly, we'll cross again before daybreak and go right into the Yankee camp, and see what they're up to. Now, Harold, you can take it easy till nightfall. There's naught to be learned till then, and as we shall be on foot all night, ye may as well sleep today." Returning to a spot on the banks of the river at a short distance from the town, they made a fire, on which Jake cooked some steaks of venison they had procured. After smoking a pipe, the hunter set the example by stretching himself on the ground near the fire and going to sleep. Used as he was to night marches, he had acquired the faculty of going to sleep at any hour at will. Jake and Harold were some time before they followed his example, but they too were at last asleep. At sunset they were on their feet again, and after taking supper proceeded along the river. The night passed off quietly, and Harold became convinced that his companion's fears were unfounded. Toward morning he suggested that it was time to be crossing the river. "I'm not going yet," the hunter said. "Before I start we'll go down to Trenton Ferry, a mile below the town. If they come over at all, it's likely enough to be there. There'll be time then to get back and cross before it's light. It's 6 o'clock now." They kept along the road by the river until they were within a quarter of a mile of the ferry. Presently they saw a dark mass ahead. "Jerusalem!" Peter exclaimed. "There they are!" They immediately discharged their rifles and ran back at full speed to the outposts, which were but a quarter of a mile from the town. The Americans had also pressed forward at full speed, and the outposts, which had been alarmed by the discharge of the rifles, were forced at once to abandon the post and to run into the town, whither they had, on hearing the rifles, already sent in one of their number with the news. Here all was in confusion. The Hessian leader was trying to collect his troops, who were hurrying in from their quarters, but many of them thought more of storing their plunder away in the wagons than of taking their places in the ranks. Washington had crossed with 2,500 men and a few field pieces, and upon gaining the Jersey side had divided his troops into 2 detachments, one of which marched by the riverside, the other by an upper road. Hurrying forward, they surrounded the town, and placing their field pieces in the road, opened fire on the astonished Hessians. Rail had by this time succeeded in assembling the greater part of his force, and charged the Americans with his usual courage. He received, however, a mortal wound as he advanced. His troops immediately lost heart, and finding their retreat cut off, at once surrendered. The body of Hessian light horse succeeded in making their escape. The casualties were few on either side, but 1,000 prisoners were taken. 2 other divisions of the Americans had attempted to cross, the one at Bordentown, the other at Mackenzie's Ferry, but both had failed, owing to the quantity of floating ice. Washington retired across the Delaware the same afternoon. The consequences of this success were great. The spirits of the Americans, which had fallen to the lowest ebb in consequence of the uninterrupted series of defeats, rose greatly. They found that the British were not invincible, and that, if unable to oppose them in great battles, they might at least inflict heavy losses on them and weary them out with skirmishes and surprises. The greatest joy reigned throughout the various states. Fresh levies were ordered, the voices of the moderate party which had been gaining strength were silenced, and the determination to continue the war vigorously was in the ascendancy. The lesson given at Trenton was wholly lost upon the English commander-in-chief. Instead of at once ordering General Leslie to advance from Princeton and to hold the enemy in check by reoccupying and fortifying Trenton, he allowed Colonel Donop to abandon Bordentown and to fall back to Princeton, thus laying it open to Washington to cross the Delaware again and carry the war into New Jersey. Washington, after waiting 8 days, seeing the indecision and ineptitude of the British general, again crossed with 4,000 men and occupied Trenton. Peter Lambton and his 2 companions were not among the prisoners taken at Trenton. On entering the town, Harold was about to join the Hessians assembling under Colonel Rale, but Peter gave a violent tug to his coat. "Come along, young'un," he said. "The darned fools have let themselves be caught in a trap, and they'll find there's no way out of it. In 10 minutes the Americans will be all around the place, and as I don't wish to spend a year or 2 in a Yankee prison at present, I'm going to make tracks at once. Fighting aren't no good now. Men who'll let 'emselves be caught in a trap like this'll never be able to cut their way out of it. Come on." Much against his will, Harold yielded to Peter's wishes, and the 3 kept straight on through the town by the river side and issued into the country beyond before the Americans had surrounded it. A minute or 2 after leaving the town, the light horse galloped past. "There are some more out of the hole, and I reckon that's about all. There, do you hear the guns? The Yanks have brought their artillery over. I reckon the fight won't last long." For 2 or 3 minutes there was a roar of musketry, then this suddenly ceased. "I thought as much," Peter said. "They've surrendered. If they had only kept together and fought well, they should have cut their way through the enemy. Lord, what poor things regular soldiers are in the dark! A frontiersman would just as soon fight in the dark as in the light. But here are the men who climbed up the hill to Fort Washington, and that was no child's play, no better nor a pack of women when they're attacked half asleep and half awake, just as day is breaking." The 3 comrades walked to Bordentown, which, they were relieved to find, had not been attacked. A few miles beyond this place they met Colonel Donop marching back at full speed with his corps, having received the news of the disaster at Trenton from the horsemen who had fled. They joined their company and marched to Princeton. A fortnight later Lord Cornwallis, with his forces at Brunswick, under General Grant, advanced to Princeton and then moved forward to attack the army at Trenton. General Washington on his approach retired from the town and, crossing a rivulet at the back of it, took post on some high ground there, with the apparent intention of defending himself against an attack. It was late in the afternoon, and a heavy cannonade was kept up till night time. Lord Cornwallis determined to attack next morning. At 2 in the morning Washington retired suddenly, leaving his fires burning. Quitting the main road, he made a long circuit through Allentown, and marched with all speed towards Princeton, which place he intended to surprise. When Lord Cornwallis advanced, he had left the 17th, 40th, and 55th regiments there. On arriving at Trenton, he had sent word back for the 17th and 55th to advance to Maidenhead, a village halfway between Princeton and Trenton. Colonel Mawhood, who commanded, marched at daylight, but scarcely had he started when he met Washington advancing with his army. The morning was foggy, and it was at first supposed that the enemy were a body of British troops marching back to Princeton, but it was soon found that the force was a hostile one. Its strength could not be seen on account of the fog, and he determined to engage it. Possessing himself of some high ground, he sent his wagons back to Princeton and ordered the 40th Regiment to come out to his assistance. As the Americans advanced, the artillery on both sides opened fire. The leading columns of the colonists soon showed signs of disorder. The 17th Regiment fixed bayonets and with great gallantry charged the enemy in front of them, driving them back with considerable slaughter, and so far did they advance that they were separated from the other battalions, and cutting their way through the American force, the regiment pursued its march to Maidenhead. The 40th and 55th fought stoutly, but were unable to make their way through the American force, and fell back to Brunswick, while the Americans occupied Princeton. At daybreak Lord Cornwallis discovered the retreat of the American army, and being apprehensive for the safety of Brunswick, where great stores of the army were accumulated, marched with all haste toward that town. Brigadier Matthew, the officer commanding there, on hearing of the approach of the enemy, at once dispatched the store wagons toward the rear and drew up his small command to defend the place to the last. The gallant resistance before Princeton had delayed the Americans so long that the van of the army of Cornwallis was already close to their rear as they approached Brunswick. Seeing this, Washington abandoned his design on that town and crossed the Millstone River, breaking down the bridge at Kingston to stop pursuit. Washington now overran East and West Jersey, penetrated into Essex County, and making himself master of the country opposite to Staten Island, thus regained almost all the district which the English had taken from him in the autumn. All this greatly heightened the spirit and courage of the Americans, while the Loyalists and the English troops were disheartened and disgusted at seeing an army of 30,000 fine troops kept inactive, while the enemy, with but 4,000 men, who were wholly incapable of opposing an equal number of British troops, were allowed to wander unchecked, to attack and harass the British pickets, and to utilize the whole of the resources of their country. Had General Howe entertained a fixed desire to see English authority overthrown in America, he could not have acted in a manner more calculated to carry those wishes into effect. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Trisha G.
Chapter 10 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Ann. True to the Old Flag by G. A. Henty. Chapter 10. A Treacherous Planter. It must not be supposed that the whole of the time was spent in scouting and fighting. Between the armies lay a band of no man's land. Here, as elsewhere, the people of the country were divided in their opinions, but generally made very little display of these, whatever they might be. It is true that, as a rule, non-combatants were but little interfered with. Still, a warm and open display of sympathy with one side or the other was likely to be attended by the loss of cattle and damage to crops when the other party got the upper hand. In some other states feeling ran much higher. In the Carolinas, the Royalists were most cruelly persecuted. Their property was destroyed, and they were, in many cases, shot down without mercy. But generally, throughout the colonies, a considerable latitude of opinion was allowed. This was especially so in the zone between the armies in the Jerseys. No one could tell what the positions of the armies a week hence might be, and any persecution inflicted by the one party might lead to retaliation upon a shift of positions a few weeks later. A general toleration therefore reigned. Next to Peter Lambton, Harold's greatest friend in the corps was a young man named Harvey. He was of good family and belonged to New York. Being a strong loyalist, he had, like many other gentlemen, enlisted for service under the old flag. He had naturally many acquaintances among the country families, and Harold often accompanied him in his visits to one or other of them. During the winter, when things were quiet, the duties of the scouts were light, and it was the habit among them that 1/3 should be on outpost duty at a time, the rest being free to move about as they liked. The scouts had no fixed order of position. They went out alone or in 2s or 3s, as it pleased them, their duty simply being to watch everything that was going on along the enemy's line of outposts, to bring the earliest news of any intended movements, and to prevent dashing parties of the enemy's horsemen from making raids into or behind the British lines. They were not, of course, expected to check bodies of cavalry starting on a raid, but simply to obtain information of their having left their lines and the direction taken, and then to hurry back to the British posts, whence a force of cavalry would be sent out to intercept or check the invaders. Many dashing exploits were performed by the cavalry on both sides in the way of getting behind their opponents' quarters, cutting off provision trains, attacking small posts, and carrying off straggling parties. One of the houses to which Harold used most frequently to accompany his friend Harvey was situated nearly halfway between the rival armies, and was about 8 miles from either. The owner, Mr. Jackson, was a man of considerable wealth, and the house was large and well appointed. He had, before the troubles began, a fine business as a lawyer in New York, but as the outbreak of hostilities put a stop to all business of a legal kind in that city, he had retired to his country house. Although himself born in England, he professed to be entirely neutral, but his family were undisguisedly loyal. It consisted of his wife and 2 daughters, girls of 17 and 18 years old. When the English army advanced to the neighborhood of his property, Mr. Jackson was always ready to offer his hospitality to the officers of the corps which might be stationed near him, and he similarly opened his house to the Americans when they, in turn, advanced as the British turned back. Being, as he always made a point of saying, perfectly neutral in the struggle, he was glad to meet gentlemen, irrespective of the opinions they held. The line taken by Mr. Jackson was the one which was very largely pursued among the inhabitants of the country houses and farms, scattered over what was, throughout the war, a debatable land. So frequent were the changes of position of the armies that none could say who might be in possession in a week's time, and it was, therefore, an absolute necessity for those who wished to live unmolested to abstain from any stronger show of partisanship. As is always the case in struggles of this kind, the female population were more enthusiastic in their partisanship and more pronounced in their opinions than the men. And although, upon the arrival of a troop of cavalry or a detachment of foot belonging to the other side, the master of the house would impartially offer what hospitality he was capable of, it was not difficult to perceive, by the warmth or coldness of the female welcome, what were the private sentiments of the family. Harold was not long in discovering, from the frequency with which Harvey proposed an excursion to the Jacksons, and from his conduct there, that Isabel, the eldest daughter, was the object which mainly attracted him. The families had long been friends, and Harvey, although now serving as a simple scout, was of a position equal to her own. Their friends were always cordially received by Mr. Jackson, and Harold was soon as intimate there as his comrade. They usually left their quarters a little before dusk and started back late at night. Often as Mr. Jackson pressed them to stay, they never accepted his invitation. The scouts, from their activities and ubiquitousness, were the bête noire of the Americans, whose most secret plans were constantly detected and foiled by the sagacity and watchfulness of these men, whose unerring rifles made frequent gaps in the ranks of the officers. They therefore spared no pains, whenever there was a chance, of killing or capturing any of these most troublesome foes, and Harvey and Harold knew that a report of their presence at the Jacksons would suffice to bring a party of horsemen from the American lines. Their visits, therefore, were always made after dark, and at irregular intervals, and, in spite of their inclination to the contrary, they made a point of returning at night to their quarters. Other visitors were often present at the Jacksons, the sons and daughters of neighbors, and there was generally music and singing, and sometimes the young people stood up for a dance. The scouts wore no regular uniform, although there was a general similarity in their attire, which was that of an ordinary backwoods hunter. When off duty they were allowed to dress as they pleased, and at Mr. Jackson's the two friends were attired in the ordinary dress of colonists of position. At these little gatherings political subjects were never discussed, and a stranger spending an evening there would not have dreamed that the house stood between 2 hostile armies, that at any moment a party of horsemen belonging to one side or the other might dash into the courtyard, and that even those laughing and talking pleasantly together might be of opinions diametrically opposed. Harvey and Harold were introduced to visitors simply as friends from New York, and, although the suspicions as to their character and position might be strong, no one thought of asking questions. "I do not like that fellow Chermside," Harvey said one night, as he and his friend were returning to their quarters. They were mounted, for, although when on duty the scouts worked on foot, many of them, who were men of property, kept horses which they used when not engaged. Harvey had 2 horses, and one of these was always at Harold's service. "I am not surprised you don't like him," Harold replied with a laugh, "and I imagine the dislike is mutual. When 2 gentlemen are paying attentions to one young lady, they seldom appreciate each other's merits very cordially." "I don't think it's entirely that," Harvey laughed. "Isabella and I understand each other, and I have no fear of his rivalry. But I do not like him." "I do not think I like him myself," Harold said more seriously, "and yet I do not know why I should not. When he has been there alone with us and the family, he has frequently used expressions showing his strong leaning toward the Loyalist side." "I don't put much faith in that," Harvey said. "He knows how strongly Mr. Jackson and the girls lean toward the Crown, and would say anything that he thought would please Isabel. I have spoken to her, and she thinks that he is sincere. In fact, she has rather a good opinion of him. However, we shall see. It was rather curious that that party of Morgan's cavalry should have ridden up the other night and searched the house 2 hours after we left. You see, we had agreed to sleep there that night, and only changed our minds after the others had all left, when we remembered that we were both for duty early next morning. It might have been a coincidence, of course, but it had an ugly look. I think Mr. Jackson thought so, too, for he did not ask us to stop tonight. Anyhow, I wish Chermside's plantation was not so near this, and that he did not drop in so often." A week later they paid another visit. When dinner was over, Harold was chatting with Mr. and Mrs. Jackson. Harvey was sitting at the piano, where the eldest girl was playing, and the younger was looking out of window. "We are going to have another fall of snow," she said. "There is not a star to be seen." "Oh!" she exclaimed suddenly. "What is it, my dear?" Mr. Jackson asked. "There is a rocket gone up from the woods." "A rocket?" Mr. Jackson repeated. "Yes, papa. There are the stars falling now." "That is a curious thing," Mr. Jackson said, while the others went to the window. They stood watching for some minutes, but nothing was to be seen. "I do not like that rocket," Mr. Jackson said as they left the window. "It means something. It can only be a signal. People don't let off rockets for amusement nowadays. Did you meet anyone on the road?" "No, sir," Harvey said, "not a soul." "I do not like it," their host repeated. "It means mischief of some sort or other. I do not wish to seem inhospitable, but my advice to you is, get on your horses and ride at once to your quarters. You are on duty tomorrow, and you told me you would pass near here on your way toward the enemy's lines. You might look in as you go past and hear whether anything came of it. If I mistake not, we shall have another visit from Morgan's horse this evening." Much against their inclination, the young men followed Mr. Jackson's advice. The next day they, with Peter and Jake, stopped at the house as they passed. "I was right," their host said, as the 2 young men entered. "An hour after you left, 20 of Morgan's horse rode up. They would not take my word that we were alone, but searched the house from top to bottom, and were evidently greatly disappointed at finding no one. I have been making inquiries this morning, and find that all the servants were in the house at the time my daughter saw the rocket, so I hope that I have no traitor here. Still, it is clear that someone must be keeping watch over your movements." "Have you asked, sir," Harvey said, after a pause, "whether anyone came after we arrived?" "I don't see how anyone could come, but I will ask." He rang the bell, and a negro servant appeared. "Did anyone come to the house yesterday, Caesar, after these gentlemen came? Any beggar or peddler, or anyone of that sort?" "No, sir. No one came except Massa Chermside. He got off his horse and asked if you had any visitors. I said that Massa Harvey and Massa Wilson were here. He say he call again another night when the family alone, and rode off." "Just what I expected, sir," Harvey said, when the servant left the room. "I have always doubted that fellow's honesty." "Oh, nonsense!" Mr. Jackson replied. "You must be mad, Harvey. Chermside's father was an old friend of mine, and I have known the young fellow since he was a child. I should as soon suspect one of my own daughters of being capable of such an act of gross treachery as laying a plot to bring the American cavalry down upon guests of mine. The idea is preposterous. Bless me, how amused the girls will be at your suspecting their old playfellow." "I hope I may be mistaken, sir," Harvey said, "but Harold's opinion of him agrees with mine, and in talking it over last night we both put our finger on him as the man who fired the rocket. Well now, we must be pushing on. We are bound for the ford where Morgan's horse must have come over, and shall hear from our fellows there whether they rode straight here after crossing, as, if so, there can be no doubt whether that rocket was a signal." Upon arriving at the ford, they found that Morgan's horse had only crossed an hour before the time at which they arrived at Mr. Jackson's. One of the scouts had instantly taken word to the nearest cavalry outpost, but the enemy had recrossed the river before these had arrived on the spot. After 3 days on duty at the front, the party returned to their lines, and the next time that the young men rode out to their friends, they took with them Jake and Peter, to whom they related the circumstances. The scouts proceeded on foot and separated from the others a mile before reaching the house, having arranged that Peter should scout round it, while Jake should proceed to the plantation of Mr. Chermside and keep a sharp lookout there. They had arranged with Mr. Jackson that no mention of the rocket should be made to anyone, however intimate with the family. "I'm glad to see you again," the host said as they entered the room where the family were assembled, "although I own that these 2 raids of Morgan's horse have made me uneasy. The girls have been immensely amused at your suspicions of young Chermside." "How could you think such a thing?" Isabel said. "He was here on the following evening, and was as indignant as we were at the thought of treachery being at work. He quite agreed with us that the coming of the Yankees could hardly have been accidental." "You said nothing about the rocket, I hope?" Harvey asked. "No, we kept quite silent about that, as you made such a point of it. But it seemed ridiculous with him. But I shall be in a fright now every time you come." "We have brought 2 of our men with us," Harvey said, "and they are scouting round, so we shall hear if another rocket goes up, and even if the person who let it up suspects that the last was seen, as he might do from our having left so suddenly, and tries some other plan to warn the enemy, we can trust our men to fire a shot and so give us warning in time. We have told the groom not to take the saddles off the horses, as we may stop but a short time." At 8 o'clock a disturbance was heard outside, and Jake entered the room, dragging with him by main force the young planter. "What is the meaning of this?" Mr. Jackson asked, as they rose from their seats in surprise. "Me tell you, sir," Jake answered. "Me had orders from Master Harold to watch outside ob de house ob dis fella and see what going on dere. About half an hour after me got dere, a nigger come along running from dis direction. Dat no business of Jake's, so he stood in de trees and let him pass. He go into de house. 5 minutes after dis feller he come out, and he walk away. Jake follow him bear quiet to see what him after. He walk more den a mile. Den he get on de other side of dat big hill. Den me see him stop, and Jake think it time to interfere, so he ran up and catch him. He had put dis thing against the stump of a tree, and had him pistol on him hand, and was on de point of firing it close to dis thing, so as to light him." As Jake spoke, he held out a rocket. Several times while Jake had been speaking, the planter had tried to interrupt him, but each time Jake, who had not released his hold of him, gave him so violent a shake that he was fain to be silent. "This is scandalous indignity!" he exclaimed furiously when Jake finished. "What do you mean, sir," he demanded of Harvey, "by setting this nigger to watch my abode? I will have satisfaction for this treatment." "It seems, sir," Mr. Jackson said, signing to Harvey to be silent, "that you have been detected in a gross act of treachery. My friends have suspected you of it, but I indignantly denied it. Could we believe, I and my family, that you, whom we have known as a child, would betray our guests to the Americans? Loyalists and Republicans are alike welcome here. I do not ask my friends their opinions. My house is neutral ground, and I did not think that anyone who used it would have the treachery to turn it into a trap. Still less did I imagine you would do so. These gentlemen would be perfectly within their right did they take you out and hang you from the nearest tree. But for my sake I trust that they will not do so. But should the American cavalry ever visit this house under circumstances which may lead it to be supposed that they have been brought here to capture my guests, I shall let them punish you as you deserve. No word of mine will be raised in your favor. Now, sir, go, and never again enter this house, where the loathing and contempt that I feel for you will, I know, be shared by the ladies of my family." At a nod from Harold, Jake released his hold of the captive, who, without a word, turned and left the room. Not a word was spoken for a minute or two after he had left. The youngest girl was the first to speak. "The wretch!" she exclaimed. "To think that Herbert Chermside should turn out such a mean traitor! Papa, I would have let them hang him at once. It would have served him right. Now he may do us harm." "I do not know that you are not right, Ada," Mr. Jackson replied gravely. I am far from saying that I acted wisely. Young Chermside has many friends among the Americans, and it is possible that he may work us harm. However, my position as a neutral is well established. Officers on both sides have at times been welcomed here, and his report, therefore, that our friends here are often with us can do us no harm. Henceforth he must be regarded as an enemy, and there will always be danger in these visits. So long as the American outposts are within an hour's ride he can have the road watched, and although he is not likely to venture upon signaling with rockets, he may send or take word on horseback. A bonfire, too, might be lit at the other side of the hill to call them over. Altogether, you will never be safe from home, except when you have a strong body of your own troops between this and the river. I am glad to say, Harvey said, that in consequence of the news of Morgan's raids on this side, a body of 200 infantry and a troop of cavalry are to move tomorrow and take up their position by the ford, so we shall be safe from any surprise from that direction. I am very glad to hear it, Mr. Jackson said. It will relieve me of a great anxiety. But pray be watchful when you are in this neighborhood. You have made a bitter enemy, and, after what he has proved himself capable of, we cannot doubt that he would hesitate at nothing. I understand, he went on with a smile towards his eldest daughter, what is at the bottom of his conduct, and, as I have long suspected his hopes in that quarter, I am not surprised that he is somewhat hostile to you. Still, I never for a moment deemed him capable of this. The next day Mr. Jackson learned that his neighbor had left his plantation, and had told his servants that he was not likely to return for some time. Shortly after this a series of bad luck attended the doings of the British scouts. Several parties were killed or captured by the enemy, and they were constantly baffled by false reports, while the Americans appeared to forestall all their movements. It was only when enterprises were set on foot and carried out by small bodies that they were ever successful. Anything like combined action by the orders of the officers constantly turning out ill. There must be a traitor somewhere, Peter said upon return of a party from an attempt which, although it promised well, had been frustrated, to carry off a number of cattle from one of the American depots. It ain't possible that this can be all sheer bad luck. It ain't no one in our company, I'll be bound. We ain't had any new recruits lately, and there ain't a man among us whom I could not answer for. There must be a black sheep in Gregory's or Vincent's corps. The enemy seem up to every move, and, between us, we've lost more than 30 men in the last few weeks. There ain't no doubt about it. There's a traitor somewhere, and he must be a clever one, and he must have pals with him, or he couldn't send news of what we are doing so quickly. It beats me altogether, and all the men are furious. I've been talking with some of our men, Peter said a few days afterwards, and we agreed that we are bound to get to the bottom of this matter. We're startin' sure that the traitor don't belong to us. What we propose is this, that the hull of us shall go up together without saying a word to a soul, and scatter ourselves along the river at all points where a chap going with a message to the enemy would be likely to cross. The night we go out, we'll get the 3 captains all to give orders to their men for an expedition, so that whoever it is that sends messages from here would be sure to send over word to the Yankees, and it'll be hard if we don't catch him. What do you say?" "I think the plan is a very good one," Harold answered. "If you like, I will go with my father and ask Gregory and Vincent to send their men." Captain Wilson at once went to these officers. They were as much irritated and puzzled as were their men by the failures which had taken place, and agreed that, next evening, an order should be issued for the men of the 3 corps to act in combination, and to allow it to leak out that they intended to surprise an American post situated near the river, 21 miles distant. Captain Wilson's scouts, instead of going with the others, were to act on their own account. On the day arranged, as soon as it became dark, the 40 scouts quietly left their quarters in small parties and made their way toward the river, striking it at the point where a messenger would be likely to cross upon his way to give warning to the American post of the attack intended to be made upon it. They took post along the river, at a distance of 50 or 60 yards apart, and silently awaited the result. Several hours passed, and no sound broke the stillness of the woods. An hour before dawn, Peter Lambton heard a slight crack, as that of a breaking twig. It was some distance back in the woods, but it seemed to him, by the direction, that the man who caused it would strike the river between himself and Jake, who was stationed next to him. He noiselessly stole along toward the point. Another slight sound afforded him a sure indication of the direction in which the man, whoever he might be, was approaching. He hastened his steps, and a minute later a negro issued from the wood close to him. He stood for an instant on the river bank, and was about to plunge in, when Peter threw his arms around him. Although taken by surprise, the negro struggled desperately, and would have freed himself from the grip of the old scout, had not Jake run up instantly to his comrade's assistance. In a minute the negro was bound, and 2 shots were then fired, the concerted signal by which it would be known along the line that a capture had been effected. In a few minutes the whole body was assembled. The negro, who refused to answer any questions, was carried far back into the woods, and a fire was lighted. "Now, nigger," Peter said, taking as captor the lead in the matter, "just tell us right away where you was going and who sent you." The negro was silent. "Now look here, darky, you're in the hands of men who are no jokers. If you tell us at once who put ye on to this trick, no harm will happen to you, but if you don't, we'll just burn the skin off your body, bit by bit." Still the negro was silent. "Half a dozen of yez," Peter said, "as have got iron ramrods, shove them into the fire. We'll soon find this nigger's tongue." Not a word was spoken until the ramrods were heated red hot. "Now," Peter said, "2 of yez clap your ramrods against this darky's flanks." The negro struggled as the men approached him, and gave a terrific yell as the hot iron was applied to his sides. "I will tell you, sars. Oh, have mercy upon me, and I will tell you everything." "I thought," Peter said grimly, "that you'd find a tongue soon enough. Now then, who sent you?" "My massa," the negro answered. "And who is your master?" The negro was again silent, but as, at a nod from Peter, the men again raised the ramrods, he blurted out, "Massa Chermside." The name was known to many of the scouts, and a cry of anger broke from them. "I thought as much," Harvey said. "I suspected that scoundrel was at the bottom of it all along. Where is he asked the negro. "Me not know, sar." "You mean you won't say," Peter said. "Try the vartue of them ramrods again." "No, no," the negro screamed. "Me swear, me do not know where him be. You may burn me to death if you will, but I could not tell you." "I think he is speaking the truth," Harvey said. "Wait a minute. Have you done this before?" he asked the negro. "Yes, sah. 8 or 10 times me swim de river at night." "With messages to the Americans?" "Yes, sah. Messages to American officers." "Have you any written message? Any letter?" "No, sah. Me never take no letter. Me only carry dis." And he took out from his hair a tiny ball of paper smaller than a pea. It was smoothed out, and upon it were the words, "General Washington." "Where I go, sah, I show dem dis, and dey know den dat de message can be believed." "But how do you get the message? How do you see your master?" "Master's orders were dat me and 2 oders were to meet him ebery night, after it got dark, at a tree a mile from de place where de soldiers are. Sometimes he no come. When he comes, he gives each of us a piece of money, and tells us to carry a message across the river. We start by different ways, swim across de water in different places, take de message, and come back to de plantation." "A pretty business," Peter said. "Now you must come back with us to the post and tell your story to the commanding officer. Then we must see if we can't lay hands on this rascally master of yours." Upon the news being told, the general in command sent a party out, who, after searching the house and outbuildings of the plantation in vain, set fire to them and burned them to the ground. The negroes were all carried away and employed to labor for the army. The town and all the surrounding villages were searched, but no trace could be obtained of the missing man. One of the men in Gregory's corps of scouts disappeared. He had recently joined, but his appearance, as a man with beard and whiskers, in no way agreed with that of the planter. He might, however, have been disguised, and his disappearance was in itself no proof against him, for the scouts were under no great discipline, and when tired of the service often left without giving notice of their intention of doing so. It was, moreover, possible that he might have fallen by an enemy's bullet. The strongest proof in favor of the deserter being Chermside was that, henceforth, the scouts were again as successful as before, often surprising the enemy successfully. Now that the ford nearest Mr. Jackson's was strongly guarded, the young men had no apprehension of any surprise, although such an event was just possible, as the cavalry on both sides often made great circuits in their raids upon each other's country. That Chermside was somewhere in the neighborhood they believed, having indeed a strong reason for doing so, as a rifle was one evening fired at them from the wood as they rode over, the ball passing between their heads. Pursuit, at the time, was impossible. but the next day a number of scouts searched the woods without success. Soon after they heard that Chermside had joined the Americans and obtained a commission in a body of their irregular horse. Harvey was now formally engaged to Isabel Jackson, and it was settled that the wedding should take place in the early spring at New York. When not on duty he naturally spent a good deal of his time there, and Harold was frequently with him. Since he had been fired at in the woods, Isabel had been in the highest state of nervous anxiety lest her lover's enemies should again try to assassinate him, and she begged Harold always to come over with him, if possible, as the thought of his riding alone through the wood filled her with anxiety. Although he had no order to do so, Jake, whenever he saw Harold and his friend canter off toward the Jacksons, shouldered his rifle and went out after them to the house, where, so long as they stayed, he scouted round and round with the utmost vigilance. Very often Harold was ignorant of his presence there, but when, after his return, he found by questioning him how he had been employed, he remonstrated with him on such excessive precaution. "Can't be too cautious, massa," Jake said. "You see dat fellow come one of dese days." Jake's presentiment turned out correct. One evening when, with several friends, the young men were at Mr. Jackson's, the sound of the report of a rifle was heard at a short distance. "That must be Jake's rifle," Harold exclaimed. "Quick, Harvey, to your horse." It was too late. As they reached the door, a strong party of American cavalry dashed up to it. "Surround the house," an officer shouted. "Do not let a soul escape." The young men ran upstairs. "We are caught," Harvey said. "Escape is cut off. The Yankee cavalry are all around the house. Good-bye, Isabel. We shall meet one of these days again, dear." The girl threw herself into his arms. "Be calm, love," he said. "Do not let this scoundrel have the satisfaction of triumphing over you." A moment later Chermside, accompanied by several soldiers, entered the room. "I am sorry to disturb so pleasant a party," he said in a sneering voice, "but if Americans choose to entertain the enemies of their country they must expect these little disagreeables." Mr. Jackson abruptly turned his back upon him, and no one else spoke, although he was personally well known to all. "These are the two men," he said to the soldiers, "two of the most notorious scouts and spies on the frontier. We will take them to headquarters, where a short shrift and 2 strong ropes will be their lot." "The less the word spy is in the mouth of such a pitiful traitor as yourself, the better, I should say," Harvey said quietly, and, walking forward with Harold, he placed himself in the hands of the soldiers. No one else spoke. Isabel had fainted when she heard the threat of execution against her lover. Ada stood before her with a look of such anger and contempt on her young face that Chermside fairly winced under it. "To horse," he said sullenly, and, turning, followed his men and prisoners downstairs. The troop, Harold saw, numbered some 200 sabres. They had with them a number of riderless horses, whose accoutrements showed that they belonged to an English regiment. Most of the men, too, had sacks of plunder upon their horses. They had evidently made a successful raid, and had probably attacked a post and surprised and driven off the horses of a squadron of cavalry, and were now on their return toward their lines. "This is an awkward business, Harold," Harvey said as, in the middle of their captors, they galloped off from the Jacksons. "Of course it's all nonsense about our being hung. Still I have no wish to see the inside of a prison, where we may pass years before we are exchanged. Once handed over to the authorities we shall be safe, but I shall not feel that we are out of danger so long as we are in this scoundrel's hands. Fortunately there are officers of superior rank to himself with the squadron, otherwise I have no doubt at all that he would hang us at once." Such was indeed the case, and Chermside was, at that moment, fuming intensely at the chance which had thrown his rival into his hands at a time when he was powerless to carry out his vengeance. He had, indeed, ventured to suggest that it would be less trouble to hang the prisoners at once, but the major in command had so strongly rebuked him for the suggestion that he had at once been silenced. "I blush that I should have to hear such words from the mouth of an American officer. It is by such deeds, sir, that our cause is too often disgraced. We are soldiers fighting for the independence of our country, not lawless marauders. Had these men been taken in their civilian dress over on our side of the river, they would have been tried and hung as spies. But they were on neutral ground, and, in fact, in the rear of their own posts. There is no shadow of defense for such an accusation. Should I ever hear a similar suggestion, I shall at once report your conduct to General Washington, who will know how to deal with you." "I wonder what has become of Jake," Harold said to his comrade. "I trust he was not shot down." "Not he," Harvey said. "He made off after firing his rifle, you may be sure, when he saw that there was nothing to be done. The fellow can run like a hare, and I have no doubt that, by this time, he's either got back to the village and given the alarm there, or has made for the ford. There are 100 cavalry there now, as well as the infantry. Jake will be there in an hour from the time he started. The dragoons will be in their saddle 5 minutes later, and it is just possible they may cut off our retreat before we have crossed the river. Peter is on duty there, and if he happens to be at the post when Jake arrives, he will hurry up with all the scouts he can collect. Jake had taken flight, as Harvey supposed. He had, after firing his rifle, taken to the wood and had remained near the house long enough to see which way the cavalry rode when they started. Then he made for the post at the ford at the top of his speed. It was less than an hour from starting when he arrived there, and 3 minutes later the cavalry trumpets were blowing, to horse. After giving his message to the officer in command, Jake went into the village, where the sound of the trumpet brought all the soldiers into the street. "Hello, Jake! Is that you?" a familiar voice asked. "What the tarnel is up now?" Jake hastily related what had taken place. "Tarnation!" Peter exclaimed. "This is a bad job. They're making, no doubt, for Finchley's Ford, 15 mile down the river. With an hour's start they're sure to be there before us." "What are you going to do, Peter? Are you thinking of running with the cavalry?" "Thinking of running to the moon," the scout said contemptuously. "You can run well, I don't deny, Jake, but you couldn't run 15 mile with the dragoons, and, if you could, you'd get there too late. Your bellers are going pretty fast already. Now don't stand staring there, but hurry through the camp and get all our boys together. Tell them to meet by the waterside. Get Gregory and Vincent's men as well as our own. There's 20 or 30 altogether in the place." Without asking a question, Jake ran off to carry out the orders, and in a few minutes 24 men were collected together on the bank. "Now, you fellers," Peter said, "we've got to rescue these two chaps out of the hands of the Yankees. Them who don't want to jine, and mind you the venture is a risky one, had better say so at once and stop behind." No one moved. "What I propose is this. We'll take the ferry boat, which ain't no good to no one, seeing as how the Yankees are on one side of the river and we the other, and we'll drop down the stream about 10 miles. Then we'll land on their side of the river and strike inland, hiding the boat under the bushes somewhere. They'll halt for the night when they're safe across the river. There's 500 or 600 of their infantry camped on the ford. There's 200 on our side, but the Yankees'll ride through the dark and get across before the redcoats are awake. Now, I propose that, after we've landed, we make a sweep round until we get near the Yanks' camp. Then the rest'll wait, and 2 or 3 of us'll go in and see if we can't get the young fellows out of wherever they've put 'em. Then we'll jine ye and make a running fight of it back to the boat." The others assented. The boat was amply large enough for all, and, pulling her out into the stream, they dropped down, keeping under shelter of the trees on the British side. Half an hour after they started, they heard the faint sound of distant musketry. "There," Peter said, "the Yanks are riding through the British camp, close to the ford." A few more shots were heard, and then all was silent. The stream was swift, for it was swollen by recent rains, and at 3 in the morning the boat touched the bank about a mile above the ford. The party disembarked noiselessly, and, fastening the boat to a tree, moved along toward the camp. When they were within 400 or 500 yards of the village, Peter chose Jake and 2 others of his band, and, telling the rest to remain where they were, ready for action, he struck inland. He made a detour, and came in at the back of the camp. Here there were no sentries, as the only danger to be apprehended was upon the side of the river. Peter therefore entered boldly. In front of the principal house a sentry was walking up and down, and he, in the free and easy manner usual in the American army, gladly entered into conversation with the newcomers. "All pretty quiet about here?" Peter asked. "We're from the west, and have just come down to do a little fighting with the Britishers. I reckon they ain't far off now." "They are just across the river," the sentry said. "Have you come far?" "We've made something like 200 mile this week, and mean to have a day or two's rest before we begin. We've done some Injun fighting, my mates and me, in our time, and we says to ourselves it was about time we burned a little powder against the redcoats. Things seem quiet enough about here, nothing doing, eh?" "Not much," the sentry said. "Just skirmishes. Some of our cavalry came across through the redcoats late tonight. I hear they have got a quantity of plunder and some fine horses, and they have brought in a couple of the British scouts." "And what have they done with 'em?" Peter asked. "Strung 'em up, I suppose." No, we ain't fighting Indians now. We don't hang our prisoners. No, they are safe under guard over there in the cavalry camp, and will be taken to headquarters tomorrow." "Wall," Peter said, stretching himself, "I feel mighty tired, and shall just look for a soft place for an hour's sleep before morning." So saying, he sauntered away, and the sentry resumed his walk. Peter and his 3 companions now moved off toward the spot where, as the sentry had indicated, the cavalry were encamped. They were not in tents, but were sleeping wrapped up in their blankets. 2 tents had been erected, lent probably by the infantry on the spot. One was much larger than the other, and the sentries were placed before each. They had some difficulty in making their way, for the night was dark, and the cavalry had picketed their horses without order or regularity. In their search they had to use great caution to avoid stumbling over the sleeping men. But at last they saw the tents faintly against the sky. They crawled cautiously up. There were 2 sentries on the smaller tent. "Now, Jake," Peter whispered, "you're the blackest, and so had better do the trick. Don't cut a hole in the tent, for they'd be safe to hear the canvas tear. Crawl under. It's been put up in haste and ain't likely to be pinned down very tight. They're safe to be bound, and when you've cut the cords and given them time to get the use of their feet, then crawl along and jine us." Jake did as he was instructed. One of the sentries was pacing up and down before the entrance, the other making a circuit round the tent. The circle was a somewhat large one, to avoid stumbling over the tent ropes. Jake, watching his opportunity, had no difficulty in crawling up and squeezing himself under the canvas before the sentry returned. "Hush," he whispered, as he let the canvas fall behind him. "It's Jake." Both the captives were fast asleep. Jake, feeling about in the darkness, found them, one after the other, and putting his hands on their mouths to prevent them making an exclamation, he woke them, and soon cut the cords with which they were bound hand and foot. Then in whispers he told them what had happened. They chafed their limbs to produce circulation, for they had been tightly tied, and then, one by one, they crawled out of the tent. Harvey went first and was safely across before the sentry returned. Harold followed, but as he went, in his hurry he struck a tent rope. "What's that?" the sentry in front asked sharply. "Bill, was that you?" "No," his comrade replied. "Something's up. Look into the tent." And so saying he ran round behind, while the sentry in front rushed into the tent and, kicking about with his feet, soon found that it was empty. Jake, on hearing the exclamation, at once crawled from the tent, but as he did so, the sentry, running round, saw him and levelled his rifle. Before he could fire, a shot was heard, and the man fell dead. Jake started to his feet and joined his friends. The other sentry also discharged his rifle, and the whole camp awoke and sprang to their feet. The horses, alarmed at the sudden tumult, plunged and kicked. Men shouted and swore, every one asking what was the matter. Then loud cries were heard that the sentry was shot and the prisoners had escaped. Running closely together and knocking down all who stood in their way, the fugitives hurried in the darkness until at the edge of the camp, and then started at full speed. The trumpets were now sounding to horse, and several shots were fired after them. Many of the horses had not been unsaddled, and mounted men at once dashed off. Several had seen the little party rush away, and the horsemen were speedily on their track. The 6 men ran at the top of their speed, and were soon close to their hidden friends. This way! I see them!" shouted a voice, which Harold and Harvey recognized as that of their enemy, who, a minute later, galloped up with half a dozen troopers. It was not until he was within a few yards that his figure was clearly discernible. Then Peter Lambton's rifle flashed out, and the planter fell from his horse with a bullet in his brain. Jake and the other 2 men also fired, and the horsemen, astonished at their number, reined in their horses to await the coming up of more of their comrades. In another minute the fugitives were with their friends, and, at a rapid trot, the whole ran up the river bank toward the spot where they had hidden their boat. The country was covered with brushwood and forest, and, as the cavalry, now swollen to a considerable force, advanced, they were greeted by so heavy a fire that, astonished at this strong force of foes upon their side of the river, and not knowing how numerous they might be, they halted and waited for the infantry to come up. Long before the enemy were prepared to advance against the unknown foe, the scouts reached their boat and crossed safely to the other side. Shortly after this adventure, Mr. Jackson and his family moved up for the winter to New York, where, soon after their arrival, the wedding between Harvey and Isabella took place, the former retiring from the Corps of Scouts. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of True to the Old Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. True to the Old Flag by G. A. Henty. Chapter 11. The Capture of Philadelphia. During the course of the spring of 1777, a large number of loyal colonists had volunteered their services. They had been embodied into battalions, and when the army prepared to take the field, they were placed in garrisons in New York and other places, thus permitting the employment of the whole of the British force in the field. The Americans had occupied themselves in strongly fortifying the more defensible positions, especially those in a mountain tract of country called the Manor of Courland. This was converted into a sort of citadel, where large quantities of provisions, forage, and stores of all kinds were collected. About 50 miles from New York, up the river, was a place called Peekskill, which served as a port to the Manor of Courland. The country was so difficult and mountainous that General Howe shrank from engaging his army in it. He determined, however, to attack and destroy Peekskill, and a party of 500 men, under the command of Colonel Byrd of the 15th Regiment, were sent up the river in 2 transports to destroy it. The garrison, consisting of 800 men, set fire to the place and withdrew without firing a shot. The British completed the destruction of the stores and returned to New York. A little later, 2,000 men were sent on a similar expedition against the town of Danbury, another place on the confines of Courland Manor, where great stores had also been collected. They proceeded up the East River and landed at Camp's Point. They started on the foot at 10 o'clock at night, and after a 10 hours' march arrived at 8 o'clock at Danbury. The enemy evacuated the place on their approach, and the English set fire to the great magazines filled with stores of all kinds. The news of the march of the English had spread rapidly, and the enemy assembled from all quarters and posted themselves under the command of General Arnold at a town called Ridgefield, through which the English would have to pass on their return. Here they threw up entrenchments. It was late in the afternoon when the English, fatigued with the long march, arrived at this spot. They did not hesitate, but when the Americans opened fire, they boldly assailed the entrenchments and carried them with the bayonet. They were unable to march further, and lying down so as to form an oblong square, slept till morning. All night the Americans continued to come up in great force, and in the morning, as the troops advanced, a terrible fire was opened upon them from the houses and stone walls in which the country abounded. The British had to fight every foot of their way. General Wooster had brought up some field artillery on the side of the Americans. Gradually the column fought its way forward until it arrived within half a mile of Camp's Point. Here 2 strong bodies of the enemy barred their way. The column was by this time greatly exhausted. The men had had no real rest for 3 days and 2 nights, and several dropped on the road with fatigue. Brigadier General Erskine picked out 400 of those who were in the best condition and attacked the 2 bodies of the enemy with such vigor that he put them utterly to flight, and the column, again advancing, reached their destination without further molestation. Nearly 200 men, including 10 officers, were killed and wounded on the part of the British. The loss of the Americans was still greater, and General Wooster and some field officers were among the slain. Many other skirmishes took place with varied success. The Americans at Bondwick, 7 miles from Brunswick, 1,200 in number, were surprised and routed by Cornwallis, while on the other hand the American Colonel Meigs carried out a most dashing expedition by crossing to Long Island and destroying a quantity of stores at a place called Sag Harbor, burning a dozen brigs and sloops which lay there, taking 90 prisoners, and returning safely across the Sound. In June, Washington, with 8,000 men, was encamped in a strong position at Middlebrook. General Howe, although he had 30,000 men, hesitated to attack him here. By a foreign retreat, he succeeded in drawing General Washington from his stronghold and inflicted a decisive defeat on 3,000 of his men. Washington fell back to his position in the mountains, and General Howe retired altogether from Jersey and withdrew his troops to Staten Island. A dashing feat was executed at this time by Colonel Barton of the American army. Learning that General Prescott, who commanded at Rhode Island, had his headquarters at a distance of a mile from his troops, he crossed from the mainland in 2 boats, seized the general in his bed, and carried him off through the British fleet. The object of this dashing enterprise was to obtain a general to exchange for the American General Lee, who had been captured by the British. General Howe, in June, again marched against Washington, and again fell back without doing anything. Had he, instead of thus frittering away his strength, marched to the Delaware, crossed that river, and advanced against Philadelphia, Washington would have been forced to leave his stronghold and either fight in the open or allow that important city to fall into the hands of the English. General Howe now embarked his army in transports. He had sailed up to the North River to Albany. He would have effected a junction with General Burgoyne's army, which was advancing from Canada, and with the united force could have marched through America from end to end as he chose. Instead of doing so, he sailed down to Chesapeake Bay, and there disembarked the whole army, which had been pent up in transports from July 3rd to August 24th. Not till September 11th did they advance in earnest toward Philadelphia. The Americans thus had ample time to take up a strong position and fortify it. Thus they did on the other side of Brandywine Creek. Under cover of a cannonade the British advanced, mastered the fort, and carried the entrenchments. General Sullivan, with a considerable force, had now arrived, accompanied by General Washington himself. He took up his position a short distance from the Brandywine, his artillery well placed and his flanks covered with woods. The following afternoon the British attacked. The Americans fought well, but the British were not to be denied, and rushing forward drove the enemy from their position into the woods in their rear. Here they made a stand, and were only dislodged after a desperate resistance. The greater portion of them fled in all directions. Washington himself, with the guns and a small force, retreated 8 miles from Chester, and then marched by Derby to Philadelphia. Here he waited 3 days rallying his troops, and then, having recruited his stores from the magazines, marched away. All this time the British remained inactive on the ground they had won. In the battle the Americans lost 300 killed, 600 wounded, and 400 prisoners. Several guns were also taken. The British lost 100 killed and 400 wounded. On September 20th they advanced toward Philadelphia. The American General Wayne had concealed himself in the woods with 1,500 men, with the intention of harassing the rear of the British army. News of this having been obtained, Major General Gray was dispatched at once to surprise him. He ordered his men not to load, but to rely wholly on the bayonet. The success of the expedition was complete. General Wayne's outpost was surprised, and the British troops rushed into his encampment. 300 of the Americans were killed or wounded, and 100 taken prisoners. The rest escaped through the woods. On the English side, 1 officer was killed, and 7 privates killed and wounded. The capture of Philadelphia was an important advantage to the British, but it would not be thoroughly utilized until the fleet would come up the river to the town. The American Congress, which had sat at Philadelphia until General Howe approached the town, had taken extensive measures for rendering the passage impracticable. 3 rows of chevaux de frise, composed of immense beams of timber bolted and fastened together and struck with iron spikes, were sunk across the channel, and these lines were protected by batteries. At these forts were 14 large rowboats, each carrying a heavy cannon, 2 floating batteries carrying 9 guns each, and a number of fireships and rafts. The forts commanding the chevaux de frise were abandoned on the approach of the British, and Captain Hammond of the Roebuck succeeded, in spite of the opposition of the enemy's boats and batteries, in making an opening through the chevaux de frise sufficiently wide for the fleet to pass. Large numbers of troops having been sent away from Germantown, a place 7 miles from Philadelphia, where the main body of the British army were posted, General Washington determined to attempt the surprise of that position. For this purpose he reinforced his army by drawing 1,500 troops from Peekskill and 1,000 from Virginia, and at daybreak on October 4th, under cover of a thick fog, he made an attack on the troops posted at the head of the village. Half of the British force lay on one side of the village, and half on the other, and had the attack upon the place succeeded, the British army would have been cut in two. The village was held by the 40th Regiment, who, fighting obstinately, were driven back among the houses. The Americans were pushing forward in 5 heavy columns, when Lieutenant Colonel Musgrave, who commanded the 40th, threw himself into a large stone house. Here he offered a desperate resistance, and so impeded the advance of the enemy that time was given for the rest of the British troops to get under arms. General Washington ordered a whole brigade of infantry to attack the house and turn 4 guns against it. Colonel Musgrave and his men resisted desperately and held the post until Major General Gray, with the 3rd Brigade, and Brigadier General Agnew, with the 4th Brigade, came up and attacked the enemy with great spirit. The engagement was for some time very hot. At length, a part of the right wing fell upon the enemy's flank, and the Americans retired with great precipitation. The fog was so dense that no pursuit could be attempted. On the part of the English, 600 were killed and wounded. The loss of the Americans amounted to between 200 and 300 killed, 600 wounded, and 400 taken prisoners. General Howe had on the previous night been acquainted with the intention of General Washington to attack the place, and had he taken the proper measures to have received them in, the American army would have been destroyed. He took no measures whatever, gave no warning to the army, and suffered the camp to be taken by surprise. After this battle, the fleet and army united, cleared away the chevaux de frise across the Delaware, and took the forts, commanding them after some hard fighting. The passage of the Delaware being thus opened, and the water communications secured, the army went on their winter quarters at Philadelphia. Captain Wilson and his son had taken no part of any of these operations, as a short time after the capture of Harold and Harvey by the American cavalry, the company had been disbanded. The men, when they entered the service, had volunteered for a year. This time already had been greatly exceeded. 20 months had passed since the Battle of Bunker's Hill, and although the men were willing to continue to give their services, no long as it appeared to them that there was a prospect of a favorable termination of the war, no such hope any longer remained in their minds. The great army which England had sent over had done nothing toward restoring the king's authority in the colonies, and if, after a year's fighting, its outposts were still within a few miles of New York, how could it be expected or even hoped that it could ever subdue a country containing hundreds of thousands of square miles? The retreat from the Delaware and the virtual handing over of New Jersey again to Washington was the finishing stroke which decided the volunteers to demand their discharge. According to the terms of their engagement, except during the Canadian campaign, they had but little fighting, nor in such a warfare as that which General Howe was carrying on was there much scope for their services. Many of the gentlemen who formed the majority of the company, and who were the most part had friends and connections in England, sailed for that country. Some had left wives and families on their estates when they took up arms, and most of them, despairing of the final success of the war, had instructed their agents to sell these estates for any sum that they would fetch. Others, among them Captain Wilson, now followed their example. It was but a mere tithe of the value of the property that was obtained, for money was scarce in the colonies, and so many had sold out and gone to England. Rather than take part on one side or the other of the fratricidal strife, that land and houses fetched but nominal prices. Mrs. Wilson had long since gone to England, and her husband, having made arrangements for the disposal of his property, now determined to join her. Fortunately, he possessed means, irrespective of his estate in America. This had come to him through his wife and his own fortune, and the money obtained by the sale of his commission had remained invested in English securities. While determined on this course for himself, he left it to his son to choose his own career. Harold was now nearly 18, and his life of adventure and responsibility had made a man of him. His father would have preferred that he should have returned with him to England, but Harold finally decided upon remaining. In war men's passions become hatred. The original cause of quarrel sinks into comparative insignificance, and the desire for victory, the determination to resist, and the feeling of something like individual hatred for the enemy become predominant motives of the strife. This was especially the case in the American war. On both sides there were many circumstances which heightened the passions of the combatants. The Loyalists in the English ranks had been ruined by the action of their opponents. Many had been reduced from wealth to poverty, and each man felt a deep passion of resentment at what he regarded as personal grievance. Then, too, the persistent misrepresentations, both of facts and motives on the part of the American writers and speakers, added to the irritation. The Loyalists felt that there were vast members throughout the colonies who agreed with them, and regarded Congress as a tyrannical faction, rather than the expression of the general will. In this, no doubt, they were to some extent mistaken, for by this time the vast majority of the people had joined heart and soul in the conflict. Men's passion had become so stirred up that it was difficult for any to remain neutral, and although there were still large numbers of Loyalists throughout the States, the vast bulk of the people had resolved that the only issue of the contest was complete and entire separation from the mother country. Harold had now entered passionately into the struggle. He was in constant contact with men who had been ruined by the war. He heard only one side of the question, and he was determined. So long as England continued to struggle, to fight on for a cause which he considered sacred, he was unable to regard the prospects of success as hopeless. He saw the fine army which England had collected. He had been a witness of the defeat of the Americans whenever they ventured to stand the shock of the British battalions, and in spite of the unsatisfactory nature of the first campaign, he could not bring himself to believe that such an army could fail. When the company was disbanded, he decided to continue to serve as a scout, but sharing in the general disgust in the army at the incapacity of General Howe, he determined to take ship again for Canada and take service under General Burgoyne, who was preparing with a well-appointed army to invade the States from that side. When he communicated his determination to Peter Lambton, the latter at once agreed to accompany him. "I've gone into this business," the hunter said, "and I mean to see it through. Settling down don't suit me. I ain't got any friends at New York, and I'd be miserable just loafing about all day doing nothing. No, I'll see this business out to the end, and I'd much rather go with you than anyone else." Jake was of the same opinion. Accustomed all his life to obey orders and to the life on his master's plantation, he would not have known what to do if left to his own devices. Captain Wilson pointed out to him that he could easily obtain work on the wharves of New York, or as a laborer on a farm, but Jake would not listen to the proposal, and was hurt at the thought that he could leave his young master's side as long as Harold continued in the war. Accordingly, the day after Captain Wilson sailed for England, the three comrades embarked in a ship for Halifax, whence another vessel took them into Quebec. They then sailed up the river to Montreal and took service as scouts in General Burgoyne's army. For political reasons, General Burgoyne had been appointed to the command of the expedition which had been prepared, and General Carleton, naturally offended at being passed over, at once resigned the governorship. His long residence in Canada, his knowledge of the country, of the manners of its inhabitants, and the extent of its resources, and his acquaintance with the character of the Indians, rendered him far more fit for command than is General Burgoyne. In military knowledge and experience, too, he was his superior, and had he retained a command the fate of the expedition would probably have been very different. The army under General Burgoyne consisted of 7,173 men, exclusive of artillerymen. Of these, about half were Germans. The Canadians were called upon to furnish men sufficient to occupy the woods on the frontier, and to provide men for the completion of the fortification at Sorel, St. John's, Chambly, and Isle aux Noix, to furnish horses and carts for carriage, and to make roads when necessary. A naval force was to go forward with him on the lake. The Indian question had again to be decided. Several tribes volunteered to join the British. General Burgoyne hesitated, as General Carleton had done before, to accept their services, and only did so finally on the certainty that if he refused their offers they would join the Americans. He resolved to use them as little as possible. He knew that their object in all wars was murder and destruction, and although he wished to conquer the Americans, he did not desire to exterminate them. On June 16, 1777, General Burgoyne advanced from St. John's. The naval force had preceded the army and opened a way for its advance. The troops were carried in a flotilla of boats, and under the protection of the fleet passed Lake Champlain, and landed at Crown Point. Harold and his companions had joined the army a fortnight previously, and as they crossed the lake with the fleet they could not but remember their last expedition there. At Crown Point they were joined by 1,000 Indians, who marched round the lake, and at this place General Burgoyne gave them a great feast, and afterward made a speech to them, exhorting them to abstain from all cruelty, to avoid any ill treatment of unarmed combatants, and to take as prisoners all combatants who fell into their hands. But while thus exhorting the Indians to behave with humanity and moderation, the general took a most ill-judged step, which not only did the English cause great harm, but was used by the Americans with much effect as a proof of the cruel way in which England warred against the colonists. He issued a proclamation threatening to punish with the utmost severity all who refused to attach themselves to the British cause, and at the same time he magnified the ferocity of the Indians, pointing out with great emphasis their eagerness to butcher those who continued hostile to the mother country, whose interests they had espoused. This proclamation was naturally construed by the Americans as a threat to deliver over the tender mercies of the Indians to slay, scalp, and destroy all who ventured to resist the authority of the king. The Americans had fallen back on the approach of the British, and upon landing being effected, the scouts were instantly sent forward. Among the Indians who had joined at Crown Point were the Senecas, among them their old friend Deer Tail. The scouts received no particular orders and were free to regulate their own movements. Their duty was to reconnoiter the country and to bring in any information they might gather as to numbers and positions of the enemy. Finding that Peter and his companions were about to start, Deer Tail said that, instead of waiting for the feast, he would take 5 of his warriors and accompany them. It was at Ticonderoga that the Americans had prepared to make their first stand. The place lies on the western shore of the lake, a few miles to the northward of the narrow inlet uniting Lake Champlain to Lake George. It was to reconnoiter the fort that the party now set out. News had been brought that the Americans had been executing great additional works, and the British general was anxious to learn the nature of these before he advanced. It was certain that the enemy would on their side have sent out scouts to ascertain the movements of the royal army, and the party proceeded with the greatest care. They marched in the usual fashion, in Indian file. The Seneca chief led the way, followed by one of his braves. Then came Peter, Harold, and Jake. The other Senecas marched in the rear. When they came within a few miles of the fort, their progress was marked with profound caution. Not a word was spoken. Their tread was noiseless, and the greatest pains were taken to avoid stepping on a twig or dried stick. The 3 scouts, when they left St. John's, had abandoned their boots and had taken to Indian moccasins. Several times slight murmurs were heard in the forest, and once a party of 4 American frontiersmen were seen in the wood. The party halted and crouched in the bushes. The Senecas turned toward Peter, as if asking if an attack should be made, but the latter shook his head. A single shot would have been heard far away in the woods, and their further progress would have been arrested. Their object was now not to fight, but to penetrate close to their American entrenchments. When the enemy had passed on, the party continued its way. As they neared the fort the caution observed increased. Several times they halted, while the Seneca, with one of his braves, crawled forward to see that all was clear. At last they stood on the edge of a great clearing. Before them, just within gunshot range, stood the fort of the Ticonderoga. Peter Lambton was well acquainted with it, and beyond the fact that the space around had been cleared of all trees and the stockades and earthworks repaired, little charge could be seen. As he was gazing, the Indian touched his shoulder and pointed to a high hill on the opposite side of the narrow straits. This had been cleared of trees, and on the top a strong fort had been erected. Many cannon were to be seen along its crest, the roofs of huts, and a large number of men. Halfway up the hill was another battery, and a third, still lower down, to sweep the landing. "They've been working hard," the hunter said, "and the army will have a mighty tough job before it. What do you think of that, Harold?" "It is a very strong position," Harold said, "and will cost us a tremendous number of men to take it. The fort cannot be attacked till that hill has been carried, for its guns completely command all this clearing." For some time they stood gazing at the works. standing well back among the trees, so as to be screened from all observation. At last Harold said, "Look at all that other hill behind. It is a good bit higher than that which they have fortified, and must be within easy range, both of it and the fort. I don't see any works there, do you?" Peter and the Seneca chief both gazed long and earnestly at the hill, and agreed that they could see no fortification there. "It won't do to have any doubt about it," Peter said. "We must go round and have a look at it." "We shall have to cross the river," Harold remarked. "Aye, cross it we must," Peter said. "That hill's got to be inspected." They withdrew into the wood again, and made a circuitous deviation till they came down upon the river, 2 miles above Ticonderoga. They could not reach the water itself, as a road ran along a parallel with it, and the forest was cleared away for some distance. A number of men could be seen going backward and forward on the road. Having made their observations, the scouts retired again into a thick part of the forest and waited till nightfall. "How are we to get across?" Harold asked Peter. "It's a good long swim, and we could not carry our muskets and ammunition across." "Easy enough," the scout said. "Didn't you notice down by the road a pile of planks? I suppose a wagon has broke down there, and the planks have been turned out, and nobody has thought anything more about 'em. We'll each take a plank, fasten our rifle and ammunition on it, and swim across. There won't be any difficulty about that. Then when we've seen what's on the top of that 'ere hill, we'll tramp round to the other end of the lake. I heard that the army was to advance half on each side, so we'll meet 'em coming." When it was perfectly dark, they left their hiding place and crossed the clearing to the spot where Peter had seen the planks. Each took one of them and proceeded to the river side. Peter, Harold, and Jake divested themselves of some of their clothes, and fastened these with their rifles and ammunition to the planks. To the Indians the question of getting wet was one of entire indifference, and they did not even take off their hunting shirts. Entering the water, the party swam noiselessly across to the other side, pushing their planks before them. On getting out, they carried the planks for some distance, as their appearance by the water's edge might excite a suspicion on the part of the Americans that the works had been reconnoitered. After hiding the planks in the bushes, they made their way to Sugar Hill, as the eminence was called. The ascent was made with great circumspection, the Indians going on first. No signs of the enemy were met with, and at last the party stood on the summit of the hill. It was entirely unoccupied by the Americans. "Well, my fine fellows," laughed the scout, "I reckon you've been doing a grist of work, and you might just as well have been sitting down quietly smoking your pipes. What on earth possessed you to leave this hill unguarded?" In point of fact, General St. Clair, who commanded the Americans, had perceived that his position was commanded from this spot. He had only 3,000 men under him, and he considered this number too small to hold Ticonderoga, Mount Independence, and Sugar Hill. The two former posts could afford no assistance to the garrison of a fort placed on Sugar Hill, and that place must therefore fall if attacked by the British. On the other hand, he hoped that, should the attention of the English not be called to the importance of the position by the erection of works upon it, it might be overlooked, and that General Burgoyne, on his arrival, might at once attack the position which he had prepared with no such care. Having ascertained that the hill was unoccupied, Peter proposed at once to continue the march. Harold suggested to him that it would be better to wait until morning, as from their lofty position they would be able to overlook the whole of the enemy's lines of defense, and might obtain information of vital importance to the general. Peter saw the advantage of the suggestion. 2 of the Indians were placed on watch, and the rest of the party lay down to sleep. At daybreak they saw that the delay had been fully justified, for now they had view of the water which separated Ticonderoga from Mount Independence, and perceived that the Americans had made a strong bridge of communication between these posts. 22 piers had sunk at equal distances, and between them boats were placed, fastened with chains to the piers. A strong bridge of planks connected the whole. On the Lake Champlain side of the bridge a boom, composed of great trees fastened together with double chains, had been placed. Thus not only had communication been established across the stream, but an effectual barrier erected to the passage of the fleet. Fully satisfied with the result of their investigations, The party set out on their return. End of chapter 11. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota.